right. Looks like we're live. Just getting my chat ready. We gotta warm this channel up. We've been gone too long. We've been gone too long, y'all. Too long over here, okay? So as people come in the room, I'm going to just play some music and then we'll get started.
For them grade, you already know
Hey, Rachel.
how this shit go. Back the fuck up. Ay, all you bop assholes, all you goofy ass niggas. Sit down, sit down. Ay, you ain't gon' get down, get down, get down. Sit down, sit down. Ay, you ain't gon' get down, you ain't gon' get down. Sit down. Ay, you ain't gon' get down, you ain't gon' get down. Sit down, sit down. Ay, you ain't gon' get down. Ay, I'ma hit the back street. He wasn't athletic, but he ran like an athlete. Ay, he shouldn't have been slipping if you ask me. Not a nigga Drake off the grass. Ay, I caught his ass hopping out of taxi and left him in a pool full of blood like a maxi pad. Then I stood over the nigga and put dots in his face. They gon' think he had acne bad. I might have to park in Parkway, hop out and spark in broad day. I see you hiding in that hallway. You better be insured with Allstate, cause I'm from the 6th block. Ay, I keep a stick in the clock. Niggas be frontin' they shit before them invented them blocks. Talking about this go 6 or 24. Fuck around, let off 6 and 24. Come back around, then I let off 20 more. Like the club, he got 20 at the door. Who the fuck got the police at the door? Oh, that's a nigga trying to sell some Dokios. Boy, I shoot from the arch, even Curry no. But I get it done in a hurry though. Sit down, sit down. You ain't gon' get down, you ain't gon' get down. Sit down, sit down. Ay, you ain't gon' get down, you ain't gon' get down. Sit down, sit down. Ay, you ain't gon' get down, get down, get down. Sit down, ay. You ain't gon' get out. Ay, heard your mans got killed last week. Shouldn't have been like an SD. Ay, all black hoodie, that's me. I'm with 2 more niggas, that's 3. Ay, give a fuck if your kids came. Ay, we don't play kid games. Nah, I let that Sid bang. Ay, we shoot from mid-range. I do you dirty, homie. Got 2 30s on me, nigga. That's how you slide. Then I hop in that straight and I take off from 12 for now on. That's how you drive. You cannot run and hide if you ain't outside. We coming inside. Ain't no attempts, bitch. If my niggas coming, you dash. I hit your block up and I light it up. We turned it to the 4th of July. Ay, you niggas tough on the internet. That's how you bitch niggas reply. Sit down, sit down. Ay, you ain't gon' get down, get down, get down. Sit down, sit down. Ay, you ain't gon' get down, you ain't gon' get down. Sit down. Ay, you ain't gon' get down, you ain't gon' get down. Sit down. Ay, you ain't gon' get down. Ay, on Photo Grade. I'm in mode this year on Photo Grade. I ain't fucking around with none of you niggas on Focus on Grade. I'm coming through that. I ain't finna keep talking on Photo Grade. I'm gonna show motherfuckers. Back the fuck up.
You should know he bro. He a fucking white boy.
Hey, on Photo Grade. You already know how this shit go. Back the fuck up. You bop assholes, all you goofy ass niggas. Why the fuck you think they call me ROOGA? Ay, bitch, that's cause I'm known to keep my ROOGA. Ay, new Glock, this bitch came with a cooler. Ay, this hot shit'll put you in a cooler. Ay, 6 blocker, I'm a scrap gang, nigga. Niggas know that we the real clap gang, nigga. Ain't just talking, boy, we really clap gangs, nigga. Ay, and boy, how that's your bitch when she let gang hit her. Ay, you know that bitch ain't coming back if gang get her. Ay, we treat her like a bop me and a gang splitter. Ay, turned up in this bitch with them gang members. Sit your fat all ass down before I make change, nigga. Ay, turned up in a party, all my members got their guns up. How you claim you beefing when you in here with your gun tucked? You say you want some smoke, well all you gotta do is run up. Just in case it pop off in this bitch, I keep one up. Goofy died, now you next. Keep my foot on niggas' necks. Throwing up the wrong set, bitch. You must not know where you at. Bullets flying where you at. Bitch, you down where you at. Ain't no time to be blessed. Bitch, we sliding if it's that. Hey, you say you got your ROOGA, well I got my ROOGA too. Hey, after I fuck that bitch, I call that bitch a Uber poo. I was a young wild ass nigga, I took my 2 to school. Used to wanna fuck my teacher till she kicked me out of school. Bitch, now I'm in them trenches where they hopping fences. Hey, my gun got a laser, hit you from a distance. Hey, my bitch steady bitches say I'm acting different. Hey, my OG say she pray cause the life I'm living. But this the life that I chose, yeah I know. This 4-0 will take a nigga out his glow. Hey, that chopper squeeze hit a nigga in his throat. Hey, You know me, bitch, I'm known to keep that pole. Why the fuck you think they call me ROOGA? Ayy, bitch, that's cause I'm known to keep my ROOGA. Ayy, new Glock, this bitch came with a cooler. Ayy, this hot shit'll put you in a cooler. Ayy, 6 blocker, I'm a scrap gang, nigga. Niggas know that we the real clap gang, nigga. Ain't just talking, boy, we really clap gangs, nigga. Ayy, and boy, how that's your bitch when she let gang hit her. Oh, photo.
What's good, y'all? What's good? Shout out to the Royal fam. My light is a little bright, child, okay? Maybe I'll move it back a little bit in a little while. But I had to rearrange my lighting and stuff like that, so it may not be as hard on my eyeballs, okay? Shout out to the Royal family, y'all. Some of y'all know that we've been over on Queen's Throne Live. I haven't really been live too much in the last 2 weeks. Last time I went live over here was about 2 weeks ago, I believe. And then I went live over there a couple of times. But anyway, shout out to Miss Ray Moody. Salute, salute. Living My Truth. Senorita Flowers, of course. Sir, salute. All right. Danielle, what's good? Misfits, what's good? Preach was standing on niggas' necks last night. Shout out to Preach. What's good? And Crazy Third Eye, how you doing? And, of course, Emperor Throne is in here saying no cap, okay? Thank you. Thank you. I don't know, my light feels a little bright on my face, like... But I toned it down a little bit. I only got one of the lights on right in front of me. And then I got, of course, my other lights over here. And, of course, I have my therapy light, which looks crazy as hell on the screen. It's really something, you know, I'm going to explain it really quick. So a lot of the times in the winter, we don't get a lot of sun and stuff like that. And it can affect your mood. I'm feeling good. I've been feeling good. But, you know, without sunlight, a lot of things can happen. It can affect a lot of stuff. So, yeah, I've been, you know, kind of messing with this or whatever. Because, child, we got some snow today. And it is cold as hell outside. Well, it's really 32. But it feels windy or whatever. So, yeah, it's crazy. During this live stream, though... We have a large delivery coming, so I'm going to probably, you know, the kids is going to take care of it, but I'm going to have to direct them and stuff like that a little bit. So if I step out for a second, you know, we still going to be, you know what I'm saying, live or whatever. Anyway, if you're talking to Emperor Throne, he is at work. He's probably got his earbuds in, so he can't, you know, read the chat and stuff like that. That's how he do. I help him pass the day sometimes going live like that. But I wanted to, you know, again, shout out to Preach because he went over there standing on Rob Crack's neck yesterday when it came to a lot of the statements that he made about me and all this and that. And I salute him for that because he did not have to do that, nor did I tell him to do that. But it was interesting when we was over there on the panel. Yesterday, he had went live. And sometimes what I do is I'll not go live so that I can watch other people's lives and stuff like that. That is part of supporting somebody. And I'm aware that, you know, you got to support people, fam. So I did pop in and out of people's lives recently and things like that. So what had happened was on this page, the last time that I had premiered a video, it had stuff to do with the LGBT. Somebody got in their feelings, reported it. But because on this page, there was no community guideline strike, I only got, you know, a warning or whatever. So I sat this channel down for a while. That's what I was doing. And in the event that you don't see me, I mean, I have been kind of just chilling, you know, and enjoying my life and stuff like that, working, being a mom and, you know, a wife. But normally if you can't find me, just check one of my other, you know, 3 channels or whatever, you know, and with including Rabbit's Got the Gun, the version that I have. You can even check there too, because if they censor me too much, I might have to rely on that page a little more. That's why I'm keeping it. So anyway, we got a lot to go through, you guys, and I missed reporting on this, because when I wanted to report on this, I had to, but I responded to Rob Crack and stuff like that. But if you don't know, I posted a whole bunch of shorts on this channel as well as Queen's Throne Live. So shorts are videos that are under a minute, and I, got my comedy on. So make sure that you're checking out those videos. A lot of the times, since they are so short, YouTube does not send out notifications. So you might want to just go and check the channel and make sure that you look under the video section, not just go to the channel, because sometimes they don't pop up there either. I also have a shorts tray. You could just go to my channel and look down and you'll see them. But shout out to those that have been supporting my shorts. I appreciate you guys. I see you guys out there. Much love. Thank you, Rachel. Yes, seasonal affective disorder. I paid like $35 for this. Let me turn the light off really quick. So it just kind of looks like this. You plug it in, and it has settings. There's ways that you can like dim the light down or whatever. You really only need, I think it's 30 minutes a day, but I like to get an hour because I'm melanated, child. So let me put this back on for an hour at least. But yeah, so we're going to get started today. The cases that we're going to be looking at are cases that are important. I have a list of other things. Trust me, when I was gone, I've been researching things. I've been making playlists and stuff like that. I really regret that I had to, felt like I had to respond to Rob Rack, but if he continues, we'll just deal with it on that basis or whatever. But he gets the ignore button. I'm paying him dust. Okay, so anyway, the stories that we're gonna look in today are CODI BIGSBY. Okay, we're gonna be looking at, I don't want to butcher her name, child. It's in the community tab. It is in the title of the woman's name that we'll be looking at shortly. She was kidnapped in front of her kids, shot dead in an SUV. I do only have 2 clips on that because I do want to double back and look more into that. But when I looked, I only could find 2, which was weird. Also, we'll be looking at Kennedy Hoyle's case. I do have about 75 clips, so we will be here for a while, okay? But basically, we're going to get back into it, the stuff that we normally do. I am interested in crime, not in a way to glorify it. However, I think it's important for us to shed light on things that are going on around us. So while we get started with this video, if you haven't already, please hit that like button. If we have any disruptions, because I am on OBS, I will be right back. Okay, I just wanted to let you know that. There's a lot of snow here and stuff like that. So anyway, John, it's crazy. But it looks like the snow has stopped. That's why I kind of pushed my live back a little bit today. So no panel on this live, but I will be back tomorrow to do a panel. I'll kind of juggle everything and stuff like that. I want to hear from you guys, connect with you guys. But please know that I am focused on what we need to be focused on. However, I will be commenting on things if I need to. So with no further ado, let's get started, because I pulled a book out of Rachel's book, right? And I have made a playlist. I went back to playlist. Really, in reality, what it started that was, girl, we got sound bites over here, child. Let me turn this down too, probably, because it's probably loud all in y'all ear. Y'all let me know how that music sounds. That's another reason why I wanted to come back over here, because you got more options and stuff. We got sound bites, like wrong. You know what I mean? So anyway, let's get started today. So we're gonna start with Indiana mom, right? Kidnapped in front of her kids, shot dead in an SUV. Again, we will be doubling back and finding more clips on all of these cases. This was my first kind of grab at everything. I do have other cases though that I am looking into and that I have kind of prepared to go forward. One involves a school that I kind of talked about. I think my last live stream a little bit, right? There's a school in Richfield, Minnesota that is for children that have special needs or, you know, are over the age of 18 but not yet, you know, over 21, so, you know, like a GED or late high school type of program or whatever. And there was a shooting there which costed a 15-year-old melanated boy his life, and I didn't check on the other victim, like double back and check yet, but another child was in critical condition. He was 17, and there was 2 other people, I believe, that were injured during that. However, yesterday, my king came home, and he told me that while he was at work, he heard sirens and stuff, and he asked, like, what was going on or whatever, and they said that a school bus driver was shot in his head. So I want to get to the bottom of that, like what happened. You know what I mean? Okay, thank you guys so much. I want to get to what happened in that case and in that situation, and then I got some other things that I have, you know, kind of sprawled out. So this situation, all these clips that we were gonna look at from Queen's Throne Live, but I just made a playlist so we could get it all done, and I just transferred it over here. So like I said, this is, and I'm gonna drop the link for this. Probably just dropped the link for all of them. I didn't really get them credit, but it's the news, you know what I mean? So this is NewsNation now. I literally did subscribe to all news channels, like period, again, you know. I had to do it on this channel because, you know, we're on this channel. So anyway, let's get into it though. Indiana mom kidnapped in front of her kids, shot dead in SUV. I have this clip and another one on the situation. Again, we will double back. Let's go.
With a grisly crime in a Midwest city and a manhunt that has people scared as they go to sleep tonight. A killer caught on camera running away from a horrific crime in Fort Wayne, Indiana, after allegedly kidnapping a woman, a mother, inside her home in front of her kids, then shooting her, firing at least 30 times before eventually taking off. In just a moment, I'm going to be speaking with one of the lead detectives on this case tonight. But first, correspondent Kelly Beeson is joining us live here with the latest on these terrifying events and more about this woman and mother who was killed.
Yeah, absolutely, Marnie. Well, from all accounts that we've heard from, this woman was a loving mother. She was also a very hard-working entrepreneur. Now, news of her murder sending shockwaves across the community, and now police are searching for answers with a killer on the loose.
It's one of those crimes that are shocking.
The city of Fort Wayne, Indiana, rocked by a crime that happened suddenly the night of January 29th.
It's just a savage thing and extremely violent, and obviously the community is scared to death.
A man dressed in all black forces his way into a home with a short-barreled rifle, threatening to kill 2 children inside before kidnapping their mother, 39-year-old Maria del Socorro Maldonado Ambriz.
Definitely traumatic for the community, for the kids, especially the kids and the family. And it's something that we're working our best to try to bring a solution to solve.
The man forces Ambriz inside of her own SUV. 4 blocks from her home, she was found dead inside. Police say the suspect fired 30 rounds into the vehicle and was captured on a neighbor's surveillance camera running from.
You see him running? That looked like a gun right there. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you guys can see all the way, but let me see. I don't know what this one is. Okay, you see it? It looked like he running with the gun. Ouch.
From the scene.
Sometimes you'll talk to a witness and you'll get a little bit of information. You'll talk to another one, you'll get a little bit of information. Then you can just kind of follow the chain of evidence to try to figure out who this person is.
Ambriz is described as a kind, quiet woman, a hard worker and single mother who loved her children. She owned a nearby bakery that's now closed until further notice. Police say during the ambush, Ambriz's children immediately called the bakery and told employees what had happened. The employees reportedly ran to a nearby restaurant in shock.
We're working our best to try to bring a solution to solve.
Now, according to people at neighboring businesses, Ambriz owned the bakery for more than 9 years. They recalled her being robbed twice, once inside of the bakery, another time while walking to her car, adding her children are now staying with a family member.
Horrific, beyond belief. Kelly, thank you very much. Detective Brian Martin is with the Fort Wayne Police Department. He is helping lead this investigation on this terrible case tonight. Detective, we appreciate your time. It's been 5 days. Do you think this suspect is still in Fort Wayne?
So, of course, by now it's been longer. This was February 3rd. So, again, I don't know if he's been caught yet, but we'll double back.
It's unknown right now whether the suspect is in Fort Wayne or if they fled the area, but we're treating this case as if the suspect is close by and are in a close vicinity, and we will have an opportunity to take them into custody is our hope.
How do you go about a...
Yeah, that doesn't seem like it would be something that was random, Astro. That is, I agree with that.
Search in a case like this, clearly someone who is capable of horrific violence for law enforcement and also for the public.
Exactly, Miss Ray.
This is a case that we're working, we're asking for a lot of assistance from the neighborhood and the people in the community. We live in a day and an age where nearly everybody has some sort of security camera, Ring doorbell, whatever that may be. And we've done a very extensive canvass. We've talked to a lot of people in the neighborhood.
I agree, Alicia. What's good, Alicia? I see you in the room. What's good, Sky Atticus, Astro? Anybody I may have missed?
And we are very fortunate to be able to go through that video and try to track the whereabouts of the path that this individual took as they escaped. It's very important to us to get this individual off the street because the intensity of the violence and what he did to Maria and ultimately her family and her children, and with her children present, he's an extreme danger to our community.
I agree. 30 shots. That was super personal.
And a very high priority.
In my opinion. You know, we're just looking at it. We don't know.
Clues in terms of the kids that saw all of this. Did they communicate with you guys as to what he may have said to Maria before he took her?
We did have an opportunity to interview the children, and there are additional interviews that are ongoing. And some of the information the children provided us, as well as others, has been beneficial and has helped us narrow down exactly who we might be looking for, and is hopefully going to point us in the right direction ultimately.
Kelly mentioned just a moment ago that Maria's bakery had been robbed twice before. Do you think that those events may be connected to all of this?
We don't know at this time, but we are not going to rule out any motive or any circumstances. And it does seem like something that needs to be explored even more as to why this lady was targeted in the past and why she was targeted for this particular crime. It's very concerning to us.
And given the nature of the crime, detective, how concerned are you that he may hurt somebody else? What is your message to the public tonight?
My message to the public is if they see anybody, if they have any information that could lead to the whereabouts of this gentleman, please call us immediately. Call the Fort Wayne Police Department Detective Bureau or Homicide Division or your local Crime Stoppers. Don't approach, but even the smallest piece of information could lead.
Yeah, I think they know who they looking for, and possibly the kids may know who he was. But, you know, in situations like this, detectives don't want to try to, like, give too much information. Sometimes, you know what I mean?
Lead to the break we need.
Because then it might tip off, you know, the person that they looking for, people that may help him that they know, you know, more than, you know what I'm saying, right?
To take this individual into custody and get him off our street and out of our community.
I know your focus is on finding him tonight, and that's where it should be. But we mentioned briefly about Maria, a member of the Fort Wayne community, a business owner, a mother. What more can you tell us about her past, who she was, and what's being done tonight in Fort Wayne to remember her?
She was loved by her community. She was a very nice lady. She was very well respected. Had a family business, a bakery, and employed another individual or two that worked with her. They were very close friends. And we've talked to nobody who has anything negative to say about Maria. Everybody's just grieving and in complete shock over this crime and how horrific it was and who could do such a thing.
If this suspect who carried out this terrible act happens to be watching tonight or sees any of this coverage, what would you and other law enforcement have to say to him tonight?
I would encourage that individual to turn themselves in. Come to the police station, sit down, we'll talk to you, and let's get this resolved. Let's give her family the answers that they deserve, and let's end this before anybody else gets hurt or the opportunity or anything bad could possibly happen. Turn yourself in and we can work through this.
A dangerous individual. Detective Martin, we appreciate you taking the time to talk to us tonight. Our best to you in the Fort Wayne Police Department as you work to apprehend this person before he hurts anyone else. Thank you for your time. Thanks for watching. Click the red.
See, and I believe that that was not random. You know what I mean? Like we saying in the chat, I don't think that that's random. 30 times, that's a crime of passion type of situation. I believe that he dated her, maybe an old employee even, or something is going on there. But we have one more video on that case. Again, we'll be doubling back and looking because I literally had the chills. The first time I seen it, I was more like, wow. But I had the chills on certain things that they said. It went away and then it came back. It was really weird. But I hope for justice for this woman and her children because at the end of the day, those children don't have a mom no more. Whatever little dumbass shit they were arguing about or whatever dude was on was really petty. He should have thought of those children first. But sometimes we know that people don't, which is unfortunate. I did notice when watching this, and I didn't mean to laugh, sorry. The tire tracks, this is the video that kind of caught me because in the little thumbnail I could see the tire tracks, what the hell went on or whatever. So let's take a look at this again. We'll be looking into it again.
At the intersection of Standish and Fairfax, which is where this shooting took place. Now behind me you can see the tire tracks of the vehicle where the woman was when she was fatally shot, and remnants.
Yes, thank you, Miss Ray, I appreciate you.
Of police tape are still here on scene. Let me tell you exactly what happened.
Ooh, that may be it. Astro said entrepreneur. She could have owed money to somebody. That's fact.
Police were called to this area around 5:15 Saturday night on reports of a shooting. They found the woman suffering from apparent gunshot wounds. She was pronounced dead here.
Did she have a gambling problem? Did she owe some people money on that note, maybe even?
At the scene. The woman...
Not trying to demonize her character or nothing. I'm just saying, trying to exhaust all possibilities, maybe.
Was home with her two children, who are 12 and 14, when the man broke into the home and threatened to kill the woman and the children. He then kidnapped her and forced her to drive him away in her SUV, which was right here, and then he fired some 30 rounds into the vehicle, killing her before running away.
It's one of those crimes that are shocking and definitely traumatic for the community, for the kids, especially the kids and the family. And it's something that we're working our best to try to bring a solution to solve. Sometimes you'll talk to a witness and you'll get a little bit of information. You'll talk to another one, you'll get a little bit of information. Then you can put those pieces together. Then that leads you to some.
Could be a hired hitman. Did she have an insurance policies? Or life, you know what I'm saying? Life insurance or anything like that.
Place else. And so just kind of following the chain of evidence to try to figure out who this person is.
This right here is the man that police are currently looking for. Police do not know at this time if the suspect knew the woman.
I don't know. To me, if he a hired hitman, he's sloppy as hell because he running down the street in the middle of the day with a gun. All it would have taken was, police drive around neighborhoods, right? What if the police just drove by and he would have been out here all fucked off trying to get away or whatever? You know what I mean? To me, in my I'm not saying this I know any hitmen or anything like that, but as far as what I've seen and researched or whatever, I don't know. I feel like hitmen are more calculated. This is kind of rubbing me in the way of a crime of passion.
He was dressed in all black.
Yes, messy as fuck.
Running with a rifle and a black backpack. Investigators are asking for the public's help in telling anyone who knows anything to contact police.
We continue to follow
so this
breaking.
is the next story there. I forgot I don't even have to stop and play it or not. You know what I mean? Stop and do anything besides maybe share the link. So that was the other case. We're now getting into the looks like I think this is is this? Yeah, I think this is Corey Bigsby case. It doesn't say though. I think this is the Corey Bigsby case. Again, we'll be looking for it. Miss Ray Moody, the name of her, the first victim that we looked at is in the title. She's in the middle, that long name. I did not want to butcher. Normally I do say victims' names and stuff like that. But if I feel like I'm gonna butcher it, I would not want to do that. You know what I'm saying? So yes, convenient as hell. So we're gonna kind of just coast through this or whatever, right? Because if I get done with this before a certain time, maybe I'll just have an open panel on this or anything else. But this is 4-year-old Hampton boy reported missing. FBI joins as search expands, and I believe that this is the CODI BIGSBY situation. Let's take a look. These clips may not be in order either. Again, also with, playlists and stuff. That's why I miss Rachel doing it, because she will keep it all in order, fam. She was A1 since day one with me, okay? So, much love to Miss Ray Moody. But let's get started with Corey Bigsby.
We continue to follow breaking news from Hampton tonight. Right now at 5, police are looking for a missing 4-year-old boy. We first told you about the search for Corey Bigsby on WAVY News 10 midday, and you may have seen the breaking news alert on your phone. Well, crews are scouring the area around the Buckrow Point apartment townhomes, and we sent Chopper 10 to search the scene here, just above the search scene, and you can see a full contingent of officers, medics, and other first responders here. Less than an hour ago, the Hampton Police Chief gave us an update on the investigation. 10 Eager Side's Brett Hall is standing by live with details of this breaking story. What's the latest, Brett?
This is still an ongoing and urgent.
Hey, you got edible popcorn? Quit playing, girl.
Search, Tom, at this hour. We still have the FBI as well as the Hampton and Fire and Rescue Police Divisions all out here right now, continuing the search in the area around Buckrow for this missing 4-year-old Corey Bigsby, reportedly going missing around 2 a.m. this morning. However, one of the big things we learned from the police chief is that they are concerned, or not convinced, are the words he used, that is the time he went missing. We have again some video from Chopper 10 looking over the scene earlier today. From what we know right now, that Bigsby's father lives here in the Buckrow Point apartments, and that is where Bigsby, the 4-year-old, lives. Corey Bigsby, with other children as well in the home.
Now, I want to stop it there really quick, because when I found out about this case, I found out about it from Naomi, and she had said something about other siblings and they didn't know where they were. Again, this case we're late on. January 31st this came out, but we'll be doubling back for updates.
But we're being told that around 9 o'clock this morning, the father called police, said that Corey Bigsby was gone, and that is when the search commenced. Now, right now, the children as well as the father are with police. We understand they are cooperating with the investigation.
Okay, maybe she misunderstood, or maybe I got this case mixed up with another case where it says that the kids are with the police, right?
They're cooperating with the investigation as well as with police. We understand they are Corey Bigsby was gone, and that is when the search commenced. Now, right now, the children as well as the father are with police. We understand they are cooperating with the investigation.
Yeah, I enjoy this as well, Astro. I'm glad that we're back doing what, I love doing this. You know what I mean? Mingling with you guys and looking at these cases.
As well as Corey Bigsby's mother, but no indication on where he is at this time. Now, a lot of you are probably asking, why wasn't there an Amber Alert issued at this time? Well, according to the police, it is because there's no indication of an abduction or inherent risk of danger.
Yeah, but to me, when a 4-year-old goes missing, there should be an Amber Alert because don't nobody know where that child is. A 4-year-old could easily become unsafe. You know what I mean? They could walk into traffic. They could fall into a body of water. A number of things could happen. I'm just saying.
We immediately contacted several of our partner agencies. Many of them are represented here. We've called every resource, and we have every resource out here that we can think of to bring Cody home safely. The FBI is here assisting us. Hampton Fire is here assisting us.
Okay, the suspect from the last story is still on the run. Maria Del... Oh my God, I'm just gonna leave that part. 39 of Fort Wayne. Anyone with information? Yes, thank you, Miss Ray.
We've had helicopters and airplanes and drones out here, and of course we're searching on foot as well. We will be working until we find Cody.
Look, I want to know, first of all, like, what happened to him? Did somebody take him? Because I live right at the end, so, you know, I don't know. It's crazy.
That was a neighbor we spoke with that you heard after the police chief, Mark Talbot.
Exactly, Alicia, facts.
A lot of people on edge around.
You're welcome, Ken Porter.
Here because there are a lot of children that live in the Buckrow Point apartments. School buses from Hampton parents had to go to the school and find different ways to pick them up because they didn't want kids walking through this neighborhood while this large investigation and search is ongoing. The big plea right now is for you to help. Share the picture of Cody Bigsby. We have it, of course, for access on our webpage, wavy.com. And if you have any video, any Ring camera around this area that you think could possibly even show something that could help police, you're asked to contact them. We're live in Hampton. Brett Hall, 10 on your side.
All eyes focusing on this Hampton neighborhood. 10 on your side will have complete coverage of the search for Cody Bigsby. Stay with us on air and online for any additional information. Our crews and producers are on the top of the latest details. We'll be sure to bring them to you when we get them. And now the latest. Now our coverage.
And we're heading into another. It's just going to continue Cody Bigsby until we run into Kennedy HOYLE situation, which was the little baby that was, from what I've looked into, looks like that the father threw her into the river or something like that. Much love, living my truth. Yes, multitasking. I love it. I love it. So, yes, this is just a continuation of Cody Bigsby's case. I'm just gonna let the playlist kind of play through, stop it when I need to. But we're just looking at this for now.
The search for Cody Bigsby continues tonight. The 4-year-old.
Shout out to Unseen. What's good? Much love. Yes.
Year-old has not been seen for 5 days.
But family, friends, volunteers, and authorities have not given up hope. 10 on your side's Michelle Wolf is in Hampton tonight with the latest.
Despite the rain, dozens of people came out today, including Cody's family, to search and canvass the area around Buckrow Point Apartments. Investigators have since cleared out their staging area here next to the Hampton soccer fields as they focus on hundreds of new leads coming in. As day 5 of searching for 4-year-old Cody Bigsby comes to a close.
Each day, it becomes harder and harder to believe that Cody Bigsby is alive and well.
Investigators from all over Hampton Roads refuse to give up their search for the little boy.
We simply need to investigate more to determine when exactly he went missing.
In a Friday news conference, Hampton Police Chief Mark Talbot shot down a theory that Cody could have opened the sliding glass door of his father Corey's apartment and snuck out.
I will say, I've known a few 4-year-olds in my life.
I don't think so. I'm going to up the volume on this press. We got the whole thing where we're going to hear what they say, but I'm going to up the volume because you can't really hardly hear him. I don't know about a 3... I'm not saying it's not possible, but a 3-4-year-old sliding, first of all, yeah, they could move something over there, a chair or an ottoman or something like that, right? And then just open the door and get out that way. But I don't know, to me, sliding glass doors are kind of heavy for a 4-year-old, in my opinion. I mean, I've had kids, you know, And we've had patio doors, and none of my children, thankfully, have ever tried it. Not saying that it couldn't have happened, but to me, that's a little far-fetched.
I don't know any who decide at any hour of the morning when it's dark to leave their home. I don't know any that do that.
That part.
I don't believe that that's what happened this time either.
Talbot said Bigsby has a history of leaving his 4 children home alone, saying that he felt too overwhelmed to bring them along when he went out, and that's why he was charged with 7 counts of felony child neglect. It's unclear if the children were home alone when CODI was reported missing. Chief Talbot did not answer that question. Chief Talbot also said Friday.
Oh, I'm loving the updates, Miss Ray. So Miss Ray says, as of 2 days ago, search continues for missing 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY following father's arrest. The F's had me messed up. But yeah, I think the dad did it, bro. I don't know, maybe. Look, I got a story somewhere. I've been trying to find it. I think I just figured out where it was at, though, when I just talked about it right now, even though I've been trying to find it for days. Because I have so many channels and things like that, and I have playlists and stuff that I stuffed in, and I think I remember the one. But if I do know the one, we'll be covering a case where on Father's Day, I think it was last year, a man had took his son's life, punched him. I don't remember all the logistics of the case, but it was over a piece of cheesecake that the father got on Father's Day. You know what I'm saying? I would have sent him a whole cake, bro, if he would have just not did that to his child, you know? But I do have, I believe it's court type of thing. I think he pled out or something like that. I gotta look. It was a minute ago too. But all this stuff's been going on with Polite, and I will admit I did get distracted, of course. But we back on it again. You know, there will be some topics in the YouTube streets that I will talk about, but we back on this, bro. This just feels good. Even though we're looking into sad cases, I like how my chat is, you know, kind of set up with everybody, supporting everybody. Thank you for the donation. Whoever did just donate, I appreciate you. And just how we kind of mix and mingle and bounce things off of each other's heads as far as the case goes. Again, I think that what happened in all these cases that I've covered to the people that did it is heinous, and I would never want it to happen in real life. But since crime does happen, there's people, you know, like us that are interested in investigating it, you know, and looking at ways maybe to avoid it and things like that. So let's get back into it. Still on the CODI BIGSBY case. We got a lot. I think we got a lot on him. Kennedy HOYLE, I think there was like 6-7 clips, but there was a lot on CODI BIGSBY. So I had captured everything I could find.
The forensic evidence has been removed from
Did I say shouldn't be?
Bigsby's apartment.
My bad if I did.
It will take some time.
Sometimes I talk so fast that I trip over my words or whatever. My brain doesn't connect with my mouth in a timely manner, but I do, you know, apologize.
Time to analyze everything. In Hampton, Michelle Wolf, 10 on your side.
Now, CODI BIGSBY's father had his first court appearance this morning in Hampton. Corey Bigsby is charged with 7 counts of child neglect. According to court documents, Bigsby told police that he left his 4 children, all ages 5 and under, at home alone on multiple occasions. The documents show Bigsby told police it was a burden to take the children with him when he went out. As Michelle told you, Bigsby did not enter a plea today. He's due back.
So maybe because he left the kids at home alone, maybe did the kid get into, you know, Corey, let's give him a name. Maybe did Corey get into something or burn himself or, like, I don't know, burn himself, I don't know. But, like, drink something that maybe he shouldn't have and he died, and the father's like, oh, fuck that, I'm not, you know, gonna tell them that this happened or whatever. He's afraid. Was it, abuse? You know, I don't know.
Back in court for a bond hearing next week.
But 7 counts of child abuse.
There is a prayer service planned for CODI this weekend. It'll be held.
And I hope they don't try to do this case, excuse me, like Malia Davis's, where nobody is found, you know, nobody is brought up on murder charges in the case. There's all these other charges that can, yes, keep the person away for a while, but there's no real murder charges.
Held Sunday at the Hampton soccer field, set to begin at 5:30 p.m.
I have no clue.
Keep it right here all weekend, on air, online, even on your phone.
All right, we're heading into the next one on Corey Bigsby.
Some breaking news in Hampton. We're talking about a 3.5-year-old boy. He is missing. His name is CODI BIGSBY. Just 1 hour ago, police held a news conference about the search for CODI.
We will be working until we find CODI. We do not feel that there is any danger to the general public at this point. If that changes, we will let you know.
Yeah, because it's an in-house situation. You know what I'm saying? I highly doubt that somebody broke into this house and just stole one child and left. You know what I mean?
News 3 reporter Kelsey Jones is live for us following this story in Hampton.
Kelsey, what do we know so far?
Kurt Barbara, the search for 3.5-year-old CODI BIGSBY definitely continues. Hampton police have been working to find CODI since they got a call from Corey BIGSBY about his son being missing this morning. And Hampton Fire Department is here, and the FBI is helping assist with this investigation. And I spoke with one neighbor, and she tells me that she's holding her kids a little bit closer.
I want to know, first of all, like, what happened to him? Did somebody take him? Because I live right at the end, so, you know. I don't know. It's crazy.
I mean, he could have been maybe playing outside and maybe strayed off from the other kid. How old were these other children, though? That is important to know. I mean, I know that, you know, they can't give us their full name and all this and that because they're juveniles and obviously they're still alive. And this case is high profile. I would imagine from just looking for information on it. Like I said, there was way more of this case than CODI or even that other lady.
CODI BIGSBY was last seen at Buckrow Point Townhomes. Police were called right after 9 a.m., but when police arrived at the home, Corey BIGSBY, the father, told them the child was last seen around 2 a.m. Hampton Police Chief Mark Talbot says the family is cooperating.
Yeah, so ain't no way that he was, what, was he outside? Well, the dad wouldn't know anyway because he wasn't home. He just left the children. I would hope that he wasn't just outside. Bro, anybody could have lured him away. I'm feeling that it's the father, though. I'm just saying.
Operating with the search. Police tell us that other kids were at the home with CODI's dad during the time of the disappearance, and an Amber Alert has
so the dad was there.
Not been issued because police do not know if CODI has been abducted or not, and they are asking for the public's help. So if you have seen or heard anything, to call 1-800-LOCK-YOU-UP. Live in Hampton.
1-800-LOCK your ass. No, they just took ass out. 1-800-LOCK-YOU-UP. Damn.
Then Kelsey Jones, News 3.
Kelsey, thank you for that live report. And so we did do some digging into exactly why an Amber Alert has not been issued for CODI. And here's the criteria for issuing an Amber Alert. The child must be 17 or younger. Law enforcement must believe the child is in imminent danger. An investigation has taken place that verified an abduction or eliminated alternative explanations.
But how do you do an investigation to find out if an abduction happened? Yes, you're gonna have those cases where somebody, just comes up and grabs a child and runs off, and somebody saw it happen and it wasn't the parent and this, that, and the other, right? But how do you...
Sufficient information is available to give to the public that could assist in locating the child, the suspect, and or the suspect.
But if there is not sufficient information, right? Obviously, with Amber Alerts, normally you get the make of the car or, some information, but at least putting out, I think that Amber Alert should be nationwide, not just regional, at times or whatever. Because like I said, something could happen in Cali and I'm not going to get, an Amber Alert. I want Amber Alerts for all. You feel what I'm saying? So, because I know that may sound crazy, but there's ways to get children on planes, I would imagine, or travel with a child. You could get on a Greyhound bus, and next thing you know, they in Minnesota or something like that. Now, if I had known, right, I'm talking about for like more people that don't really click in with the news. If they they could be coming across children that are missing all the time, but this information really isn't out. You know, people aren't really gonna always check news sources not around them if they do watch the news. Yeah, 1-800-LOCK-YOU-UP is real. Wow.
The child must be entered into the Virginia Criminal Information Network and the National Crime Information Center.
Look, I think I'm gonna come back and get that soundbite right quick.
For missing person
1-800-LOCK-YOU-UP
files. Now, we're keeping a close eye on this case. We will bring you more updates on air and online as soon as we get them.
All right, now this looks like a little bit of a press conference by Hampton Police. This is crazy. I don't know. I feel like they're doing a disservice to children when they, you know, try to, I don't know, man. It's...
All right, good afternoon. My name is Mark Talbot. I'm the police chief with the Hampton Police Division. Here with me in order, Assistant Chief Orrin Gallup, Captain Brian Coleman, Captain Jason Price, Assistant Chief Ferguson, Captain Sheck, and my PIO, Sergeant Reggie Williams. We are here on behalf of 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY. We received a call about 9 o'clock this morning from Corey Bigsby, who is the father of 4-year-old CODI. Mr. Bigsby said that he woke up this morning and he found that his son CODI was missing. Mr. Bigsby said that he searched his home and he looked all over. His son was gone. He was nowhere to be found. Our officers responded to the residence, which is located adjacent to me to my right. Our responding officers searched the home again, and we were also unable to find CODI.
Thank you, Ken Porter, for the donation. I appreciate it.
There were other young children inside the home. The other kids are safe, and they are with us right now, along with Dad. CODI is an African-American child. He is about 3.5 feet tall. He has a medium complexion, and he's believed to be dressed in all black.
I feel you, Donisha.
And he may be wearing Spider-Man flip-flops. We immediately contacted several of our partner agencies. Many of them are represented here.
Exactly, Sky.
We've called every resource, and we have every resource out here that we can think of to bring CODI home safely. The FBI is here assisting us. Hampton Fire is here assisting us. We've had helicopters and airplanes and drones out here, and of course we're searching on foot as well.
You want a Clyde soundbite? All right, here we go.
That funky stank pussy hoe. You funky pussy hoe. These stank ass pussy hoes.
On some real shit though.
Please hit the like button when you come up in here so that my shit don't get knocked off.
I miss this. It's so fun.
We will be working until we find CODI. We do not feel that there is any danger to the general public at this point. If that changes, we will let you know.
Yeah, because they believe that the father did it. I'm telling you, they think the father did it.
We've received numerous offers of support from other members of the public. We do not need assistance here at this time. What we do ask the public is if they see something that they believe could be related to this case, that they reach out and they call 911. We ask the public to share CODI's photo on social media, and we ask them to spread the word to all of their associates. Any questions?
That funky pussy hole one is funny as hell.
We are searching frantically for CODI. We obviously are concerned.
And CODI was a little cutie, like, for real. What the fuck? How could you know that, like, bro, your kids is supposed to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, something that you're gonna protect, bro. Like, if he can't even protect his own children, imagine, right? How he would be around other children. Like, I wouldn't even let him around nobody in my family. Like, Nobody.
Given
the
resources
dad.
we have out here. So
you think they don't care, Alicia? I feel that though. I mean, they may not care. It's their job though to investigate, but they don't give a fuck. I noticed that they also got 2 melanated guys here. You know what I mean? Normally we wouldn't see that. I don't think. I don't know.
really want to find out.
What is the latest in the investigation?
Yeah, they talking about the baby might have opened up the patio. He threw that out earlier in the little press conference thing. There's another press conference, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, with Kennedy's case. But like I said, I don't think that a child at 3 years old, we only seen, a picture of him or whatever. I'm just saying, at 3, my children couldn't open up, 3 or 4. They couldn't, he was 4, but they couldn't open up the screen door, the glass door, and all that. They could probably about open up the screen door, but not the glass door and all that. I'm just saying.
Have you all found any surveillance video, death cam footage?
At all. What's good, Lonnie?
We don't have anything more about the investigation that we can share at this point.
See.
Has the mother been cooperating? You said obviously the father's been cooperating.
We have spoken to Cody's mother.
Has she been cooperating?
She's spoken to us and given us the answers to the questions that we've posed.
Pretty low.
We don't know.
About surveillance video. If somebody has a ring camera or something, is that something your division is interested in at this time? If it's in the general area?
We are interested in any video that anybody might have of something that they believe could be related. We aren't convinced that it happened at exactly when we found out about it. So if anybody out there believes that they have video or information that could be related to Cody's disappearance, we want to see it as quickly as possible.
What's the explanation for the gap in time between the kid was last seen and when the father reported it to you all?
The child was reportedly asleep, and when Dad woke up, he searched for the child and said the child wasn't there.
But see, if there's no evidence that somebody had broken into the house, then it would have had to been the father, because kids just don't disappear, fam. And like I said, also the fact that it's 2 a.m., not only the door, right, that he would have had to get out or whatever, we don't know what the other door looked like, but I just don't see no child going into the darkness on their own.
Cody live with the father full time? Is he with his mother full time? How does that work?
Cody lives with his father.
Has Cody ever walked off before or maybe disappeared before?
We don't know, and if somebody who lives close or is aware of the family has that information, we would like to know.
And who made the 911 call? It was the father?
I'm pretty sure his bulletproof vest is probably getting on his nerve. I mean, it could be a number of things, but he is uptight, and to me, it doesn't seem like he cares too much. Like, this just another case to him.
Cody's father called us, yes.
So the father called him when he discovered that his son was missing. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he discovered discovered his son was missing, right? And bro, that dude, the dad did it, bro.
Can we get spelling on the father's name?
And he probably didn't even do it on that day. This child may have been missing days in advance, like, or fucked up, not missing, but you know what I mean? He might have gotten rid of him already. That's sad.
CORY.
I wonder also, is they going to have canines out looking for the child? Maybe a smell his scent, give him a piece of his clothing. And I don't know for sure. Maybe this is something we should look into, but can they find like a missing child that's alive still? Maybe off of clothes. I don't know. I'm just saying. But also, if they, regardless, just get some canines.
What's the relationship like between Cody and
And I would search around wherever the father lived at. If there's some woods around there or something like that, in my opinion, it wouldn't have been far where his body was, let I don't even want to say it. I don't even know. I hope this child is found alive, safe, you know, and
I don't know.
Wow.
Are there any changes expected to the search in the upcoming hours?
Thank you, Senorita Flowers, for your donation. I appreciate you.
No, we will search until we find him. We will be here until then.
Is there any indication he might be within, like, outside the family?
Right. Well, maybe, like, what if the father told the kids, like, you know, scared them or said he'll do the same to them or something like that, you know?
Family member, aunt, grandmother?
I don't know how anybody could kill their own child. Like, I could never. I could never.
There's no reason to believe that he's with another family member.
Were there signs of foul play in the home, or is that something you can't say?
I don't want to comment on that.
How many people were inside the home?
The dad was home, and there were other small children in the home.
And see, also, they don't want to tell us how old, well, small children, right? So, how little is small, right? You know what I mean? He was 4, so were they like 3, 2, 1, or were they like 8, 9, maybe? You know what I mean? Is 9 considered a big child? I don't know, but I say get a dad a lie detector test. Now, that can't be submitted in court, but still, just to kind of get, you know, they probably did that already, but I'm just saying, this is really sad. Poor little guy.
Father still cooperating with y'all?
So far, Dad is answering our questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following more really quick, I have to. Oh shit! I just fucked up. Y'all.
All right. Good afternoon.
Okay, we on this one, but hold on really quick.
Following more breaking news now at 10.
Okay, because I apologize if I just deafened you guys. I try to be slick and do this. But this is another reason why I like going live this way, because I can control the audio. So during that clip we just listened to, he was kind of soft-spoken, and also the outside elements played on the sound quality. So when I go live this way, I can enhance the audio or, you know, do other things other than just sound bites and music and stuff. I'm going to put this beat back on, but I stopped it because I wanted to hear kind of like the questions they were asked or whatever. So
Following more breaking news.
It's the same case.
Now at 10, a deadly triple shooting investigation.
Wait, no, it's not. What happened? I don't know how this got in here. Anyway, let's just, it's 36 seconds. Let's just look at it. Fuck it, I don't know.
It happened around 7 tonight on Portsmouth Boulevard and Highland Avenue near the Sportsplex. And 10 on your side got this video.
And it's recent. This was February 1st.
Video of the scene. You could see it was very active. Police say 3 men were shot. 1 of them died. The other 2 have serious injuries and are recovering at the hospital. If you know anything or you saw anything tonight involving this shooting, call the crime line. You can remain anonymous or use your P3 Tips app. Stay with us online and on air for any new information.
Exactly.
Heading into the week.
I'm interested.
Following more breaking news now at 10,
I did it again.
A deadly triple shooting investigation in Portsmouth.
Here.
It happened around 7.
This should work, right? Oh my God, dude. I just see, this is why even I can't
Heading
do
into the
this,
weekend,
bro.
there's now a shift.
Okay.
Heading into the
Right
weekend,
here.
there's now a
Stop.
shift in the search for missing 4-year-old.
I'm sorry about you guys' earballs, right? And yes, I said earballs, but again, if the quality is fucked up, I gotta, you know, change it. It's unfortunate that, you know, they have sound people that work for the news. However, so I apologize.
Heading into the weekend, there's now a shift in the search for missing 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY.
Crews spent the afternoon packing up the command center at the Buckrow Point Apartments, but Sarah Hammond tells us why volunteers say they aren't done searching that area yet. Sarah picks up our team coverage to tell us why this is happening.
It's now been 5 days since Hampton police began searching for missing CODI BIGSBY. Up until now, this parking lot has been filled with Hampton police, Hampton Fire, the FBI, VDIM, helicopters, drones, dogs, really the list goes on. But as you can see, the scene is quite different here Friday night. Crews cleared out of this once packed parking lot.
So you give little homie 5 days of searching for him and y'all done?
Friday afternoon. But Hampton Police Chief Mark Talbot says even though Corey Bigsby has been arrested on unrelated charges.
What? We need to look into that case. Miss Ray Moody, Unseen Soldier, said same thing just happened in Chicago. Little boy came up missing for days. Come to find out the mother and the two brothers killed him and dumped his body in Gary, Indiana, I think. Wow. We need to look into that case too. There are a lot of cases involving children that are going on, which is just crazy to me. I do have, you know, a little bit of thoughts on it. I don't really want to weigh in too heavy, but with Valentine's Day right around the corner, if you have ever looked into what Valentine's Day is really about for real, this may make some sense because I don't want to like stray off track or whatever, but that's another topic maybe. But maybe I'll present it. I did have a video up on my first channel about the truth about Valentine's Day, and I think I did Christmas as well, and then I did something about Thanksgiving, but it was a little different. But yeah, so
That doesn't.
We do need to look at that case.
Doesn't mean the search for CODI BIGSBY is over.
In fact, in some ways,
yeah, that's the Kennedy HOYLE case that's in the title. We're gonna get to that as well. So we had the mother that got kidnapped. We had CODI BIGSBY and Kennedy HOYLE. Kennedy HOYLE was the child that was thrown into the Mississippi River by her father. She was 2 days old. And I'd seen that case like when it had first come out. I think I was watching YouTube, and then like it just happened to be the next clip. And you know, if you are watching YouTube and you don't get to, you know, stop the clip that you're watching or the video you're watching or whatever, and the next video plays, it'll just kind of throw you into there. So when I was like walking up to, I think it was my phone that I was listening to it on, they had already said a couple of things, and so I started listening, and then I just started finding videos on it. But all these cases will come back and readdress and try to follow through as best we can with the cases, because ultimately we want to get down to the bottom of it, you know what I mean?
our investigation is going to start and become more intense now.
They froze him to death in the bathtub? Wow. That's crazy. Thank you for the information, Unseen. I will definitely be looking for that story. I agree, Queen. Sad that these kiddos are... Yes. Man, it's so sad.
Police say they are now moving into a more evidence and intelligence-based operation instead of the massive search we've seen over the last 5 days.
Our partners, in particular our partners with the FBI, have provided us with an extensive amount of forensic data for us to review.
Even though the investigation is shifting gears, community volunteers say they aren't finished searching on foot.
Looking over there and it's empty, it kind of makes us feel like something, you know, maybe they know something, they're moving away. Either way, our mission's still the same. We haven't found baby.
They may have gotten information that the dad had killed him, but they still need to connect a few more dots. You know what I'm saying? So maybe there's no murder charges yet.
Ugana Jones says they've been searching through the woods.
Because, you know, what they don't want to do is, you can't try somebody twice for the same crime. So if they, you know, arrest you, they say you killed Joe down the street, right? And then, you know what I'm saying, they try you in court. You know, the jury says, nah, found not guilty or whatever. And then they find out without a shadow of a doubt that you did it later. They cannot retry you. That's called double jeopardy. I cannot talk today, you guys. I'm sorry.
Woods and checking different nearby areas. She also says they've run into some people who didn't even...
He's so cute and he looks so little. Like, how could you look into these big brown eyes and just, you know, kill this child, bro? Motherfuckers is whole demons out here having children. And it's sad that, and I'm gonna say it again too, there's people out here that can't have children at all, period, will never experience being a mother or a father. And to just know that people are just like, you know, getting frustrated or whatever is going on and taking it out on their children and killing them or whatever, it's just fucking sick. you know, even child abuse. Like, it's sick.
Even know CODI is missing. So she says continuing to get the word out is key.
There's some really dedicated people that's been out here since Monday.
As for Chief Talbot, he says police still hope they can bring CODI home. But as the days go on, he says their hope starts to dwindle.
Obviously, the longer we go, the more tragic it feels.
In Hampton, Sarah Hammond, 13 News Now.
Hey, thanks, Sarah. Again, if you know anything that could help police in this case, you can call the crime line at 1-888-LOCK-YOU-UP, the Hampton Police non-emergency line, or the FBI tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI.
At 8 o'clock, our
same case.
Our top story this morning, the search for 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY continues in Hampton. More family is expected to come into town today. Earlier this week, police named CODI's father, Corey BIGSBY, as a person of interest in the case.
10 on your side's Kiana Patterson is live in Hampton this morning with more details and what's ahead as day 4 of this search begins.
Hey, yeah, we just saw the police chief arrive here and head inside of the regional mobile communications.
I feel you. People have reached out to me behind the scenes, like telling me that they can't have kids, or they thought for a while that they couldn't have kids and stuff like that, and like kind of just give me a testimony and stuff like that about like kind of what we do over here with looking into these cases concerning children and stuff like that. And that's what ultimately is important at the end of the day, you know.
Center. This is a
yeah, for the family that's not involved. Yes, like them brothers and sisters, you know, the siblings, right? This kind of reminds me of, you know, it's obviously a little bit different, a lot different in certain ways, but the case where in Houston, we kind of just covered it, the names kind of slipped my mind, but where the child was left inside the home and dead for a year almost, and the siblings were in there, you know, by themselves, and the mom was dropping off food allegedly and things like that to them. But they, like, bro, there was their dead sibling was there. Just how like terrified that they were, and maybe that's why children have not spoken. I would hope though that those children were each talked to by, you know, somebody that's trained in the police department to, you know, talk to kids, investigate and stuff like that, because you don't just be having like any just detective or whatever talk to them, because you can actually you know, without trying to lead a child in a direction that, you know what I'm saying, when you're talking to a child, you know what I mean, questioning a child, they have certain detectives and people that are specialists that do talk to children. Maybe they found out some information, you know, maybe it wasn't a lot, but just off the children's behaviors and things like that, they kind of maybe knew that they were being lied to, or there was more to the story. I'm hoping, I don't know.
Suffolk.
I want to see this man not charged with only 7 child abuse charges. I want to see him charged with murder at the end of the day. Or where is this child at? You know what I mean? Because, like, did nobody just come in there? If there's no, like, screens open or no other way that they could have gotten in there, then it was somebody in the house.
And they're here to help with that search. They say that they're going to be the main point of communication between the volunteers and the different agencies out here as we enter day 4 of the search for CODI BIGSBY. Now, police in our community are still very desperately hoping to bring CODI home. At last check, his dad, Corey, is at the police headquarters. He's there voluntarily and he is answering questions. However,
he ain't answering the right questions, because where's the child at? It's not good enough that he just sits there and is like, oh, I don't know, he might have, you know, left or whatever. Maybe he was kidnapped. You know what I mean? No, bro. No. There's no child that's going to get up and leave their home at 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, at 2 o'clock in the morning at 4 years old. No.
Officers say his dad, Corey's timeline does not match the evidence. So police are asking.
And then would he have closed the screen door back when the father went to go look at the screen door? Was this, I mean, not the screen door. I keep calling it a screen door. The glass sliding door. When he went there to look at the glass sliding door, was the glass sliding door locked? Because when you go out of a glass sliding door, you can't get back in. There's no like key. I don't know unless we got some sophisticated glass sliding doors going on now. Mine just has the thing that goes down, Can we talk? What you mean?
Asking for tips from the community.
Who is you, Ray?
To put together a profile on Corey. They want to know where he shops, where he...
I mean that with respect. That just kind of threw me off.
Visits, and officers also ask if you saw 4-year-old Cody recently. They want to know where you saw him and when you saw him.
Yes, I will be looking into that tonight. Okay, starting tonight. Okay, his name is Damari. I don't know where I got Damari. Damari Perry. Okay, yes, I definitely will. I'm gonna write that down. Actually, find me a pen.
Yesterday, crews expanded the search
Thank
area
you for the name.
to about
I
a mile
appreciate
around
you.
the Bigsby household, and people in the Old Buckrow area are asked to please check and double check their property. So Your Side spoke with Tandalia, who is Corey's sister. She says she wants to bring her nephew home safe. She adds her brother loves his children and is not a monster. Now, she says Cody is known for opening the sliding door, and she believes he may have opened that door and gotten out of the house. But people here are very hopeful. They're coming here. I just saw a woman drop off some items for the police officers out here. And then we also spoke with a woman from Newport News yesterday.
From Newport News?
I gotta find him. Like,
was it Newport 100 News? No, I'm just
every day. I don't care if it's snowing out here, if it's cold.
Yeah, you can email me at queensthrone@gmail. Queensthrone9. Hold on, let me get it. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be rude or nothing. I just don't know who you are. But there you go. You can send me an email at queensthrone9@gmail.com.
Cold out here, if it's raining out here, I'm going to call. As long as these police officers and this search team is out here and all these responders out here, I'm going to be out here helping to find him.
Right, hold on. Here we go.
Who sent you? Who you working for?
That part. That part.
And you can see there are several agencies already out here this morning gearing up for that search for Cody Bigsby. They said they're going to stay out here as long as it takes. They want to assume that Cody...
No, but maybe it's about the case or something. We never know. You know what I'm saying? You never know.
He's out there waiting for them.
Or a case or something. I have no clue.
To bring him home. In Hampton, Kiana Patterson, 10 on your side.
Kiana,
but I hope people ain't trying to, see that we back on business and try to, distract us and things.
Thank you, and we are on your side, staying on top of this.
Because we ain't going.
Story. We will continue to provide updates as we get them. Stay with us on air and online. You can find complete coverage on the WAVY News mobile app.
The WAVY News. All right, here we go. Same case. Oops, shit.
First tells 10 on your sides, Aisha Tolliver, that Corey Bigsby, the father of Cody Bigsby, the missing 4-year-old, is the person of interest in his disappearance and has been now charged with 7 counts of child neglect. We're told the charges stem from incidents dating back to December. Corey Bigsby will be in court tomorrow morning to be arraigned on these charges. Of course, this comes after several days of searching.
No, you good, right?
For the 4-year-old.
But that is a good place where you can hit me up at.
Who at this time still has not been found. We'll have more on the developments of this.
No, them sound bites are classic. They will never age, period.
On wavy.com.
You can find me when I'm 90 playing Clyde Diva sound bites, child. Like, you can find me somewhere. I might be in a Walmart parking lot or something, child. Turned up with a live stream. You know what I'm saying?
On Wavy News 10
I'm
at
just
10
playing.
right here on Fox 43. We'll be
but I might be, shit. You never know.
After 4 days of searching for Cody Bigsby, a significant development to report. The 4-year-old's father now is facing charges. Hampton police say Corey Bigsby has been on their radar.
Now, some of these are going to be repetitive, but that's what I do. I like to really try to get as many clips on it as I can, even if it's like, they're going to repeat the same thing or whatever, because sometimes what they'll do is drop a new piece of information somewhere in there, and if you look at them like they're all the same, I'm just saying, maybe something. You never know, But I like to do, I call that around the world. You see what I'm saying? Just go all the way around and 360 investigation over here. You know what I'm saying? At the whole thing,
Radar for several days.
Why am I feeling silly right now? This is inappropriate, you guys.
Voluntarily been answering their questions, but police say his story has not added up.
Sarah Hammond was in Hampton when this news broke tonight, and she's live now with more on the charges. Sarah, what have you learned?
Look, they need to go in there with the good cop, bad cop, and then just have the one cop beating on the desk. You know, I promise it'll work. Or offer him some food or something like that. Like offer him an ultimate feast from Red Lobster or something. You see what I'm saying? At least Five Guys, something. And he'll talk. He gonna get hungry. I would starve his ass out, but I don't think you could legally do that, though. I think you'd go to jail. Or, lose your job as a cop or whatever. His ass would not eat for days fucking with me. You're gonna tell me where this child is. Hey, Lavina.
Guys, we're here at the Hampton Correctional Facility where Hampton police brought Corey Bigsby shortly after he was arrested on 7 child neglect charges. However, police say this does not mean the search for Cody is over. They say they will continue searching through the weekend and they will continue to do everything in their power to find him.
Everything in their power, but they gave up after what, 5 days?
One day after Hampton police named 43-year-old Corey Bigsby a person of interest in the case of his missing child, Cody, we learned the Bigsby family hired Hampton attorney Jeffrey Ambrose.
No, we go after mothers too. We go after whoever is the reason why said child was abused or is not alive anymore. I don't care if it's a mother. I don't care if it's a father, an uncle, a grandmother, whatever. Whoever did it. Ain't no caping over here. We go at that. And in this case, it just so happens that, the father's held accountable. I'm kind of wondering what the situation is, though, between, the mother and the father of this child. Why she wasn't, around or whatever, but they said that she was cooperating with police. That would lead me to believe that maybe she's obviously not in the home. Might be wrong, but that's what I'm getting for some reason.
To represent him. Up until Thursday night, police said...
Right, we go in on moms, period. Like, if they, or Cupcake's mom, we weighed in harsh. I had watched a portion of that video. You remember when we were over on the other Queenstone channel? Standing on Cupcake's mom's neck. We was judgmental about the father, the mother, everybody, the sister, all type of shit. So, nah, we don't cater to one. It's whoever did it, for real.
Said Cody's father was at headquarters voluntarily and was answering their questions. However, Ambrose told us when he went to speak with his client Thursday afternoon, he wasn't allowed to see Bigsby because he was there voluntarily.
I am concerned that because he has been there for so long and is not being told about the presence of counsel, that his presence may not be voluntary, and that we are simply not being given access to him so that we can confirm that.
However, that has all changed now that Corey has been arrested. Hampton police say he is charged with 7 counts of felony child neglect. It's unclear if those charges stem from Cody's disappearance or separate incidents. Hampton police say this does not mean the search is over. Since Bigsby reported 4-year-old Cody missing earlier this week, multiple agencies and community volunteers have come together to search for the missing boy.
He's a kid. He's a 4-year-old kid. Look at this. You see this? How you cannot love a kid?
Right.
Huh?
Facts.
This is terrible. It really is. It breaks your heart.
Hampton police say they will keep searching through the weekend and, quote, will continue to do everything in our power to find Cody. As for Ambrose, he says they're figuring out what comes next for his client.
Well, obviously, we are all very hopeful that this young man is found well and unharmed. Our prayers and thoughts, of course.
After 5 days, though, and he's not with any other family member, I'm sad to say that that's probably not the case.
Of course, go out to everyone who is putting...
I mean, I hope it is. I hope this child is found with not a hair on his head touched. He was never in any, compromising type of situation, but explain how that would work then. Did somebody just take this child and just bring them to their house? Out of his house? Like, what would that look like for real? 5 days is a long time, and this came out, this video we're looking at came out February 3rd. That's already been another 7 days, so it's already been around 2 weeks-ish.
An effort to search for him.
Hampton police
the
also
sad
say
part.
they've covered a lot of ground at this point, spoken to hundreds of people, and brought in every resource they can think of, but they still will not stop until they find Cody. Live in Hampton, Sarah Hammond, 13 News Now.
Sarah, thank you. Police are reaching out to the community for information, and here's what they want to know. Do you know Cody, his siblings, or his father, Corey?
It says, have you seen them since Christmas? So this may date back, even though I believe this story dropped January 31st of 2022. Bro, like, that's a whole month right there.
Have you seen any of them since Christmas? And
I'm saying, like, from Christmas to, you know what I mean, the 31st, that's over a month.
Lastly, do you live in Buckrow Point Apartments? And do you have a Ring doorbell or surveillance cameras? If you answered yes to any of these questions,
and hopefully somebody did have a Ring doorbell or some surveillance camera, because the fact that it's an apartment. Now, in Malia Davis's situation, I do believe that her body was removed from the home when Darian Vance took the laundry out, you know, if we were to go back. So a child that's this size, you know, I hate to even say it, but there's a number of ways that you could possibly, you know, get the body up out of there. It's not like you're carrying out a grown ass, you know, adult or whatever. And that's the scary part. But maybe somebody saw something or picked something up on their camera that was suspicious, you know?
Call the number there on your screen.
It's crazy.
1-800-CALL-FBI.
Breaking news out of Hampton.
Same case.
This midday. That's where officials say a 4-year-old boy is missing. Take a look at your screen. Officials say Cody Bigsby was last seen around 2 this morning. 10 on your sides, Brett Hall joins us live with the latest on the search. Brett, where are you and what can you tell us?
Well, I'm just north of the Hamptons Buckrow Soccer Complex, just south of the
Now, like I said, some of these may not be in order, but sometimes it's any little thing that can, you know, maybe stick out, or a little piece of information. So that's why I like to get the whole 360 of the case as much as I can possibly.
Buckrow Point Apartments, and that's where the search is. That's where Bigsby was last seen around 2 o'clock this morning. Called by the police, were contacted by his father, and they arrived.
He definitely did. That's the only way I could have foreseen him getting him out. Then remember that Cedric case with that little boy, right? Cedric Jackson and Cedric Johnson. For some reason that comes to my head. One of them was the victim. He was about 3 years old. From what I remember, you know, he kept getting up in the middle of the night, going in the kitchen, messing with ketchup packets, and broke some, and was eating food and stuff like that. So even though he was like 3 years old, they coddled him in a blanket like you do a newborn. And the child was allegedly sleeping in between, was it the aunt and her boyfriend? Anyway, something alleged, maybe he got, you know, smothered to death or whatever. However, the boyfriend, it looks like, of the you know, the woman had brought him to the garbage can, threw him in the garbage, and he ended up in the garbage dump, you know what I'm saying, the city garbage dump or whatever, and they had to shift through all the garbage. It was lots. When I mean lots, like, I don't mean a lot. Well, there was a lot, but whole lots where they used them as dumping grounds. They had to shift through the garbage. And from what I remember, found his body. Yeah, I do. I will grab it. Facts. That 1-800 lock you up, I swear. But yeah, we need updates on that. We need to go through and look at all, you know, the cases, see if there's any updates. And things like that. So that is important. But that case was fucked up as well. You know, he could have, with this being an apartment, he could have possibly just put his son in a garbage bag and put him in the garbage. And then when they came to pick up the garbage, he's now in the landfill, you know what I'm saying, in the dump. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of way, bro. That child did not walk out of there.
Arrived here around 9, and now you can.
And remember, we went in on Cedric's aunt or whatever, that lady that was trying to like minimize it, and she was trying to act like somebody just stole him or something like that. No, lady, you did it. Like, we go in.
See, there's a large...
No judgment, period. I don't care if you're man, woman, or child. You know what I'm saying? You fuck up another child, it's going down.
Presence here, the Hampton.
Nah, I draw the line on the children, but we will weigh in appropriately. What's good, bro? Ray Allen, how you doing?
Unit that has for command post unit is here in the parking lot. FBI's Norfolk team is now on scene, also assisting with this search, and we actually just saw a pair of officers headed into the complex. Here's some video from Chopper 10 showing the search scene right now.
Wow, so we missed that as of October 7, 2019. Damn, when did we look at that video? That must have been 18. Okay, so as of October 7, 2019, the grand jury indicted Cedric Johnson in September on capital murder charge in connection with the death of Cedric. Okay, so that's what's up. So he's probably just, you know, because with these murder cases, they take longer. Sometimes, you know, they'll take years and stuff. If you're a true crime investigator, if you're really interested in it, you know, I've waited years for things to come out. Like, we gotta double back and finish up with why was I gonna say George Floyd, but Markeith Lloyd. We gotta go back to that case because he flipped out in court trial, and I got it. I ain't even got it in a playlist. I just got it sitting down somewhere. So I just gotta go to look on one of my channels. Somebody had said something about it in a previous chat, and I did go back and look into it. So we back on our A game now. So any requests, send them to queensthrone9@gmail.com and we'll look into it. Yeah, okay, yep, it has been 3 years, yep. So yeah, he hasn't been, you know, went to trial yet. Hopefully we do have a trial that is, you know, public, you know, it's televised and stuff, because if you're new to this channel, we do sit through whole trials. We did miss the second Markeith Lloyd trial, but I do have, I can get it if anybody requests it. The Granville Ritchie trial, yes, where on the female to go to trial for that too. So on one of the channels that I like to watch, one of my favorite channels is Blue Dot Crimes and Investigations. I think he did double back on that, but I don't remember totally if we had picked that up from the trial. It looked like it was her interrogation, one of the girls' interrogation, one of the women. And I thought we had seen it, but maybe we'll just pull up with it for people that didn't, you know, and stuff like that.
It's really limited to the area around this apartment.
How's the family doing, Ray? The baby and the wife and all that? What's good? How you doing?
Complex. But I just spoke with a Hampton Police Division spokesperson.
Yeah, we back into it now. We focus, bro.
And they tell me that this search will be expanding in a grid-like motion, in that they will be just pushing out and further searching from the point in which Bigsby was last.
We also have Brother Polite's situation coming up, which I will be addressing as well. So, you know, we'll still be dibbling and dabbling on other situations or whatever, you know, but we're going to be mainly focused.
Scene. Now, at this point, they say family is cooperating with the investigation. A lot of people already asking, what about an Amber Alert? There are certain criteria that need to be met for an Amber Alert to go out, meaning
and I think you guys need to readdress those certain criteria, because if any child is found, is like missing or whatever, there should be, everybody should be alerted that a child is missing.
There needs to be a lot of times suspicion of imminent danger of the 4-year-old child. Again, we're not exactly sure what criteria has and hasn't been met, but at this time, I just spoke again with the Hampton Police Division spokesperson just seconds ago, and they tell me that criteria has still not been met at this time. Everyone is just being asked to be on the lookout for this 4-year-old. Again, we've shown you his picture last seen wearing Spider-Man sandals, and there's just hope that this all comes to a peaceful and successful resolve.
I heard he had, and this is the part that doesn't make sense. So it was 2 a.m. in the morning. He had Spider-Man sandals on and I believe a bomber jacket. Why did he have this on at 2 o'clock in the morning? What is going on? I bet she is. Oh, send my love, much love.
We're live right now in Hampton. Brett Hall, 10 on your side.
All right, Brett, thank you.
Search for CODI Bigsby.
Another one on CODI.
Breaking news
Shit,
out
I
of
just
Hampton
fucked up,
this
you guys.
midday. That's where officials say a 4-year-old boy is missing. Take a look at your screen.
We missed
Officials.
this one, I think. Okay, why is it not playing, bro?
After 4 days of searching for CODI BIGSBY, a significant development to report. The 4-year-old's father now is facing charges. Hampton police say Corey BIGSBY has been on their radar for several days.
He's voluntarily been answering their questions, but police say his story has not added up. Sarah Hammond was in Hampton when this news broke tonight, and she's live now with more on the charges. Sarah, what have you learned?
No, this looks different.
Guys, we're here at the Hampton Correctional Facility where Hampton police brought Corey BIGSBY.
No, I think we played this one already. We're gonna go to this one.
Breaking news out of Hampton this midday. That's where officials say a 4-year-old boy is missing. Take a look at your screen. Officials say CODI BIGSBY was last seen around 2 this morning. 10 on your sides, Brett Hall joins us live with the latest on the search. Brett, where are you and what can you tell us?
Well, I'm just north of the Hamptons Buckrow Soccer Complex, just south of the Buckrow Point Apartments, and that's where the search is. That's where BIGSBY was last seen around 2 o'clock this morning. Called by the police, were contacted by his father, and they arrived here around 9. And now you can see there's a large presence here. The Hampton unit that had for command post unit is here in the parking lot. FBI's Norfolk team is now on scene, also assisting with this search, and we actually just saw a pair of officers headed into the complex. Here's some video from Chopper 10 showing the search scene. Right now it's really limited to the area around this apartment complex, but I just spoke with a Hampton Police Division spokesperson, and they tell me that this
if I already played this, I apologize.
Search will be expanding in a grid-like motion, in that they will be just pushing out and further searching from the point in which BIGSBY was last seen. Now, at this point, they say family is cooperating with the investigation. A lot of people already asking, what about an Amber Alert? There are certain criteria that need to be met for an Amber Alert.
Okay, let's go back.
Search for CODI BIGSBY now on day 4. Several questions still remain on the missing 4-year-old from Hampton. Thanks for starting 13 News Now. To keep you up to date, I'm Ashley Smith.
I'm Dane Kennedy. Today, the urgent search for CODI is now getting help from another Hampton Road city. Today, the city of Suffolk set up an emergency communications team this morning. Their job to make it easier for officials to communicate while out in the field. A team member tells us Hampton authorities reached out seeking extra help.
Well, efforts to find CODI started when his father told investigators that he last saw the boy sleeping at their home around 2 o'clock Monday morning. CODI's father first reported him missing.
So why did he have on a jacket and some sandals?
Just after 9 o'clock that morning. So by Tuesday, police started calling that timeline into question. They said it doesn't line up with the evidence they've gathered, and that's according to Hampton Police Chief Mark Talbot. Now, yesterday, police clarified that CODI's father, Corey BIGSBY, is their main person of interest. And today, police do not plan on providing any additional updates, but search missions resumed with extra help called in. So Casey Baylor is live from the command center. And Casey, can you tell us more on the help that Hampton called in?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Hampton requested help from Suffolk Fire and Rescue. You can see right behind me, this is their big emergency communications unit where they will have a loaded communication equipment and radios to kind of make it easier for field teams to talk when they're out there searching for 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY. Now, as police pull in more agencies, help coming from the community is also growing. As each day goes by with CODI BIGSBY still missing, frustration grows.
This boy ain't found between today and tomorrow. Somebody got to press somebody a little bit harder so we can get some real answers.
Frank lives at the Buckrow Point apartment townhomes.
I like Frank. He cool.
I wanted to bring out teddy bears, off these guys' coffee. They've been out here. I've been watching the bright lights for the last 3-4 days.
He says that frustration is pushing him to help find CODI BIGSBY. This morning, he stopped by the command center to pick up these missing CODI flyers, hoping to get the word out.
Wherever I got to go to, and places they said they haven't really searched.
Frank says although he and his wife never saw or met CODI, he cares deeply for him and hopes he can be a part of a team that brings him home.
He's a kid. He's a 4-year-old kid. Look at this. You see this? How you cannot love a kid? Huh? It's terrible. It really is. It breaks your heart.
See what I'm saying? Because the other clip only showed you a little bit of what he said.
And Dan, Ashley, as you know, we've been out here all morning, and it seems like within every single hour we see 1, 2, 3 volunteers just pop in asking how they can help in these search efforts.
And watch, he be the one to fuck around and find that kid on his own type of shit first.
We even saw just about an hour ago, Stop the Violence out of Norfolk. Those members are here ready to help with their search efforts. We also know that Hampton Police yesterday added some more community volunteers, and they could request additional volunteers for today's search. We're live in Hampton. I'm Casey Baylor for 13 News Now.
Okay, Casey, thanks. Now let's take a closer look at CODI's dad. In 2018, a criminal complaint was filed against Cory Bigsby for domestic assault. The woman who filed it said she shares 2 children with Bigsby and at the time was pregnant with a 3rd.
So that's probably why they're not together anymore.
These court documents show that 3 children lived with the woman and Bigsby at the time, including CODI. Today, Cory Bigsby is voluntarily at Hampton Police Headquarters and answering questions. Bigsby has been there since Monday and has not been charged with any crime at this point. However, police need more info on his whereabouts recently, including where he shops or hangs out.
Well, one person we have not heard much about is CODI's mom. Police said Wednesday that they're not ruling out CODI's mother as a possible person of interest. We know she's in town and also speaking to police, and that CODI's mom and dad do not live together.
And now that Hampton Police describe Cory Bigsby as their top person of interest, we are learning more about an assault and battery charge against him in 2018. Angelique Arentalk tracked down court documents to find out what led up to that criminal complaint and how it played out in court.
Hampton Police responded to where Cory Bigsby lived at the time of June 23, 2018. The dispatched officer said it was in reference to a domestic assault. According to court records 13 News Now obtained, that officer met with a woman who said she shares 2 children with Bigsby and was pregnant with a 3rd. The criminal complaint went on to say, quote, Mr. Cory Bigsby came home, woke the woman up yelling. The woman told officers that Bigsby accused her of...
But my thing is, okay, and I'm not saying that the mother is lying, but why would you, like, bro, if he is gonna beat you, he might beat the kids, right? I'm just saying, that would be my fear, sure.
Cheating, threatened to kill her, and continued.
Mom ain't said nothing.
To yell. That's when she said she grabbed a knife, then the two began to struggle. The woman's account stated Bigsby grabbed her arm and bit her hand, then she dropped the knife. After which she told police Bigsby, quote, pushed her on the...
He fight like a girl. He bit her, child. I'm dead.
...bed and choked her. While resisting, the woman recounted getting spun on her stomach and punched several times on the head. She told officers the abuse from Bigsby used to be verbal but turned physical that day. The court documents...
See, no, because you just tried to abuse that child in her body. You spinning her on her stomach. Fam, she's pregnant. I would have been like, nope, I'm getting a restraining order against you, dude. And I'm also including the children in there. I'm sorry, people would have had to not agree with that. But no, I would never let you around my children. No.
It also showed that 3 children lived with the woman and Bigsby at the time.
And then if the mother got the son, why would she only have little dude? Why wouldn't she have the other children as well?
Including CODI. According to Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court, the case was null prost on December 18, 2018. That means either the prosecutor or the woman chose not to move forward with the charge, but could bring the case back in the future. The court could not offer me a specific reason as to why the case was null prost. In Hampton, Angelique Arentalk, 13 News Now.
Once again, Cory Bigsby has not been charged in his son's disappearance.
Well, he has now.
He is voluntarily staying at Hampton Police Headquarters right now, answering questions. Tonight.
And they probably got him in there on the fact that he just abused, you know what I'm saying, the mom or whatever back then on suspicion. That would also make him a person of interest. The fact that, you know, if the mother does not have any domestic abuse on her record and he does, and it's with the mother, bro, come on. But this one, they're gonna tell us who is Corey Bigsby, who is the father of the victim in this situation.
News 3 is learning more about the father at the center of this missing child case. Corey Bigsby, now charged with 7 counts of abuse and neglect. Investigative reporter Margaret Kavanaugh spent the day digging through records and trying to find out more about him. Now she joins us live from the family's home. Margaret, we understand you spoke to a woman who said that she was his realtor. What did she say?
Well, she said that she handed all of the information that she had, including text messages between him and her, over to the FBI. Now, this is the home where the family was living. We also have learned today that the dad purchased another house about 6 miles away.
Search warrant for that house. I'm telling you, search warrant. Need to go in there with the black lights and all that, child, with the little stuff. I forgot what it was called. You know, to look for blood and stuff like that. I don't know why there's no sound right here, but yeah. So this is how they do in mainstream media.
Yeah, we know that house was on Burns Street, which is located 6 miles from where we are right now. The woman that I spoke with over the phone said that she described him as a very strange client, saying that he did not want to communicate over the phone or in person, but rather over text messages. Now, we know that she did say she handed all of that information over to the FBI. We also dug through other court records that describe how he had to go to civil.
Wait, what?
Court back in 2017 and 2018 because he had been accused of not paying his rent. We know tonight he is locked up.
Girl, I don't care if he didn't pay his rent, child. That is not
in jail, being held without bond. And we have more of this on our website at WTKR.
I was trying to tell you some little petty ass shit, like
live in Hampton.
I mean, it's not petty to not pay your rent, but girl, what does that have to do? We are concerned about the child, not his rent.
Margaret Kavanaugh.
But he also has another house. They need to go check that house.
News 3.
I'm Anthony Sabella for WTKR.com. We're standing in front of the
same case.
Hampton Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court, where just in the last hour, Corey Bigsby, father of missing 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY, was arraigned on 7 counts of child neglect. We learned that there will be a bond hearing next Tuesday. It's set for 10:30 in the morning, and that's the next time he will appear in court. Now, Bigsby himself appeared on screen today as he was read his charges. The hearing didn't last any more than a few minutes. Afterwards, we were able to speak with his attorney, Jeff Ambrose, outside the courtroom, and Ambrose wanted to make it clear that these charges are not connected to CODI's actual disappearance from earlier this week. Instead, court documents suggest they stem from a couple of incidents, the first happening December 13th, when the documents say that Bigsby left 4-year-old CODI and his 2-year-old twin siblings alone at home for 3 hours while going to purchase a car in Norfolk. And then there's another complaint that suggests he left his children again on January 25th. His 3 children I just mentioned and an additional 5-year-old sibling as well for a couple of hours while he went out and visited multiple locations. So that is where those 7 counts of child neglect come from. Now, one concern...
Who leaves their children in the house like that alone? And didn't they say that other women were living there with him? So why weren't they watching the children? Why were these children alone, period?
That Bigsby's attorney talked about outside was the fact that he has not been able to meet his client.
But to me, I don't believe that they, I mean, they probably were left alone. Don't get me in lying. But I feel like, in reality, he knew, like, the child was last seen at 2 o'clock, bro. What could have happened? What time did the father wake up? 4 in the afternoon the next day? Like,
yeah, he says
you know
he went to Hampton Police yesterday intending to talk with his client, and he says he was denied entry. Of course, that's something we're going to have to bring up with Hampton Police and kind of find out, you know, their...
See, now, if they did, if his client, the attorney's client, right, the father, Corey Bigsby, had requested his attorney and the attorney was trying to do that, that could fuck up the case.
Side of the story.
I don't know what these police is doing, child. I don't understand.
There, but certainly something interesting to come out of this interview. But again, things really just getting underway. The arraignment just finishing, only lasting a couple of minutes. Next stop is that bond hearing set for 10:30 on Tuesday. Of course, for any updates, keep it here on WTKR.com and News 3 coming up at noon. I'm Anthony Sabella here in Hampton.
Right, now to the latest in the search for CODI BIGSBY. After 5 days, the 4-year-old is still nowhere to be found. Tonight, his father is in the Hampton City Jail, charged with 7 counts of felony child neglect, unrelated to CODI's disappearance. We have live.
This is starting to sound like Malia Davis' shit to me.
Team coverage. Sarah Hammond will tell.
I hope we're not gonna find this child on the side of the road or no crazy shit, bro.
Tell us about a shift in search efforts, but first, let's go to Angelique Arontalk. She talked to Corey Bigsby's attorney. Angelique, what have you learned?
Since Corey Bigsby's family hired a lawyer yesterday to represent him, Hampton attorney Jeffrey Ambrose says he got to talk with Bigsby for the first time this afternoon.
This is for real, y'all. This is for real, though. I don't know where that is, though. Oh, here we go.
Now, as I was saying...
Wait, that was not it, you guys.
Now, as I was saying, drugs are bad.
We'll just play
You shouldn't do drugs. If you do them, you're bad. Because drugs are bad, okay? It's a bad thing to do drugs, so don't be bad by doing drugs, okay? That'd be bad. Drugs are bad. Okay?
I meant to play this, though.
This is for real. If y'all not taking it serious, this may make you want to take it serious, okay?
I'm taking it serious. This shit is crazy as hell. And then, like, the apartments, bro, somebody had seen something. That just came out. I forgot, okay? Okay.
Ambrose tells me that since reporting CODI missing, Bigsby stayed at police headquarters against his will. Before Corey Bigsby's arrest Thursday, he spent 4 days at Hampton Police Headquarters.
He is there voluntarily, and he is choosing to answer our questions.
However, Bigsby's attorney, Jeffrey Ambrose, says otherwise.
In speaking with Mr. Bigsby, he advised me that he was not there voluntarily.
Ambrose tells me one of his next steps will be reviewing security video and interviews when available.
I'm very anxious to review these materials to get some definition as to exactly what happened during those 4 days.
Hampton police stand by what they've said all week and sentiments from Chief Mark.
Hey, Belle, how you doing? Hey, Patricia, what's good? Much love.
Talbot in a news conference Friday.
He retired from a position of authority. He seems to be quite intelligent. He seems to be quite capable. And part of his capabilities seems to be understanding his rights. At no time did he request to see an attorney. Had he made such a request, we would have honored that request.
Ambrose says he still has to review all of Bigsby's interviews and statements, but refutes what the chief said.
My understanding is that he did request an attorney and to remain silent, at least at some point during this process, and that those requests.
Shout out to the one. Thank you for your very generous donation. I do appreciate you. Thank you.
May not have been honored correctly.
Bigsby remains the top person of interest in the case of his missing son. Ambrose says that when asked where CODI could be, Mr. Bigsby told him he does not know. Live in Hampton, Angelique Arontalk.
See, and you just don't know where your child is. Like, how do you just not know where your child is at 2 in the morning? Talking about the last time you seen him. I don't know. I'm getting like a bad feeling. I don't even think when the dad said that he last seen him was the last time that he's seen him, but I think they do. Hopefully they check that other house.
Team News Now.
Corey Bigsby appeared by video for his arraignment this morning. He will be back in court on Tuesday for a bond hearing.
This is something that, and the area around the house as well. Okay, I forgot. I left out a case. So, I think that is it for Corey Bigsby. No, it's not. I don't know how these got so mixed up. Okay, fuck. We're just gonna, so this is a different case right here, I don't know what the hell I was doing when transferring these, but I guess I was not totally paying attention, okay? But anyway, so there was like 70 something clips, so it was a lot. But this case now, right, we're gonna briefly take a break from Corey Bigsby's case. This case right here, though, is important because I have to be careful about how I talk about this case, though, because, child, listen. Okay, this is, it's alleged that 3, young adults, you know what I'm saying, they were teens, killed, 2 of their stepfathers, right? So basically you have three teens. 2 of them are related, right? 2 of them are brothers, right? The other one is just a friend or a friend of the family, a cousin or whatever. They all went and killed the 2's stepdad because they claimed that the stepdad was molesting their little sister. Now, we will be jumping into this case also, but I think I meant to put this with tomorrow's show, but let's just, since we're here. So this is a press conference. I'm going to turn the music off so that we can hear you know, what's kind of going on in the background or whatever, like if anybody has any questions. Matter of fact, questions are at the end. I'm tripping. I forgot how this goes. Anyway, so this is a different case. Now, I do want to let you guys know that there was a petition. There is a petition that's out, several of them, to let these young boys out of jail. And things like that. And I signed the petition. I happily did. Not saying, you know, look, I got to be careful about how I word things. But I think that we need to start protecting our children. I'm not happy, like, that these boys killed this man or whatever. But they claim that they tried to get their sister help and the police or somebody did not get them justice or anything like that. So it ended up happening this way. I just kind of feel like, why protect a sexual predator's life? Isn't that little girl more important? And also, I hope that the charges on these boys is pretty lenient. I mean, it's not like they just was out, you know what I'm saying, doing drive-bys or just, you know, shooting up other kids or whatever, you know what I mean? If what they're saying is the truth, right, then I can understand that. I'm just saying. So we're gonna listen to this police chief situation where he addresses everybody. Now, they did talk about how the stepfather was also accused of a sexual abuse charge. I believe it was against like a juvenile in 2019, but they're claiming that the stepfather's 2019 sex abuse case was unrelated to the death. Now, I'm confused because the stepfather was accused, right? And he did have a sexual child abuse case, but in my opinion, that's not what these boys were talking about. They were talking about in specifically their sister, because if in 2019 he was charged with sexual abuse, he would not have been able to like been allowed around this child in the first place, the child in question, right? There would have been a no contact order and all type of other stipulations in court. So I think that them putting this out was like to try to control the narrative, but I feel like them boys are telling the truth. I feel like they did kill that man because that he was molesting their sister, which I can understand. But for them to like point out like, oh, his 2019 case has nothing to do with this one. Well done, nigga. The fuck? Anyway, let me shut up and get back into it. As I wait for my Amazon order, child. Waiting for these groceries, child. Alright, let me fix the... Oh, we gonna have to fix a lot of shit, child. Because this shit is crazy. Alright, let me up the audio. Give me 1 second. Alright. Oh. Didn't mean to do that.
It's good for our department, and it's good for you, and that's why we're here today. By the way, I'm Andy Harvey. I'm the police chief here in FAR, And I want you to know that we understand the sentiment and the attention that this case has drawn to this homicide in our city.
Can you guys hear it? I have it on plus 19. So when the next clip comes, it's going to be loud as hell.
We definitely understand that. And that's why I think it's important to have this conversation once again, to reiterate the facts of the case for what we've learned, and then perhaps maybe clarify some misinformation or some misunderstanding that may be out there as well. I think that's important for everybody. So again, thank you so much for being here. Let me start out by just going back and talking about the case itself. How did we get here where we are today?
Hey, Chico, we're looking at right now a situation where a stepfather was killed by two of his stepsons and a friend, because allegedly the stepfather had molested the sister. We had previously looked at a child that was missing. We're going to look at a child that's missing later. It's just a lot going on in this live stream. So we back on it, just to let you know.
And we'll go over to some other specifics. So let me just start out with this. There are three suspects involved in this case. Alejandro Trevino, who's 18, Christian Trevino, who's 17, and they are brothers. And then Juan Eduardo Melendez is 18, and he's a friend of theirs. On January 20th, around 6 p.m., we were notified by the McAllen Police Department about a case that they were working on involving a deceased male found in South McAllen. Once they opened up this investigation, they found that this stemmed here in our city. And so we were notified, and that's when we met with McAllen detectives, and we decided, and we worked with them, and we took over the case. So the following morning, we officially picked up this homicide. On that same day, on January 21, or January 21st, our detectives met with Alejandro, the 18-year-old, and he talked about a fight that took place at 1201 East Moore trailer. It's a trailer park, 140, involving Alejandro and Christian, his brother.
Shout out to y'all that are in here. My bad, I had to go off camera for a little bit because I'm trying to check and make sure that, you know what I'm saying, my order. I'm waiting for a huge Amazon fresh order. So, yeah, so I'm just making sure. I don't want my groceries to be sitting outside, and it just hit my window time. I'll be back cammed up and stuff like that periodically. But
with Quintanilla over Alejandro, and what they heard was to be an alleged touch by Christians, by their stepdad, Quintanilla, with their sister, 9-year-old sister. And so what they learned is that they learned that their stepdad had inappropriately touched his 9-year-old, which is their stepsister. Half-sister, which is also important to note that the 9-year-old that was the victim, this is her biological dad. Quintanilla is her biological father. It has a lot of different legs here, so I'm trying to keep everybody kind of up to date here.
Whoa, what?
About 15, so this is what happened. They found out about this. There was a fight that ensued there inside the trailer between the two brothers and their stepdad. There was a fight. Stepdad Quintanilla leaves the trailer. He walks out, and shortly right down the road, Christian, the older brother, leaves, catches up to Quintanilla, and there's a fight that ensues. Well, around the same time, Christian and Juan Melendez, the friend, catch up to them. They get involved in the fight, and so there's 3 against 1. So the second assault happened right down the road on Moore. A few minutes later, they leave him there. He's beaten up, but he's still conscious and walking. The 3 leave, drop off Alejandro back at the house. They go to Juan's house, pick up a different car. They picked up a white F-150, and they decide to go back and look for Quintanilla to see if they can find him again. Well, they did. They found him on Veterans Road walking, and so a 3rd assault happened. So this continues, and it's the 3rd time that they meet. Well, what we learn now is that during the second assault, I believe, Christian had some brass knuckles. So brass knuckles were used in these assaults. So they continued to assault Quintanilla, and this time they severely beat him to the point where he's either unconscious or close to it. They then decide to pick him up, kidnap him, put him in back of the F-150 in the bed, and drive off to somewhere in South McAllen. He was dropped off somewhere in the Wayland-McCall area. That's where the McAllen Police Department was called, and that's where they found him later that day. We understand that he was unconscious but breathing at the time.
Information Man Show, I liked your live yesterday on one of the topics that we're going to talk about today in a little while. So I appreciated that. I hadn't gotten around to it, but I had watched your video and we're going to shed light on it today.
But nonetheless, Quintanilla died there at in the open field. So that's the case as we know it now, and that's where we're at as far as the actual case is concerned. During the investigation, we learned this, is that Quintanilla had a warrant here out of FAR for continuous sexual abuse. And that was over an unrelated case.
It don't matter. If he had molested another child, he probably molested that little girl.
That we were made aware
his daughter.
About back in 2019 involving somebody else, another victim. And what?
So that's the case that they're talking about. Like I said, so I don't know why dude is, I get it that they have to clarify that rape or that sexual abuse of a minor was not the same as, the one that the boys are claiming that he did. But why didn't anybody pay them attention when they were trying to, get her help?
We learned about
What's
that.
good, Freedom March?
Case, and obviously, I can't go into specifics about anything about this case, sexual assault case, especially involving a minor, but I want you to know that it's involving a separate, a different person.
I hope this goes to trial, though. This case with these three boys, I would assume that it would, but you quite never know. Like, they could take a plea deal of some sorts.
But here's what we learned then, is that there was an outcry back in 2019 that another victim was sexually assaulted by Quintanilla back around between 2014 and 2016. So detectives gathered enough information to get a warrant, which they did, and the detectives went out to look for Quintanilla at that time and were unable to find him. They searched, they went to his last known residence, they went to his mother's residence multiple times, and he was being elusive, obviously, and hiding from us. They did not catch him, or we did not find him. So we learned that we were given some inconclusive information about where his whereabouts are, and we understand he could have been near the Corpus area and other areas of the state. So he has been eluding us since then. Let's see. So that's what we know about that. And so here's what I think I want to make the distinction about this case, and is that this warrant was for a separate offense, not the 9-year-old. We were not aware of any history between Quintanilla and his 9-year-old girl, which allegedly happened on Wednesday night. So we just don't know, have enough information about that because that's still an ongoing investigation. So those are two separate incidents. We had not heard from Quintanilla. Obviously, he's been running from us, and we didn't know of him until he was found deceased in McAllen. Second part of this that I want to make sure it's clear is that I know some questions about why is it a capital murder versus just a murder.
It shouldn't be a capital murder at all.
It's a capital murder because Quintanilla was kidnapped, right, when he was taken in the back of the F-150 and dropped off somewhere else. So he was kidnapped. And then at the scene where they dropped him off.
Ah, damn, that sucks. Miss Ray said, I don't know if trials down here are televised.
The the Treviños, they got some property, they removed some property or stole some property from Quintanilla. So that makes it a capital murder. And I know there was some question about that. So again, I just want to reiterate the facts as we know them and kind of what happened thus far as what we know. And I know there was some misunderstandings out there.
I spelled that all wrong.
So I just want to clarify that. Are there any questions I can answer? Anything that I can clarify for you?
Charges are going to be pursued against the mother. Wondering if she had any idea about his background when he was on the run.
You know, that's something that's still all part of this open investigation. That is certainly a question that we had, whether or not why we weren't notified and that kind of thing. So there's more questions out there, and that's something that.
So he claims that they weren't notified that the daughter was getting touched. That's weird, because I had looked into some other information. That's not what them boys are saying.
We're still looking into. But as of today,
maybe he meant like they were telling their mom and she wasn't doing anything. I don't know.
No charges against the mother. Go ahead.
Also, was there any history with CPS that you all knew about with this family?
Not that we're aware of, but I know when we investigate something like this, a sexual assault of any kind, if it's involving a minor, we have those conversations with CPS.
Would you by chance be able to tell us when this warrant was signed for the separate case that happened in 2019?
Yeah, it was on May 17th, 2019 is when we learned of it, and shortly thereafter is when the warrant was signed for Quintanilla. Again, right, he eluded us and we just didn't catch him, but we made multiple attempts. We placed his name into a national database and everything that police do in order to catch someone who just, he was eluding us, and so unfortunately we didn't arrest him at that time.
One last question from me.
Sure.
So I understand now that
right, and then why did it take them so long to find him? Like, what is y'all doing?
The circumstance in this case that led to the capital murder charge was the kidnapping that you talked about. I'm wondering if you consulted with the DA at all, or if you guys just went ahead and moved forward given what you guys know so far.
No, I mean, our detectives know, we know what we're doing, and so when the elements of an offense fit, that's what we charge that person with. And so that's what we did in this case.
As for the 9-year-old girl, is she still with her mother even though she's still being looked into?
Yes. And from here, moving forward, obviously there's a criminal justice process, right? The system that we have.
Me neither, at all.
Our job is to present a case and get the facts for the district attorney's office, and then they will present the case at another time. And so we're still investigating that. That's why it's still open, to provide even more facts to the DA in order to have the case that they need to pursue whatever charges they want to pursue. But that's another whole other area. But we will definitely be working closely with them. But that's where we are today. Any other questions I can answer for any of you?
I think sorry, I thought I had one more. Just thinking about the case and how there is a minor involved, was there any just consideration of maybe not identifying certain individuals, maybe the suspects, because of, to protect the minor?
Identifying who, Monica?
The suspects.
When?
Well, once we found, I understand that you guys put it out because, we were looking for it. We didn't know the whole situation of the case, but is there any concerns over protecting the minor's identity?
Well, of course, anytime there's a minor, especially a sensitive case like a sexual assault, we're going to protect that minor. So absolutely going to protect them. In this case, these are adults. Although they're only 17 and 18, they're adults in our state, and so that's why we didn't withhold their names, because they're adults. So that's the way the laws work here in our state. So again, right, I just want to make sure, this is very, very important to us, is that perhaps there was a thinking out there or belief that Quintanilla, the dad, was continuously sexually assaulting the 9-year-old. We have no reports of that, no information.
That doesn't mean that it didn't happen. That does not mean that them boys are lying because you don't know about it. What if they were telling their mom, though? Like, at the end of the day, if that's the truth, I salute these boys. I'm sorry, I said it.
About that. And although as part of the investigation, we don't have any history about that. The continuous sexual
I mean, because what would the other motives really have been?
assault warrant was for a separate incident, and I think that's important to this case, and important for you to know about an incident that happened allegedly between 14 and 16. So those two cases were unrelated.
You mean Nicki Minaj's brother, Jelani? Or what? Which Jelani?
And so here we are today. And then, of course, the other part about the capital murder, that's why it makes it that offense. There were some questions, that's why I'm reiterating those. Anything else? Any other thing I can?
Is there any chance you can say it in Spanish, please?
Yes.
Sí, ahorita vamos a hacer unas entrevistas y después, por favor.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it, and if they speak in Spanish, I'm gonna leave it just in case they're Spanish speaking.
Definitely do this
people in the room besides
I
Miss.
just want to make sure. Anything else? How about you guys? Yes.
Do we know the relation between Quintanilla and the victim from 4 years ago? Was he also related to them?
Well, we can't say only because the victim's a minor.
Okay.
And we got to protect some of that, right?
Okay.
But again, right, different cases, and so here we are today. I want to also express this. There's tragedy all around this. There's tragedy around the 9-year-old.
Facts, freedoms.
Mother who lost, her husband, but also, now we have 2 and 3, young men who are in jail, and who knows what their future will hold. But
because obviously these 3, bro, they're 18 and 17. He acts like they're grown-ass men or whatever. And even if a grown-ass man, look, I'm just saying, he acts like this man that lost his life was more important than these 3 teens that only were trying to take up for their sister, in my opinion. Now, if some other information comes out, then it is what it is. But I'm believing that.
Nothing, it's all tragic all the way around. And that's what makes this case so difficult. For us, it's complex.
Especially because they could go talk to that little girl and with their special investigators and get down to the bottom of it. But they're trying to minimize it. And I'm saying that, this video is titled is, I think, Fire Police Chief at News Conference, Stepfather's 2019 sex abuse case unrelated to beating death. That is irrelevant in reality. You know what I'm saying? As far as this case goes, all he had to really say was it's irrelevant. Why did they lead with, I'm just saying, it seems like they're trying to discredit what the boys are saying happened or whatever. It should have made. I don't think that it should have been like that in the title. That's my issue. I'm just saying, because that would maybe have somebody look at it like, oh, well, dang, since it's unrelated, meaning that the abuse didn't happen. You know how people run into, starting assuming shit or whatever, and just possibly reading this could send people off.
As you see, there's a lot of moving parts. And,
yes, please hit that like button. I appreciate it.
Cases and make sure we have all our ducks in a row. But we believe that these are the facts as they are right now, and wanted to make sure that you were clear, we were all clear about what transpired during the last few days.
I know this is an emotional case for many of the viewers that are reading about this. As for the 3 young men, did they express any guilt over what they did?
I don't know. I can't really say much about that. But there we go.
That may be important as well, because if remorse is everything in a case. That's why they interrogate people. For other reasons they interrogate, but also to document, was the person remorseful in the interrogation, etc., whatever. Again, and I'm not saying that I just advocate for motherfuckers to go around killing people, but with these circumstances, I can understand where a 17-year-old and a 18-year-old may want to take things into their own hands when it comes to their sister, and the fact that, they're saying that they tried to get help before ultimately beating the hell out of this man and killing him.
Man, right? And so,
what's good, East Side? Salute.
Here's what I want to reiterate. We understand the sentiment around this, right? We get it. We live in the same world you do. So these young men decided to do what they did, and so here we are. But no, I can't say too much about what they said. although they were very cooperative and they gave us full statements of what happened, and they've been very
So they've been cooperative. So, and normally if it would have been some other shit, I don't think they would have been cooperative. Like if it was just like, oh, we just killed him because fuck that nigga or whatever type of shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they would have been cooperative. I apologize. I'm trying to make sure my order ain't just sitting outside.
Again, thank you very much. And if there are any other questions, you let us know so that we can clarify those.
Okay, we got 3
You
stops.
and the public knows everything that we know. Because we do believe it's important to be transparent and open, and that's why we're here today. So again, thank you very much.
To an online petition out of South Texas
I
gaining.
apologize because that was probably loud as hell. Let me fix my audio. Okay, because I had to turn it up because they be doing a horrible job in there. I'm gonna jump off cam for a minute, let my kids know that we are 3. My bad, I'm getting a Amazon fresh order, and I don't want my shit to be outside, y'all, because there's a lot of snow and I don't want my stuff to be ruined. So I'm gonna go let my kids know that it's about time.
Gaining traction tonight, calling for the release of 3 teenagers recently arrested for killing a man accused of sexually abusing his stepdaughter, their sister. Investigators saw Alejandro and his brother Christian found out about their stepfather's alleged abuse and asked their friend Juan to help them take matters into their own hands. They reportedly chased down 42-year-old Gabriel Quintanilla, and they beat him to death. Quintanilla was later found dead in a field with blunt force trauma to his head, and the 3 teenagers are now in custody and they face charges in his death. There is a petition now asking Governor Greg Abbott to release these teenagers, saying that they were protecting their sister. It has more than 290,000 signatures as of tonight and growing. Rachel Fizet is a criminal defense attorney based out of Los Angeles, and she is joining us live to talk more about this case. This is a complicated one, Rachel. There are a lot of people who sympathize clearly with these teenagers, but the law doesn't always work that way.
No, in a civilized society, the law doesn't work that way. The laws are in place to encourage people to follow them and to give everybody a fair day in court, including the accused sex offender who, is accused of molesting these boys' sister. This is a horrible case. Nobody wins, but there's very little here that can be done outside of the law. There are a few things that the petition suggests as it relates to elected lawmakers, but the law doesn't really support this kind of thing.
So at last check, there were 290,000 signatures on this petition and growing. Does it have any type of impact on legal proceedings? I mean, does a judge or a jury, if this were to go...
Facts, she only 9. Me and my king signed this petition too. We signed it on a few of them.
To trial.
There's like 3 or 4 that are out. So we signed it.
Look at that and some of the extenuating circumstances around.
They are kids, bro. Like literally teenagers.
This type of.
You see how the cop was trying to be like, oh, my bad. I hit the wrong button. Oh, they're adults. They're grown men. No, the fuck they're not, bro. These are teenagers, fam.
Crime and the information that we have at this point.
Well, as to a judge and jury, what the defense attorney may claim is that they did this in the heat of passion, and they
good, Naomi, good. That's what's up.
May try to get this mitigated down from what would look like a murder 1 charge down to a lesser charge of murder, even to manslaughter. But heat of passion usually looks like a lover walking in on his lover or her lover and killing the person they're having an affair with or something like that.
But it should include this as well, because that's their sister. And then dude try to minimize it and say, oh yeah, that's their half sister. I wouldn't give a fuck. They are still related to her, fam, period. Like in our family, we don't do that half sister shit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like my king's children are my children. You know what I'm saying? They mom respect that and everything. You know what I mean? Well, he only has 1, but I'm just saying.
This looks a little more planned. And so it's hard for them to argue heat of passion. But what I do think as it relates to the petition is that if they are talking plea deals with the DA. The DA is an elected official who will care about his or her, it's him in McAllen, his constituents. And he may look to see that this might be a very popular thing to do. So the DA's office may enter into a plea deal with the teens that to a lesser charge than capital murder.
Right. One of the teens, 17. I mean, charged as an adult, you think unlikely in this case?
Texas, I bet he will be charged as an adult, but maybe it's that kind of thing. These kind of petitions might influence how he's charged and where a plea deal could go. But
look at her face. She like, is y'all crazy, bro? Like, fuck.
It looks
I'm
like,
just saying, that's what I'm getting from her face.
As far as this kind of petition and what is popular, that you can't really bring that into court in front of a jury. That won't have any weight.
I want to go back to something you said a moment ago. I mean, the details of this are really disturbing, and you talk about, whether or not they had planned it. Is this where they're in the most trouble? Because
yes, Texas is harsh.
Started as a confrontation, a fight between these two brothers and the stepfather who is accused of sexually abusing the sister. Then they went after him again. There was a second fight, and then he was walking down the road, according to police. They beat him up again, put him in the truck, and then they dumped him in a field. So if it had only been for the first fight where it was all of them fighting against one another and it had ended, would this be a much different case? It's the other things that they did.
Would it have been appropriate if the dude that lost his life was fighting a 17-year-old? Would he have been a child then? Huh? Would he have been a grown man then, or still a teenager?
Yeah, so I think it could look like self-defense if they were in a fight, but I believe that two of the brothers contacted a friend in order to start this fight. And that's where
that part, Miss Ray,
think the issues begin, is that they actually premeditated the fight, and it wasn't, that looks planned. So once things start looking planned and they've kind of illegally entered the fight, that's where what ensues after that. And here it happened a couple of times. They kept re-entering the fight. That's where it looks like they are intentionally seeking to either really maim him.
So it wouldn't have been crime of passion. Still, it definitely could have been crime of passion. It could have been, again, that these men only wanted to protect teenagers. See, dude got me fucking up, calling them men and shit. That these teenagers just wanted to protect this little girl. I mean, even the 18-year-old, he could have just turned 18 within a couple of months. Still, does he have the mentality of a grown-ass man? No, he does not.
Or kill him. And I think that's where it looks.
Maybe there was some physical abuse, towards the mom, and that's why, she was scared to do or say anything, because I definitely want to know why the mom didn't get the child help.
Premeditated, and it doesn't look in the heat of passion, and it doesn't look like self-defense. It looks like they're defending their sister, I believe.
In your opinion, ma'am, not in mine.
He was also accused of abusing 2 more children.
And off that simple fact, y'all should give these kids, leeway when it comes to this situation. Like, fuck dude at the end of the day. We supposed to care about sexual predators' lives, but they don't even care about the children's lives that they're affecting forever. Are you fucking kidding me?
So in their minds, they're justified, but the law doesn't work that way.
Shit.
It is a tragic story.
His ass got killed. Shit. Oh, well. Let me stop, because I'm acting like a child right now when I said, fuck him, he got killed or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, bro, dude's life holds no importance in reality if he out here just victimizing child after child, and he done fucked around and victimized his own child.
It is easy to sympathize with some of the feelings, but very difficult to justify, certainly in...
No, not difficult at all, ma'am. Not at all. See what I'm saying? This is a problem where mainstream media, can downplay sexual abuse. And again, if somebody would have done anything, even a teacher, the mother, or whatever, this maybe not even have happened. Maybe he would have just really went to jail. But the fact that he was a wanted man, right? He was wanted by the police. And what about aiding and abetting charges for the mother? Like, fuck is really going on here, bro? He's wanted by the police. You harboring a fugitive. Okay, and then your child's getting abused. I'm pretty sure before them boys took that man's life, or it escalated to that, I'm pretty sure the mother was notified, and she just probably looked the other way, as some women do, and it's trash. Like, it really is. Those type of women are not mothers at all, in my opinion. This damn phone keep going on.
In the law of the land. Rachel Fizet, as always, we appreciate your insight on this one. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Girl, bye.
Thanks for watching. Click the red subscribe button below so you can get more of NewsNation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Teens over in the Rio Grande Valley, they are now charged with murder. This is for killing a man that they say police wouldn't do anything about, despite already having warned.
Can I control my computer, YouTube? We will be getting back into CODI BIGSBY, and then we'll be ending with Kennedy HOYLE's case. I did forget that I threw these in here, though. I was meaning to include them tomorrow, but since they're there, hey, let's get to it.
Warrants for his arrest. Are they cold-blooded killers, or were their actions justified in defense of their little sister? Jonathan Martin making the case with attorney Charles Adams.
I gotta smoke my blunt, child.
Capital murder because Quintanilla was kidnapped, right, when he was taken in the back of the F-150 and dropped off somewhere else.
The story of two teens.
Like, why is dude, the chief of police or whatever, why is he caping for the fucking predator? Like, that shit is weird. Oh, now you're not only charging these kids with murder, you're charging them with capital murder, which will cost them their life over a fucking documented, few time sexual predator. And because maybe he may have molested his daughter or whatever, that don't matter. Just the fact that you want to take these 3 boys' lives over protecting their sister, that's trash. Like, this shit pissed me the fuck off.
Brothers in South Texas arrested for beating their stepfather to death for allegedly
He was a danger. That's facts. He was supposed to, that was his child too. He was supposed to protect her. Instead, he molested her. Like, I could feel their whole pain or whatever. Period.
Sexually abusing their half-sister has a lot of people.
Like, when I was being molested, you know what I'm saying? I knew of, situations where my sister was getting molested. We was telling, people or whatever, and I wanted to kill that motherfucker that molested my little sister or whatever, and even molested me. You know what I'm saying? Because, no, bro, like, that should never be okay. Ever. And then we wonder why a lot of, we 2 stops away now. We wonder why, we got teens out here running around just doing the unthinkable, other than this situation. I'm talking about drive-bys and things like that, because a lot of them come from, like, trauma, abuse of some sort. Abuse comes in several different ways. Abuse could come from, physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, mental abuse. You know what I mean? And a lot of children are damaged, are not getting the attention that they need. Now, to survive, you essentially got to be working like 2 jobs, in most situations, as far as parents or whatever. So that just also minimizes the time that is also spent with children in some situations, a lot of things. And it's just really sad. Like, fuck that dude's life over that little 9-year-old girl and over these boys' life.
Talking. They were apparently so enraged at their stepfather, Gabriel.
Because what they was going to charge dude, if he had even been found guilty on all them other charges, probably wasn't shit at the end of the day. He would have still been able to see the day, the sun and shit like that. Eventually, he could have probably gotten out and all that. Now he ain't going to be able to hurt no more people. How many victims, how many children had to fall victim at the hands of this man, and you're uplifting his life? Fuck that.
Quintanilla, they along with their
if they have a visual for this man, I'm gonna flip out. Okay,
friend confronted him at a home, beat him before attacking him 2 more times at another location, reportedly with brass knuckles, then dumping his body in a field where he was found dead.
Oh, well.
Clearly a crime, but was it justified?
And as in, if you are the defense attorney in this situation, what you're arguing is that there are these mitigating circumstances, the rape of their very young, small child, little sister, by their evil stepfather.
Quintanilla did have a warrant out for continual sexual abuse of a
continual sexual abuse, and they're downplaying this. Now, I'm not gonna say them, but this man was like downplaying it. Y'all
another
see that?
child.
That's in my opinion. I'm not telling you how to feel about nothing. I'm just presenting you the information, weighing in on how I feel.
Attorney Charles Adams, if that history could help a defense.
Well, certainly it bolsters the perception that he was rightfully accused, right? Because it was a different victim. So now you have 2 young children claiming that they were sexually assaulted by this man, right? And if these 2 brothers and the friend were aware, I think it provides a rationale, a justification that a lot of people can understand.
But the teens are facing serious charges, including murder and aggravated assault with a death.
Capital murder, though. It's not just murder, it's capital murder. They should be, in the least bit, they should be charged with manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter with mitigating circumstances that arose because of said sister's abuse. I'm just saying.
Deadly weapon.
I'm not saying they should get off scot-free. I'm not saying, but I'm saying that they should be essentially slapped on the wrist because in reality, I'd be like, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the dude that died. Let the teens out, get them some mental health or, something, right? Like, imagine you don't just beat the shit out of somebody and it didn't, in one way, shape, or form stir up something mentally, right? But I feel like, I was, I was working and things like that, and then I stepped into Uncle Suge's live for a little bit and stuff like that. But if you went live, I'm not getting notifications for a lot of it, but I will double back and look. But I was in your live yesterday and stuff like that. That was a great live, Naomi.
Some might understand their motivation. Others argue killing someone in a situation like this is never okay. But
how is it never okay? It should never be okay for said man to be molesting any child, let alone his daughter. Where is all this sympathy, right? Because men like this, right? If he had went to jail, would they have been, worrying about his life? If this case, let's say that the boys only just beat him, right? They didn't kill him. They beat him within an inch of his life, and then he went to jail. Would the public that feels like this is never okay to kill somebody, would they feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how would they feel then? Like, I just cannot believe this. I feel like the community is being told what to think. I think that if there is people that was riding with the dude that got killed or whatever, then it's very minimal people, and they're possibly child molesters or enablers as well of child molesters.
what might a jury say? Charles says, while
You're welcome. I'll be watching.
Long shot.
Because Preach was live yesterday. I hit his panel. And then after that, I was going to go to bed, but then I couldn't really stop my brain, you know what I'm saying, from thinking and shit. So I seen that you were live on my TV, which is another, account that I have or whatever. But I didn't get one on, you know what I'm saying, my regular account or whatever, but I just went in there so that I could type. But I was in there last night.
Jury nullification argument might be the best option for defense.
Where you as the lawyer look at the jury and say, hey, we understand.
Yeah, I've been said they need to do something with these laws allegedly to protect children, because I don't really feel like they're being protected in no way, shape, or form. Should somebody that can mess a child's life up, you know what I'm saying, sexually or abuse, like any type of abuse, be able to just especially when it's severe, like sexual abuse, be able to abuse another child. So you're going to give this person a second chance to ruin another child's life. Like, that's trash to me. And a lot of the times when they do go to jail, they're in areas, right, or prison, they're in areas where they're in protective custody and they're sitting there with other people that have done crimes like that. And what they do is they learn other ways to go undetected when they do touch down. A lot of child molester cases, you know, they get a couple of years in prison or whatever, you know, got to register or whatever, but they still do things under the radar. And I think putting a stop to that would be to lock them up for the rest of their life or do something. You know, look, I gotta watch what I say, because in reality I would never advocate for murder, but like, how many other children had to fall victim at this? And I feel like those that are riding with the father in this situation, right, the dude that was killed, I think that they are ignorant to all the facts of the case.
Understand that this meets the
You know,
elements.
they may have watched just one, you know, video and then commented under the comment section. They half cocked. They don't know what the fuck they talking about.
But we're asking you to find them not guilty anyway.
Yeah.
Because no one.
And there is no healing from it. Like, you can learn ways to deal with the fact that you were traumatized like that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm speaking as of myself as well, because I am a survivor as well. Just for those that didn't know. And not ashamed to state that or whatever. In the least bit, what I believe is that I was abused sexually starting at 4 years old. I had a few people that were my abusers over, you know, a course of time in my younger years. However, I don't want to just throw that experience out the window. Yes, it was very painful, but if I can help somebody else or cause awareness, I would definitely do that. And I'm going to, you know, play off of that in reality. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I think that, yes, like, if people that have not been abused hear about this type of abuse, they understand and they feel it, but you really don't understand until you have been there. Like, when it comes to rehabilitation programs for drug addicts, I think that the most powerful you know, sponsors, obviously a sponsor is somebody that has used and they're moved away from it and now they're helping other people, but also like drug counselors and maybe even, you know, other aspects, other resources connected to that are more powerful because they've been there. They may be able to be like, oh, I noticed those mannerisms you're using. Would you test for me? Or, you know, something like that. There's really no bullshitting somebody that's been through it. Of course, people could be like, yeah, I was sexually abused, and then that turns out to be a lie. But it's kind of like a catch-22, because if you're a survivor and you just walk around and you're like super doubtful of everybody, you know, other survivor stories or whatever, that puts more hardship on other survivors, you know, because in the door we're often not believed or it's downplayed. And it's just sad that, you know, I've reached the age that I am. I went through that as a child, but not much has really happened in that aspect. You know what I'm saying? I have one of my abusers is in prison for the rest of his life because of what he did to me. And I haven't even looked lately. I normally look like once a year to see if he's still alive, but he will do the rest of his life in prison for what he did to me at 4 years old. So that, I think, because of also the abuse and the fact that I was 4 years old, I mean, and there was a lot of other situations that played a part in it. But I've seen other cases where essentially they're given probation and maybe like some house arrest or something like that, and they have to register for a certain period of time. However, that doesn't mean that my abuse was more important than this other victim that didn't get any really justice out of the case. You know what I mean? And I feel like us sticking together, you know, is important. You know what I mean? Having each other's backs and shit like that, you know?
I don't think there's anyone in America that can't.
I swear, I wish I could talk freely on here, Ray. I'm telling you, because, boy, I click in, bro.
Sympathize with two brothers acting the way they did in response to someone who had violently raped their little sister.
Nah, there was no way for him to continue. When I was 4, he molested me. Not trying to be graphic. I'm gonna give you like 5 seconds to just mute it or turn down your audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He molested me to the point to where, you know how like when women have a child, and sometimes they rip a little bit. You know, I forgot the area. I used to know all of this or whatever, but I kind of like blanked out on it. But the area, yeah. So anyway, I ripped and I had to go to the hospital because I was bleeding profusely, and things like that. And my hip was also broken. So there was other things too. I had bruises and stuff. I'm very light, so you could literally hold me like this or like a little bit too hard and it's gonna leave a bruise. It's gonna look like, you know, some crazy shit or whatever. But he was holding me down, and the marks, they took his thumb and compared them to pictures of my mark, you know, my marks on my body, and they that's how, you know, they had kind of like figured everything all out more. So it was really fucked up. I did not have to testify on stand though. What they did was they did question me, but they just replayed it in court or whatever, and didn't show, you know what I'm saying, my face and stuff like that. So that was the first time. And then, you know, obviously you heal and stuff like that and you get older. It was a different person the next time. My mom was working a full-time job, and she was also going to school, full-time college. So people in the neighborhood often watched us, or she would hire people. In this next situation, my mom had me at my friend's house, and then had, you know, my other siblings, other places and stuff like that around the neighborhood, right? Because like if we have friends, my mom's not gonna make you just go sit over at somebody else's house. No, she'll let you go over to your friend's house and just pay the person that's watching you. Well, in the situation, my mom, I had met this girl, you know what I'm saying, at the park or whatever in the neighborhood. And so I started going over to her house. My mom was paying her dad to watch me, but he was sexually abusing me and the girl I thought that was his daughter, which was not, and her brother. And videotape us having sex. It was porn. It was just really fucked up. So, you know, that's the only one that nobody has been charged for. And then there was another time as well. So it's crazy. It's weird. It's really also weird how like if you look into Alfred Kinsey, right? He's the guy that kind of he did studies where he recorded what it is for a child that is like 1, 2, 3, all the way up to basically an adult has an orgasm, like what they do. And when it came to like, you know, children that were younger or whatever, almost all children cried or, you know, were in pain, but they viewed it in a different way when it was documented. Kinsey runs the Kinsey Institute. He's dead, but the Kinsey Institute is still alive. We had a 5-hour live stream on it. It just disappeared off of YouTube. No strike, no nothing. So I'm going to have to redo that one. But it's very graphic, as Judith Reisman, I believe was her name, spoke about the Kinsey Institute and the experiments, because he was employing pedophiles that had been to jail. He was employing them. So he would be like, look, if you can fill out this worksheet for me, right, about the people that you molest and stuff like that, I will pay you. And that's what he was doing. And he had connections with certain other protected groups on YouTube and things like that. And in the world, just period. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that was a lot. But a lot of the times, the orgasms of younger children was documented as throwing up, crying, passing out, you know, really fucked up shit. And it's really sad, but I'm wondering just how many people were in this experiment, and also how it got so widespread. Of course, I'm not saying that Alfred Kinsey like discovered child molestation or whatever, but why was he allowed to do these type of experiments and still looked at as a doctor, right? They call him Dr. Alfred Kinsey. That's trash to me. But so I don't know. It's rough. It really is. Hold on, you guys. So it's just really sad when you come around. So I'm sorry, my orders come in. They're down the street. They're driving. I like Amazon because you can I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, child. Because you can like look and see like how close the driver is to your house and stuff like that. Let me change this audio. Okay, no, we're good. So yeah, just to give you a little bit of information or whatever on it. Like I would never, like I don't do this for attention or nothing like that. I do it for the victims. I do it for the victims that cannot speak for themselves. They don't even have the energy. They don't have the courage. I do it for them. Like what I just told y'all, like it feels good to get it out, but like when I'm even telling some of the stories, I relive it, you know what I mean? So that's why I'm not like, if I just seem a little off right now or whatever, because it literally does take you there, like physically, like you can remember the day and everything. Like I kind of blanked a little bit for a minute or whatever, lost train of thought at the same time. But it's just like, we got to start taking this more serious. And that's why, like with my kids, like I ask them on a regular, is anybody touching you? Do you feel bullied? You know what I'm saying? Do you like, I try to make and figure out like that they're cool and let them know. Like my daughter be like, yes, mom, I know, darn, like leave me alone about it. You know what I mean? Not like that, but you know what I mean? I've asked her so much that she's like, I already know I could come to you with anything and I will. She's like, but nothing happened. You know what I mean? And it's just like, cause I'll be like that even with this, the teachers at the school. They'll come home from school and I'll be like, ain't nobody touch you today, did they? Ain't nobody try you? You good? You know, because that's kind of also what I feel like, you know, and my kids understand why I do it, but why I feel like a lot of mothers or even fathers that have been molested or whatever, they really try to hone in with their kids and make sure, or they are worried that this may happen to their children, so they're extra cautious. I'm one of those moms. I'm like a helicopter, but like a bear type of mom, like mother bear, you know what I mean? Like if you look like you're finna fuck with my kids in a way that's, you know what I'm saying, unfavorable, it's about to go down. You know what I mean? But anyway, let's get back into this. Shout out to the chat. Please make sure you hit that like button if you haven't already. I appreciate everybody that's here.
Nearly 250,000 people have signed a petition. 250,000 people are asking Governor Greg Abbott to release these 3 teens who are accused of beating their stepfather to death after finding out he was sexually abusing their 9-year-old sister. 2 of the boys are brothers, the other is a family friend, and all of them are being held on $1 million bond, and if convicted, could face life in prison without the possibility of parole. NewsEdge legal analyst Charles Adams has offered to represent these boys for free if they need legal counsel.
Nice.
And if you are the defense attorney in this situation, what you're arguing is that there are these mitigating circumstances, the rape of their very young, small child.
Well, I mean, maybe he was sent or something like that. I don't know. I kind of like his energy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know him like that, but I'm just saying.
Little sister by their evil stepfather.
So if he gonna be their attorney, you know, if they do take it, maybe their parents got counsel or whatever. You never really know, but I think that's cool that he offered to.
Where you as the lawyer look at the jury and say, hey, we understand that this meets the elements, but we're asking you to find them not guilty anyway, because no one, I don't think there's anyone in America that can't sympathize with 2 brothers acting the way they did in response to someone who had violently raped their little sister.
Facts.
Police say the teens beat the man on 3 different occasions, once with brass knuckles, saying they then dumped his body in a field. The attorney who started the petition argues the teens were protecting their sister from further abuse and should not be punished for the rest of their lives.
when you have a case like this,
it's another one. It's press conference. Looking, yeah, press conference.
A lot of moving parts to its complex and to where we have.
I'll be right back. Let me help these kids get these groceries in the house.
A body originally that was discovered in McAllen, and then from there, it's detectives have to follow up on information and to reveal who actually were the suspects in the case. On Thursday evening at an RV park at 1201 East Moore, a female minor made an outcry to her mom about being appropriately judged by her father, Gabriel Quintanilla, which is the deceased in this case. When brothers Alejandro and Christian Trevino found out, they confronted Gabriel at the residence, and a physical fight ensued between the three, and the victim, Quintanilla, left the location on foot. Information and everything that I'm reading to you right now is what has been learned through detectives, through the work that has been done up to this point. Christian Trevino, he does run out. He runs after the victim, Quintanilla, and finds him outside of an apartment complex, which is further south down the road there. In FAR, we have a complex that's just south of where this residence is at. A second assault occurs there, and Alejandro Trevino, and the driver of a red Dodge Charger, who we've identified as Juan Eduardo Melendez, catch up to him and again join in an assault towards the victim at that point. The three suspects leave the location, change vehicles, drive back in a white Ford F-150, and found the victim walking along what we believe is Veterans Road, alone and injured from his two previous injuries that had occurred. A third assault occurs, and the victim is at that point severely beaten more. The victim, who is still alive, is placed in the bed of the truck, and they drive off, and they end up in an area of McCall and Wayland Wayland Road, where the victim was dropped off in the open field, and that's where McCann police originally found the body at. The suspects fled at that time. So, investigation revealed that the victim was hurt, beaten with brass knuckles, and suffered severe head trauma at that point. Although the victim was severely beaten, the victim may still have been alive when he was there and McAllen. We don't know for how long what that is. What we do know is when he was located by that individual there in McAllen, and the police were called. That's where they essentially found out he was not alive. So we do have the arraignment that's going to be held here at 3 p.m. Downstairs at the court, and I'll read the charges that these three individuals will be being presented with in here in a moment. Alejandro Trevino, aggravated assault and engaged in organized criminal activity. Christian Trevino, aggravated assault, capital murder, engaging in organized criminal activity. And then we got a third individual, Juan Eduardo Melendez, capital murder, aggravated assault, and engaging in organized criminal activity. To conclude on this report, the investigation was complex and having multiple scenes, and also having to work with the first agency, who ultimately provided information and then FAR took lead on the case. That's where we're at with this point, and we believe that all individuals that were involved in this homicide are in custody.
A few questions, if you will. Clarification: is it Alejandro, or does it have is it X or a J?
Alejandro, it's Alexandro.
Okay, perfect. And then why is the Alejandro individual not facing murder charges, but the other two are?
What I can share on that part, since there was multiple assaults that occurred, the assaults where we believe ultimately caused the death of this individual, those were the individuals that were charged for that.
Got it. And then also wondering, you all put out that the victim was wanted for continuous sexual assault of the family and assault family violence. Yes. Is that a separate issue, or is that incident also connected to this the specific outcry from the female?
No, that's a separate issue. Those were cases that had previously been filed, that were currently filed within our agency, but from an understanding years past.
And are the two suspects, Alejandro and Christian, his sons, Nia's sons?
No.
And then sorry.
No problem.
Lastly, do we know the relationship between the third suspect and the deceased male?
third suspects in the deceased male.
Juan Gonzalez Melendez.
Juan Eduardo Melendez?
Juan Eduardo.
Yeah. And the victim?
Yes.
There's no relationship.
Oh, thank you.
So was he like friends with the other two?
Yes, yes, there are, the two of them, the two are brothers, and the other one is an individual that we believe that they called. So when he came out, they came to pick him up in a white truck. Originally, we had looked for a red Charger that was there. So that was a vehicle that originally they were in. When the second assault happened, this individual, the victim, started walking south from these apartments, which we believe is on Veterans Road. At that point, that's where they picked up this other individual and said, hey, look, this is where we're at, and fight ensued, a second fight ensued. But we believe that the reason that they picked up a truck is to transport him, not wanting to do it in the Dodge Charger.
One last thing that just came to mind, what about the young minor who made the outcry? Have any services been made available to her and the mother and the family?
Yes, yes. We're currently working with that minor and with other children that were at the home as well.
So just to clarify, the two brothers have no relation with the victim?
No. It's
Stepchildren.
Sorry.
So the brothers are his stepson. They're stepsons.
Yes.
Okay. Another question. Do you happen to know why they made several assaults in different locations? Why were they going back and forth?
Well, what happened is the original assault happened at a residence there on 1201 East Moore. So he left on foot since he didn't have a car. So when he left on foot, they decided, you know what, they're still angry. So they went back and they found him, which is an apartment complex about a block away. When they found him, they got into another altercation. And typically what you have in these cases, if they're going to assault them, then they leave, right? And then, whatever the case may be, the person has somebody pick them up. In this case, that wasn't their decision. They said, you know what, we're going to do this. And then when they left for that second time, they said, no, we want to go back a third time. So ultimately, they wanted to seriously injure this person.
I'm Judge Rudy Martinez, Municipal Court Judge for the City of Park. Your name, sir?
My bad, y'all. We had ordered so many beverages, bro. I spent like $150 in beverages alone. It's so much water and all that. But we in it. We got everything in now.
And your name, sir?
Juan Melendez.
And your name, sir?
Christian Delino.
Okay, Mr. Alejandro Pereira?
Yes, sir.
You're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which is a first-degree felony. Do you understand the charge?
I don't know what weapon I was using, but.
Wow.
Well,
Damn,
we're here to
Patricia.
determine whether or not you're guilty. That will be determined at the district court. I'm just letting you know that you are charged with this offense. It's called aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And a first degree felony means that if you're found guilty, you could receive from 5 to 99 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You're also charged with engaging in organized criminal activity, which is a first degree felony. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
And again, a first degree felony means that if you're found guilty, you could receive from 5 to 99 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Melendez?
Yes, sir.
Bruh, if you didn't know any better, you would think that this was just a little kid, bro. These two, he's the only one that looked like he must be the 18-year-old or whatever. That's crazy.
There's a misdemeanor charge of possession of marijuana.
They talking about 5 to 99 years, fam, so they'll never see the light of day because they were trying to protect their sister. Well, 2 of them. And I feel the other one being involved and all that, you know what I mean?
Do you understand the charge? Do you understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
And Class B misdemeanor means that if you're found guilty, you could receive a felony in jail and a fine of up to $3,000. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
There's also a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which is a second-degree felony. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, Your Honor, but I have no weapon.
Okay. Again, we're not here to determine whether or not you're guilty. If you want to make statements, you can go to do that. But we're not here for that.
But if Miss Ray Moody's in here, I'm inclined to think that this may be televised because they already in there like that. You hear them whispering and stuff? This is press.
You're going to have a chance to put that in the district court. I'm just here to tell you what you're charged with, explain what that means. I'm going to tell you what your rights are and why. That's what we're here for.
But I feel where she's saying sometimes, you know, a lot of the times it is not. It could be just that this is such a high profile case that they just might, you know? So.
And again, it's aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, second-degree felony, which means that if you're found guilty, you could receive up to 20 years in prison, from 2 to 20 years in prison, and a fine of up to $10,000. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're also charged with capital murder, a first-degree felony, which means that if you're found guilty, you could receive death or life in prison. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're charged with engaging in organized criminal activity, which is a first-degree felony. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
And a first-degree felony means that if you're found guilty, you could receive from 5 to 99 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Do you understand that? Sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Trevino, you're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which is a first-degree felony. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
And a first-degree felony means that if you're found guilty, you could receive from 5 to 99 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're also charged with capital murder, a first-degree felony. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
And capital murder, first-degree felony means that if you're found guilty, you could receive death or life in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there's a third charge of engaging in organized criminal activity, a first-degree felony. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
And again, a first-degree felony means that if you're found guilty, you could receive from 5 to 99 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to tell each of you what your rights are. You tell me what you understand your rights. You each have the right to hire an attorney and to have your attorney present to advise you before and during any interview or questioning by police officers or attorneys representing the state. You have the right to remain silent or to say anything against you in court of law. You have the right to stop an interview or question at any time. You have the right to an examining trial, and if you cannot afford an attorney, you have the right to request that one be appointed for you. Mr. Alejandro Trevino, do you understand the rights?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Juan Eduardo Melendez, do you understand the rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Christian Trevino, do you understand the rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask the district court to appoint an attorney for each of you. If you want to hire one on your own, you can go ahead and do that. And Mr. Melendez, in reference to the possession of marijuana charge, the Class B misdemeanor, I'm going to ask the county court of law to appoint an attorney for you. If you want to hire one on your own, you can go ahead and do that. And Mr. Alejandro Trevino, are you a U.S. citizen?
No, I'm not here.
Are you a citizen of Mexico?
Yeah.
Ooh.
If you're a citizen of Mexico, then you can ask that we notify the consulate of Mexico that you've been detained. Do you want us to notify the consulate?
No,
No, Your Honor. And Mr. Melendez, are you a U.S. citizen?
yes, Your Honor.
I'll be right back.
And Mr. Christian Trevino, you are a U.S. citizen?
No, sir.
You're a citizen of Mexico?
Yes, sir.
Since you're a citizen of Mexico, you could ask to notify the consulate of Mexico that you can detain. Do you want us to notify the consulate? Mr. Alejandro, in reference to the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, I'm going to say your bond at $500,000 cash or sure. In reference to the engaging in organized criminal activity, I'm going to say your bond at $500,000 cash for sure. Mr. Menendez, I'm setting your bond for the possession of marijuana charge, the class B misdemeanor at $2,000 cash for sure. The aggravated assault charge at $500,000 cash for sure. The capital murder charge at $500,000 cash for sure. The engaging in organized criminal activity and $500,000 cash for sure. And Mr. Christian Trevino, I'm going to set your bond for the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon at $500,000 cash for sure. The capital murder charge at $500,000 cash for sure. The engaging in organized criminal activity at $500,000 cash for sure. Each of you will be transported to the county jail. You can make arrangements there. You want to visit with an attorney, 1-6 opponent.
Yeah, that's what's up, Chico. I agree with that.
And Mr. Alejandro, do you have any questions?
Does it really matter what I say?
Any questions? That's not a question.
I have no question.
Mr. Juan Eduardo Menendez, do you have any questions?
I have no question.
And Mr. Christian Trevino, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
We are learning more about the tragic loss of 3
All right, so this is another one on it.
teenagers near Crosby. Investigators say this was a double homicide and suicide. And tonight, we know their identities. But we still don't have the answer to the biggest question. Why? Grace White following the case.
We learned today 2 of these 3 teens were siblings. Investigators identified the brother as the shooter as friends, family, and an entire community try to process what happened.
2 families torn apart by tragedy. What unfolded at this home on Walcheck Road near Crosby, hard for anyone to understand. The 3 teens found dead identified as 15-year-old Hayden Burns. Investigators believe he died by suicide.
Wait, I think this is another one. Sometimes clips can get like involved or whatever that just never mind. Let's just listen to it though.
After killing his sister, 17-year-old
This was January 20th. This came out of this year.
Haley Burns and another 17-year-old girl identified as Cadian's Kadena.
Murder-suicides, I think, are one of the most unfathomable acts of violence in our society.
Dr. Anka Vuljanovic is the director of the University of Houston's Trauma and Stress Studies Center.
Really listen when people talk about suicide, talk about dying by suicide, or about hurting themselves or anyone else in any way.
That's a good question, Patricia. Patricia said, wondering if they would have just beat the scumbag up really good and he lived, would they be in jail?
The medical examiner.
I mean, they could have pressed charges, but I think morally they should have just let it go. You know what I mean? But that's a good question.
Listed the cause of death for Kadena as multiple gunshot wounds. She was found in one bedroom. The Burns brother was found in another, and his sister in the hallway. Her cause of death, a gunshot wound to the head.
Anytime there's a child involved, at the end of the day, we're all parents in some way and connected to young people, and it's extremely difficult when we're talking about young people.
Investigators are still piecing together a timeline. They have not released a motive. One thing they're waiting on the homeowner, believed to be the sibling's parent, to return from out of town. Grace White, KHOU 11 News.
All right, so
The
my
Hampton
bad
Police
for that
Division's
one.
Public Information
All
Office.
right, so we're back on CODI again. I apologize about that other clip, but that was informative though. Just, out of nowhere. But we're back on CODI BIGSBY, and if you didn't know, CODI's been missing for a lot of days now. This came out February 2nd, and he had already been missing for 3 days at this time. I guess they're still looking for him, but the search party's off. So this is just more information. We were talking about CODI earlier before we had gotten on the 3 teens that had took the man's life for what they allege is that he molested their sister. I'm inclined to believe that. I'm just saying, because the man had hella charges, but we'll be looking at that case more as more comes out as well. Trust and believe that. I'm very interested in all these cases, but that one as well.
I'm here to provide you an update on the status of the CODI BIGSBY investigation. I'm going to start off today by discussing our current and ongoing search efforts.
Always messed up.
Today, our search is expanding. We're going to be checking new areas of the grid that have not yet previously been searched.
So this was before they called off the search, obviously.
We're going to continue today using volunteers. We're going to be working with our partners at the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. And you're going to continue to see a wide variety of resources being used out here, to include canines and UAVs. Last night we did have a team at the Hampton NASA steam plant. Today we are no longer there. Our mission there is complete and our efforts have concluded at that location. Moving on to the status of the investigation, I'm going to provide some clarification on the person of interest in this case. The person of interest in this case is Cody's father. His name is Socorro Bigsby. He is a 43-year-old Hampton man. At the conclusion of this press conference, his photo is going to be available for you on our Twitter platform for your reference. Corey is still with us at police headquarters.
I swear I hear a child crying in the background, but this clip's audio is really trash. I'm glad it's only 5 minutes. I don't know what they be doing with their sound or whatever, but it be messed up.
He is there voluntarily and he is choosing to answer our questions. Here's what we need from the public. We're still seeking information on Cody's last known whereabouts. We're also seeking information on his father's whereabouts. Any information that you have could potentially be of value. We're seeking information specifically regarding where he goes, where he shops, who he's with, and what he does. We're also asking for residents of the Old Buckrow neighborhood.
Hey, the realist, what's good? Salute to you.
And surrounding areas to check their own property. Residents are much more familiar with their own property. They would be more likely to spot something that's out of place or suspicious. And in that case, if you find something that you believe to be suspicious, contact police and we'll send someone out to you. That's all the information and updates I have for you this morning. I have time for just a few questions.
Sergeant, are you ruling out the child's mother as a person?
He looked pretty young to be a sergeant. Who he related to?
We're not ruling anything out specifically at this time. Our focus is going to be directed towards the father for the current investigation.
Are you guys going to be looking at the landfill anytime soon?
I don't anticipate that, but if that changes, I will certainly update you.
Has the father or the mother, anyone, been charged with anything at this time?
No formal charges have been issued at the current time.
How long has he been at police headquarters?
He has been at police headquarters since the day he reported Cody missing.
So he's been at the headquarters for 3 days?
A recovery effort at any point, or is it still...
Where you guys got him sleeping at? Because they didn't charge him until like the 3rd day. Or after this or whatever.
There's been no shift in the title of the investigation.
Does Hampton Police...
but this one says Hampton Police Division gives update on... Okay, never mind. I read that wrong.
I don't have that information with me right now.
And you mentioned other children were in the house. Where are those children at this point?
I can tell you that the children are safe.
Do they have any information to share about what happened Sunday?
I'm not able to discuss the specifics of that element of the investigation.
Are you able to discuss at all the conditions at the home when you guys were there?
I wouldn't be able to discuss that either.
The dogs you're using, are they search and rescue dogs, cadaver dogs?
A combination of both.
That was good to know. That was good to know. They're using cadaver and rescue dogs. I don't know why earlier I forgot about rescue dogs. I don't know.
Any waterways that fall within the grid are certainly being considered in the search.
Sergeant, can you talk again about the amount of plumbing?
Oh, really quick, let me tell you. So I seen there was a news story on a YouTube channel, right? So basically this YouTube channel had went to this town or whatever where this woman had been missing and they did not know what happened. And they have some technology where they put it into the body of water where they were looking for her in, right? The YouTube channel, I forgot the name of them or whatever. Maybe I'll try to find the clip, but and they found that her car was in there and she was in there dead. So she had sunk into the bottom in her car, but the roof of her car or something like that was only 18 inches from the surface of the water. They may need to help, and I know that during that video with the news clip, they said that they were going to go help in another case. I think that that's awesome when people can, have a little niche or whatever, and it ends up helping them find, people that are missing or whatever. In this case, it happened to be a dead body. It's not good that she was found dead, but it helped them with the investigation, and I think that that's cool. Thank you, Eastside. You don't got to do it no more. Thank you.
I would not be able to go into that element.
I appreciate you, though.
He is choosing to be there voluntarily and is answering the questions that we're asking. Peter?
How wide is the grid expanded to?
It's about a mile radius at the current time.
A mile radius from the house?
From the apartment complex.
Okay.
Right.
Like a circular mile out?
It's approximately a mile radius.
And how is that different from what it was?
All right, Eastside, no more, please. Thank you.
Like yesterday?
The grid itself hasn't changed. We're just expanding the areas within the grid that we're searching. We're searching new elements that we were not previously searching before.
Have you received any leads in the last 24 hours that you consider promising?
That's not something I would be able to discuss. Folks, that's all the questions that I have time for today. I appreciate you coming out.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been sleeping there?
Yeah, look, the reporter said, so he's been sleeping here? He's been sleeping there? Look, hold on, I'm going to rewind it a little bit. Listen.
Discuss. Folks, that's all the questions that I have time for today. I appreciate you coming out.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been sleeping there?
Y'all hear that? See, the reporters is even wondering, like, so he just been sleeping at headquarters? Like, what is really going on?
So you heard it.
Word of code. All right, so this one is strangers. Wow. It does say strangers though. Neighbors and strangers help in search efforts for CODI. Let's check this out. I do want to fix the audio a little bit because I did have to beef it up in the last clip though because they were low. So we'll have, if you were listening from headphones, you probably only heard it from one side, but that's the news for you. Sometimes they don't, I've never known people that can have a job and then mess up at doing their job so often and still have a job. You know what I mean? But anyway, shout out to the news. We need, information on these cases and stuff. And I can imagine that sometimes things are on just the fly. Like they may just find out like, oh, they're having a press conference over here. So they got to kind of just grab everything and whatever. That's what I would just imagine, that maybe the antennas ain't all the way attached or working or whatever. But shout out to them. We appreciate them at the end of the day. This is just another continuation of CODI BIGSBY. And then this will eventually it will lead us into, because we're at 26. So we have a lot more to go. Because it was 76 clips altogether, this live stream, with the add-ons, that were just surprise.
Word of CODI's disappearance has touched the hearts of people who didn't even know him. Concerned neighbors and strangers are answering the call for help in finding the missing boy. Eugene Daniel joins our team coverage, speaking with the woman who says she just had to volunteer.
As Hampton police expanded their search to new nearby areas, they spent part of their day calling volunteers to help find 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY. Danielle Williams is one of those volunteers.
Danielle Williams, I'm dead. We got a Danielle.
I have not slept in 2 days. 2 or 3 days, I have not slept. I'm thinking about this baby like he's my own.
For the second day in a row, Williams is dropping her schedule to look for a child she doesn't know.
He's a 4-year-old that's missing. That's it. As long as it takes until we find CODI, I will dedicate my time if I can.
Williams is one of many volunteers searching for CODI. They're walking the area hoping to find anything that could point to where he might be.
He's not at home. He's not in his bed. He's not playing with his toys. So where is he?
Williams grew up in this area and has a son of her own. She says she knew she had to help because it's what she would want if something happened to her boy.
You know, at the end of the day, I'm a mother that's concerned about this missing baby.
She plans to help until CODI is found, and she's calling on anyone who's able to help find him. In Hampton, Eugene Daniel, 13 News Now.
If you signed up to help Hampton police search for CODI, keep your phone nearby. The division is calling on people from that list to join search efforts. Word of CODI's disappearance has touched the hearts of people who didn't even know him. Concerned neighbors and strangers are answering the call for help in finding the missing boy. Eugene Daniel joins our team coverage, speaking with a woman who says she just had to volunteer.
Why is this here again? Like, what the fuck just happened? All right.
Police in Hampton are expanding their search for 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY. CODI was last seen early Monday morning at his home, reported missing several.
Clearly, I didn't do this playlist correct.
Hours
My
later,
bad, y'all.
officers are now using canines, a helicopter, and drones to help in their search, in addition to emergency crews and community volunteers. Today, police said CODI's father, 43-year-old Corey BIGSBY, is considered a person of interest in this case. No formal charges have been filed, though, and he is cooperating with investigators.
Yeah, Barbara, that's the big development.
All right, so this one, 7 counts of child neglect. CODI BIGSBY.
6 o'clock, we told our viewers that we had gotten that tweet from the Hampton Police Department to expect an update in the investigation. And a source close to the investigation tells News 3 that the father will be charged with child neglect. He has been at the Hampton Police Department since Monday when he first reported that CODI was missing. Now, I want to kind of give you a big picture view of what's been going on here at the command center here as we continue to wait for new developments. And so we have, and someone just got in my ear, this is live TV, folks, and so we just got this additional information, 7 counts of child neglect. We just got that 7.
But that ain't nothing compared to murder. Or where's this child at?
7, and this is stemming from last month. And so I just want to be transparent with you. That information is being fed to me in my
So last month, yeah, would have been January.
Through this earpiece.
I'm saying off of here because sometimes we do look at older cases.
Because we were waiting for these developments. I've been checking the Twitter page for the Hampton Police Department. I've been looking at my phone for any kind of emails, updates. And so again, let us repeat, 7 counts of child neglect for the father, Corey BIGSBY, who has been at the Hampton Police Department since Monday. He has not gone home. He has been there the whole time. Now,
Which doesn't make him look any less guilty in reality. In cases, people do that all the time. Cooperate with the police, act like, oh, I just don't know what happened to my child, and I need your help, and all this and that. You know damn well what happened to this child.
Maybe saying, all right, but what other charges might be coming right now? The search continues for CODI. So right now, those are the charges, and depending on how this investigation goes, there could be additional charges. I referenced that kind of big picture view of the command center here. We've got a mast cam, and I just want to pop that up for a second to just kind of show you still a lot of resources out here. From across Hampton roads, I mean, we've got various agencies represented, not just Hampton Police, FBI, Virginia Department of Emergency Management, and today we noticed that also Suffolk and Chesapeake had resources out here. Now, if we have the ability to pan this over, so if we pan over, we can kind of show you that while the command center is here, as we pan over, we can show you where the apartment complex is, where there has also been tremendous activity. This is.
Now, I'm telling you, with the way that these apartments, you know, any type of apartments, but how these apartments are set up, you got all type of angles. Like, let's say that he lived here, so people over here could have seen, you know what I mean, activity if he had left out with a package, you know, a bag or something like that. Look, in Malia Davis's case, I still believe that Darian Vance took her out through that laundry basket. You know what I'm saying? However, he's in prison but not charged with murder. You feel what I'm saying? And that's an issue to me, because that child Malia Davis didn't just end up on the side of the road. You know what I mean? In what was it, Hope, Arkansas? She didn't just end up there on her own. Somebody had placed her there, and somebody had also killed her. Even though he's going to be serving some time in prison, I think he should have been hit with murder. I don't want it to be like that in this case, though. Like, this is sad.
Where Cody was living
it
with.
is a damn shame information, man. It really is.
With his father and siblings in the Buckrow Point apartments. And we had some video at the top of our newscast that was showing you the bags of evidence that were pulled from that apartment today. So a lot of developments out here. Our team covers.
And I'm also wondering, did they check the dumpsters? Now, if this had been last month, the child could be at, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be funny when I say this, because like I said earlier, we covered a case where a child was disposed of in the apartment garbage and then brought to the landfill. There's a number of reasons why maybe they can't find his body. Maybe they're looking in the wrong places. Maybe they should look in the landfill. I don't know how, you know, every place processes their garbage, not calling the child garbage if he's in there. But obviously if he was discarded in there, you know, that could have been an option too, because you got to think about it. These are large apartments, so they got to have those big dumpsters, I would imagine, are pretty much everywhere around this, you know, the states of America or whatever, United States of America. You know, a couple of them per, you know, certain area, I would even imagine as well.
Continues now, back on the ground with News 3's Antoinette Delbell. And Antoinette, I know you've been hearing from the community. We've seen people come out here volunteering to help with the search, and also people coming out to help drop off goodies for the officers who've been out here for a fourth day. What are you hearing from the community?
Yeah, Kurt, that's right. The concern is growing here as that surge continues into its fourth day, but also the community support is growing too. Now, we've had a lot more people come out on their own to join in this effort, and others who wanted to help in a different way. We spoke with a mother who has a 4-year-old son herself. She says they wanted to make cookies for the crews here and bring dog treats for the canines to help keep their spirits up in this grueling surge.
You know, we have all these people here that are working. The least we could do is make some cookies to try and make their day a little.
Whatever that was had fingerprints on it. I was wondering. I'm wondering about this. What the hell is that? Is that some weed? I'm wondering if these are fingerprints. I would imagine that they're fingerprints of the child.
Grueling search.
You know what I mean? Little hands.
You know, we have all these people here that are working.
I swear that paper said hero. I'm not trying to get stuck on that, but
the least we could do is make some cookies to try and make their day a little bit better in the search for him.
We're doing anything and everything we can. And it's these nice gestures that keep us going, that's for sure.
And we also saw a small search team known as CERT, that stands for Community Emergency Response Team. We saw them go into a large wooded area about 2 miles from this command post here, known as the Fox Hill neighborhood. So it would seem as though that crews are now expanding that search outside of the 1 mile radius that they have been searching for the past 4 days, I'm sorry. And so we are working to get more information on that. Kurt?
Antoinette, Thank you so much. Just to recap, because you're seeing that at the lower bottom of your screen, 7 counts of child neglect. And so again, that's the new breaking information. 7 counts of child neglect that the father, Corey Bigsby, is now facing. His arraignment is set for tomorrow. Now, the reason I want to hold up this flyer again is because they're still looking for information. Yes, these are new developments with the charges, but the burning question is, where is Cody? And so this new flyer was put out that has Corey and Cody's picture on it. Now, look closely and you will see that the timeline has expanded. They want to know if you have seen Cody or Corey or his siblings since Christmas.
And I would imagine, okay, maybe because Cody's mother hasn't talked to her son or maybe even children since Christmas, maybe? Is that why this is coming up?
And so the time...
Like that? I mean, I don't have an issue with it, but since Christmas, that was a minute ago, and I believe this case came out January 31st.
Timeline has expanded. You'll also see that there is a QR code on there, and you're able to scan this QR code right now. You can take your QR code and scan it. And when you do that,
I should rather say when I found out about this case, it was like, no, it wasn't January 31st because I found out about it. I don't remember when, but I know that when Naomi had came in one of the live streams, she had let me know about this case, and I'm thankful. All these cases that we're looking at today, you know, I had found out from Naomi, actually.
That it will open up a link, and it will allow you to open up and see pertinent, relevant information about where any nuggets as far as about that can help.
Why you start stuttering right there?
Okay, Cody. And so those are the new developments. Again, we want to put those images back up on your screen.
He was like, any. What?
There's Cody. There's his father, Corey, who is now facing 7 counts of child neglect. His arraignment is tomorrow. And of course, we will be there. We also have more night crews that are fanned out across the city at the Hampton Police Department because we are covering this from all angles. But again, the latest developments, 7 counts of child neglect for the father. His arraignment is tomorrow. We're live in Hampton. Kurt Williams, News 3.
Another one on Cody. Several are on Cody.
Staying on top of breaking news in Hampton, for the 3rd day, police are searching for 4-year-old Cody Bigsby, and they say they are focused on the boy's dad, Corey Bigsby. Cody was last seen wearing all black clothing and Spider-Man flip-flops. Police are asking anyone in the area to check their cameras as well as their yards for any clues, and of course, call police immediately if you find anything.
I'm just still wondering why this child had on flip-flops, and I heard he also had on a bomber jacket. Why would he have a bomber jacket on and flip-flops, you know, at 2 o'clock in the morning? Why wasn't this child in bed?
Let's look back on what we've learned so far. Cody's dad reported his son missing at 9 Monday morning. His dad said he last saw Cody around 2 a.m. Next, Hampton Police Chief Mark Talbot revealed when it comes to a person of interest, they are focused on Cody's parents. Talbot said they don't believe the father's timeline is reliable. For days, search efforts continue to grow. Sign-ups for volunteers filled up quickly. Community members are still out there searching today.
Our team coverage begins with Allison Basil, who's been on top of the story from the very beginning.
She's live at the command center in Hampton. And Allison, what's the
Harmony? Patricia said Harmony Montgomery. She's been missing since 2019. She was 7 when she went missing, and they just reported her missing last month. What? I'm going to write that down, and we will look into that as well. Thank you.
Latest on
I
the search.
appreciate it. Yeah, let's get to the how in the hell.
Janet, David, while investigators tell us they are expanding their search radius, their person of interest list has gotten smaller. Today, police announced that all eyes are on Cody's father, Corey Bigsby, and they need the public's help now more than ever.
Revere Drive, straight on down.
Search crews are not giving up, desperate to find 4-year-old Cody Bigsby.
We're going to continue today using volunteers. We're going to be working with our partners at the Virginia Department of Emergency Management.
All eyes focused on Cody's father, Corey Bigsby.
The person of interest in this case is Cody's father. His name is Corey Bigsby. He is a 43-year-old Hampton man.
Investigators say the story isn't adding up. They say Bigsby told them he last saw his son at 2 a.m. on Monday.
What we need from the public. We're still seeking information on Cody's last known whereabouts. We're also seeking information on his father's whereabouts.
Public Information Officer Sergeant Reggie Williams say they want to hear from people who know where Bigsby goes, what he does, and who he hangs out with.
Corey is still with us at police headquarters. He is there voluntarily, and he is choosing to answer our questions.
Hampton police are also searching farther out. Their grid now stretches a mile out from the Buckrow apartments where Cody lives with his father.
Any waterways that fall within the grid are certainly being considered in the search.
Sergeant Williams says they want people who live in the old Buckrow neighborhood to lend a hand.
To check their own property. Residents are much more familiar with their own property. They would be more likely to spot something that's out of place or suspicious.
And police tell us that this remains a search and rescue effort.
I mean, but to me, he would have been bold as hell to go in somebody else's backyard and put his son in there. I'm not saying it could not have happened, but that would have been very bold. He could have got caught, you know what I'm saying? Somebody could have seen him turn their light on and, you know what I mean? Something, I don't know.
Fine, Cody. They say this investigation has not switched tracks to a recovery mission. Live in Hampton, Allison Basil, 13 News Now.
To help aid in the search, investigators are using drones and dogs. They tell 13 News Now they are using a combination of search and rescue dogs and cadaver dogs.
Still on Cody. Really quick, I just want to take a second because I had went through something last week with my kids. So my kids decided that they, long story short, wanted to go to a friend's house after school without letting me know. So anyway, of course, you know, when they didn't come home after school, I happened to be off that day. When they didn't come home from school, off the bus, I immediately was like, oh my fucking God, I got to thinking obviously the worst, right? And I immediately, with no, I mean, it was probably like 5:15 and I was like, man, if like the bus had broken down or if, you know what I'm saying, something had happened, they would have still been home by now, you know what I'm saying, based off of like when my kids get off of school. So, I called the police, no flex. I called the police. I called 911. Let them know that my children was missing. Also, then listen to this. So then 911 calls the school. Now we're on three. Not the school, but calls the school bus company. Now we on three-way. They're like, they get obviously a full description of what my children were wearing that day, what their jackets looked like, their, you know, the description of them, period. And the school bus service has a division to where, you know, because now they're responsible because they were last on your bus. So now they got to track your child's last whereabouts. So they were on the call. We were doing that. I had the detective calling me or whatever. Long story short, I love you too. My son will come in here like, child, don't tell this story. Long story short, it was like 6 o'clock in the PM, and I'm already, by this time, about ready to pull my hair out. And my daughter's the first one to walk in the door, and she twists the door so it wouldn't make any noise or whatever, right? And I guess they thought that they were just gonna just appear in their room and I was gonna be like, oh, thought you were gone, man. And then shortly after that, because now like the principal at my kid's school is aware, you know, he called me. I had just gotten off the phone with the detective, like they came through the door and everything like that. And I knew that I was scared because I had just gotten my kids' Kobe jerseys, right? The Mamba Forever ones. And I guess my son's gonna go get his. But and so I knew that there was no reason to why, like, bruh, somebody had to have kidnapped my kid in order for them not to be home to get these jerseys, because that was the day that they were coming. Actually, my son got his. So they look like, hold on, let me make the screen bigger really quick. Long story short type of shit, but you know, I'm trying to oh, that's not it. They all thought I was doing something. So they look like this, you know what I'm saying? And then on the back, they say Mamba forever. Anyway, so I was telling the cop or whatever, right? And the cop was cool and everything like that. But he was like, "Nah, I feel you because yeah, my kids like Kobe too. And if I had bought them a jersey, they would have been home. You know what I mean?" So anyway, they come home. I called the detective. I let him know. I also called 911 because they had like when I had called Minnesota, I don't know, for some reason they wasn't playing. They put out a missing persons on my kids, and the detective said they were just about to put the Amber report out because the bus company had let them know, and me as well, but that they had gotten off the bus. Yes, they did ride the bus, but they didn't tell the police what stop they had gotten off of or whatever. But and that all the buses had returned back. They had walked, got on the bus that was parked at the bus station, the school bus station or whatever, and made sure that they weren't still on the bus and stuff like that. And all the drivers had already been home. So they were about to put an Amber Alert out on my kids. And then that's when my daughter had walked through the door. So then after that, so I just got off the phone with the detective, and I'm like, looking at my kids, I'm crying and stuff and all this and that. And I'm like, so where was you at or whatever? And they were like, oh, we were at after school. You forgot it started today, but it doesn't. It starts, it started this week or whatever. Man, me and the principal do not get along at all. He must have called me, right? And he was like, so I heard the kids did not make it home. He's like, I saw your son. I'm 99% sure he got on his bus. And, he's like, I'm 73% sure or something like that your daughter got on the bus because I had interacted with them when it was about bus time or whatever. Because that's, he like walks around or whatever and does that. So, and then I was like, nah, they said that they were at after school. And he was like, no, that is a lie. And so then I leaned into their ass a little bit. I don't hit my kids or nothing like that, but I'd voiced my opinion and how I feel like, this is what I do online. And, on the outs, if we know of certain things, our division or whatever will, kind of pay attention and look out and things like that. And so end story, my kids felt like totally bad that they had lied to me and stuff like that. But I was terrified at the time because I was like, oh my God, like I got to thinking about people that have made threats about my children, that they were going to do something to them, right? If you remember recently, some people from HOK had made statements like that. But it just like kind of just like messed me up for a second, you know what I mean? But I'm glad that they were safe and good. And in reality, they would have ended up finding my daughter because how her jacket is set up, it's an original. Like there's no way that you can like, mistake it. You know what I mean? If the police would have drove past her, they would have seen her jacket, long story short. But I can't, this is going back to the last situation, right? The Harmony Montgomery. Of course, they gotta be crunching down bags. Am I live? Okay. The Harmony Montgomery that's been missing since 2019. She was 7 at the time, but was only reported missing last month. I was ready to call the police at 5 minutes after my kids were supposed to get off the bus because it was not like them or whatever to, you know what I mean? Not like that was the first time they ever did that. And of course they know now, that that's not, obviously okay. They knew what they was doing. They thought they could manipulate or whatever, but I'm just glad that at the end of the day, they're safe. And of course they got, a little bit more education on what's going on, even in our local area, as far as kids go, and things like that. So I just can't imagine as a parent, like waiting even a day, you know what I'm saying, to report some information like that, let alone like 2-3 years. That's crazy. But thank you for telling me about that. I was gonna call you Harmony. Patricia, shout out to you. Anyway, let's get back into it.
We are staying on top of breaking news in Hampton. A 4-year-old boy gone missing overnight. Now police urgently searching for CODI BIGSBY.
Allison Basil joins us live from Hampton now. So, Allison, what do we know about his disappearance so far?
Yes, Ashley, Dan, we were actually just a block from the home where Hampton police tell us 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY was last seen. And police are sparing no resources in this search. You can see behind me, there's a lot of different first responders on scene. Several Hampton police officers are here. They say FBI is here, and Hampton Fire and Rescue are also here. They also have already put up their mobile command center. Police tell us they got a call around 9 o'clock this morning that CODI was missing. They say his family lives in the 100 block of Ranelagh Drive, which is the Buckrow Point Apartments. And I want to pull up, if we can, his picture here again. If we can, investigators say CODI's father told him he last saw his son around 2 a.m.
He looks so innocent looking, fam. If that man did something to the, I mean, obviously that's what it's looking like, but I just cannot.
Say he was wearing all black clothing and Spider-Man flip-flops. Now, first responders have been huddling all morning, discussing, I'm sure, next steps. Officers tell us the family is also cooperating. But if you have any information of where CODI BIGSBY might be that could help investigators, please call the crime line at 1-888-LOCK-YOU-UP. For now, live in Hampton, Allison Basil.
Bro, when old girl had said that earlier in the other part, I was rolling. 1-800-LOCK-YOU up. I am getting that. I'm getting that soundbite from either or news clip. 1-800-LOCK-YOU-UP. I'm getting that.
News Now.
All right, Allison, thank you for the update. And we have put the Hampton Police Division's number at the bottom of your screen. You see it right there. Call them immediately if you know where they can find CODI. That number, 757-727-6111.
Right now it's...
Who let her come on there with them eyebrows like that?
A third day of searching for a missing 4-year-old boy in Hampton. The effort is not stopping, but time is running short.
Tonight, new to...
Yep, and every time that, like, because after school, they, because my kids play in sports, so they like in everything, but right now it's basketball. So, you know, they're doing, you know, the little training or whatever, you know, like practice and stuff like that. But I don't know how they gonna be, you know, with the Rona and all that, but they're geared up to do games, I guess. So I was like, all right, I just signed a paper or whatever. But yeah, this is like the first year that, like, you know, they were like, oh, we're providing a bus to drop the kids back off. Normally I'm used to having to pick them up on my way home from work, which was no problem. But, you know, as they're getting older, they're like, you know, I can do it on my own, Mom, you know, that type of thing. But I was terrified. I'm serious. And I was going to go live that day and I just didn't. But it ended up working out and stuff like that. I wasn't even going to shed light on that happening. But then I got triggered when you had brought up Harmony Montgomery and how they just waited 2 years allegedly to report her missing. Like, what the hell, bro? What is wrong with these people?
Details on where teens are searching and who's now.
Yeah, I still be worried about. I got a 21-year-old and an 18-year-old and a 19-year-old. You know what I mean? That, you know what I'm saying? One is my King's son before we had got together, the 21-year-old, and then there's the other one, which is his ex-wife's child, which we still, you know, take care. You know, when he was growing up, we were still there and, you know, helping him, you know, and things like that, participating in his life and stuff like that. She's really cool. But, you know, around here ain't no step kids or nothing like that. So there's just, you know, all like that. But yeah, I get worried about him as well as my 18-year-old, like.
On the radar of police as a person of interest. We say good evening to you and thank you for joining us. We lead off at 6 tonight with a story that has everyone talking this week, the search for CODI BIGSBY.
This nonstop search is now in its third day.
They should. They really should. They should have confiscated all his clothing. Hopefully, I don't know when the interrogation would come out. You know what I mean? It could be after we've already, you know, if there's a trial, if we, you know, cover it or whatever. But I would hope that in the interrogation we're seeing him wearing like that paper outfit type of thing that they have them dress out in, and, you know, shoes removed, everything, you know. Hopefully they documented maybe even if he had scratches on his body or anything like that, because man, I hope little homie like left some evidence or something, like a scratch mark. I mean, when they find his body, they could check under his fingernails, depending on, you know, like the shape of the body. I mean, this is just really fucked up, fam. This child was 4 years old.
In Hampton, police and volunteers out in the chilly fog continuing their search and telling those who live in the neighborhoods to do the same.
Meantime, police now say they are down to one person of interest in Cody's disappearance. That's 43-year-old Corey Bigsby, the boy's father.
We have two reports tonight, beginning with 10 on your side's Chris Horn. Chris, what is the latest in the search?
Yeah, Tom, you mentioned the fog, and I don't know if you can tell on camera, but there's been a dense fog surrounding this area of Buck Row all day. It's kind of a metaphor for this case. When will something cut through that fog? What will be the break that searchers will get to find out what happened in this case? It has now been 57 hours since little 4-year-old Cody Bigsby was reported missing by his father from this complex off Old Buck Row Road. And police are appealing to the public for help, not only to find Cody, but also to develop a profile and get information about his father, 43-year-old Corey Bigsby, who is their person of interest.
And they probably want to know where he went, like, far as where did he frequent, right? Because maybe, like, let's just say, like, one of his favorite places to go was a bar down the street. Well, they might get to looking at the bar down the street. Was there any cameras? Couldn't they go, you know what I mean? They could look back at certain things or whatever. Hopefully, I have a feeling that this child was put in the garbage. I don't know. That's just what I'm feeling. Again, that's me just speculating. It's not facts of the case, but I just feel that way. Even with Malia, I felt certain ways about it that at one point or another could have been true. However, then where she was found at, where her body was dumped at on the side of the road. So I don't know. I'm getting that feeling again. I don't know. I don't know.
The person of interest in this case is Cody's father. His name is Corey Bigsby. He is a 43-year-old Hampton man.
With that announcement Wednesday at noon, police narrowed their investigation in the disappearance of 4-year-old Cody Bigsby. He and 3 other siblings were living with his father, Corey, at this apartment townhouse on Ranelette Drive. Police are appealing to the public for help on 2 fronts.
We're still seeking information on Cody's last known whereabouts. We're also seeking information on his father's whereabouts.
Police say the father has been cooperative and answering questions at police headquarters, but he's also the focus of their investigation, and they will see what they can develop from family, friends, and neighbors to complete his profile.
Where he goes, where he shops, who he's with, and what he does.
Teams of officers went door to door Wednesday in neighborhoods like this one, across Old Buck Row Road from where Cody lives, that were previously unsearched. Relied on volunteers to help them in the search. They were at capacity today for the volunteers, but they were taking names on, they could be used for future search days. Of course, we'll follow this and find out more about what happened here. Live in Hampton, Chris Horn, 10 on your side.
All right, thank you, Chris, and that clock is ticking. As police told us live on WAVY News 10 midday, the search area for Cody has greatly expanded.
The circle on this map is the approximate 1-mile radius where they've spent this week looking for clues. People from all across the area have stepped up to help, and we're hearing from some of those people who refuse to give up in this effort.
10 on your side's John Dowding continues our team coverage tonight. John?
Well, Tom and Anita, like Chris Horn was just saying, this fog, this cold, nothing is stopping the community from coming out and trying to find Cody. For many of them, though, it's an eerie reminder of the Noah Tomlin case from 2 years ago. But out of all of the people we spoke to, many of them saying they're not giving up hope.
I still got hope. I still got hope that he's out here.
Resiliency and hope remain strong in the Hampton community as the search for Cody Bigsby heads into a 3rd day. Akila Chapman drove from Newport News the last few days with the hopes of finding him.
We drove in just different neighborhoods that I've never seen before, and we just was going through the side streets, just looking at people's yards, pulling over, asking anybody, have they seen Cody, have they seen a little boy?
Leah Jones is an Army veteran who helped in the search efforts with Hampton police yesterday. She says never go out searching alone.
Anything could happen, you could fall. I just think it's wise, one, to always let someone know where you are, where you're going to look for him. Have a buddy with you, a partner.
Also, don't just start going through people's property. Always ask for permission to search.
If you're out by yourself and you see something, like a boat or a pickup truck that has a tarp on the back, and you want to lift it up and look, and you can't do that to people's personal.
Yeah, a 4-year-old definitely isn't just gonna get up out of bed, you know what I mean, and go outside like that. But especially at 2 o'clock in the morning, like it's dark out, fam. Like 4-year-olds is not gonna do that.
Personal property.
If you don't have the time,
we about halfway done. We're about like 30-something clips in.
Come out and search. There are still ways you can help.
Share his picture, get the word out, talk to your neighbor, go knock on some doors, let everybody know. I gotta find him. Like every day, I don't care if it's snowing out here, if it's cold out here, if it's raining out here, I'm going to call.
Why they cut her off?
A lot of the people out here holding on to hope, rallying and hoping for a happy ending here in Hampton tonight. Now, Hampton police are saying if you do want to volunteer, you want to come out and help, look out for that link.
I swear, I promise you, Chico, I was.
On their social media, it's a way for you to sign up, and they'll give you a call if they need you to come in and volunteer with them. And then, as always, we'll be following.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The Cedric case. Patricia said, sounds like the other case when the stepdad killed the baby over ketchup and threw the baby in the trash. It wasn't the stepdad though. It was the I believe the aunt was taking care of the son, so it was her boyfriend. I mean, the child, so it was her boyfriend. But yeah, you know, basically the child probably looked at him like that. But yeah, he threw him in the trash. That child, Cedric, was discovered in the landfill, you know, in the garbage dump. That was a hard case, and we still ain't done with it. It's still going on, so we're just waiting for updates in a lot of these. But again, the murder cases, those normally do take years to unfold to where if it is going to trial, it does go to trial. So that's normal.
This story and be bringing you updates on air and online for the very latest as we learn more. That's the latest in Hampton tonight. I'm John Dowding, 10 on your side.
Thank you, John. And a quick look at where we've been with this case so far over the last several days. Monday morning, police get the call from Cody's father that the boy had disappeared. Search teams immediately fan out in the neighborhood to look for the 4-year-old.
Tuesday, police begin to dig into the timeline of Cody's disappearance and add the Hampton steam plant to their search. And that brings us to today, where police pare down the list of people of interest, from Cody's parents to just his father.
Meantime, crews expand their search area, which include waterways within a mile of the family's apartment. And the timeline still has more steps to go. Keep it here on air and online for the latest in the CODI BIGSBY investigation.
A 4-year-old Hampton boy gone with
Party again.
Without a trace.
I just been glued to the TV. Just kind of shocked me.
The search for little Cody Bigsby enters its 3rd night.
And I kept asking, is there anywhere I can look, anywhere I can look? And he just said, no, just keep your eye out.
News 3 dives deep into the investigation, what neighbors are saying as police take their search to the streets and hone in on a person of interest. Plus, questions surrounding a reported abduction attempt at a local bus stop. Why police say their biggest lead has them re-examining the case. I'm Kurt Williams. Thanks for joining us. We are entering the 3rd night of intensive searching for little Cody Bigsby. Hampton police calling Cody's father a person of interest, saying Corey Bigsby has not left the police headquarters as the search continues for the 4-year-old. Even as the hours stretch on, search crews working tirelessly. Today, police focus their search in a 1-mile radius surrounding Buckrow Point apartments where Cody lives, encompassing much of the old Buckrow area. This is the same part of the city that was part of their grid search, but they are going through new areas to make sure that they haven't missed anything, and they are asking for help for people who live in that neighborhood. We now want to go live to News 3 reporter Antoinette Delbel. And Annie, you have the latest on this 24-hour search effort.
Yeah, Kurt, this really is a 24-hour operation, and police are really relying on neighbors' help now more than ever. They're asking people to check their properties for anything suspicious and to let them know if they've last seen Cody's father, Corey, where he shops, who he talks to, and what he does. Anything to help piece together where this little boy might be. Searchers covering new ground Wednesday.
We're searching for the missing 4-year-old, Cody Bigsby.
I hope they went and searched his other home that they said was not too far from this apartment complex.
Officers knocking on doors in the Buckrow Beach neighborhood, about a mile from where 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY lives with his father.
Looking around for that little boy.
Search teams handing out this flyer with CODI's picture, showing what he was wearing when his father says he last saw him on Monday. CODI's father, 43.
I wonder where the bomber jacket came from then.
Year-old Corey BIGSBY, now a main person of interest in his disappearance.
Really sad.
So I read an article that said that he was wearing a bomber and a bomber jacket and some flip-flops.
Really sad.
Police combing backyards, looking for any evidence that might lead them to the little boy.
Earlier today, I seen a whole bunch of, look like maybe volunteers further down around the creek.
3 the first time going down that way behind them. Then 2 more came back, walked in here.
Judy Holland saying she saw officers on ATVs searching through these woods, a marshy area with a creek near North 4th Street and Richmond Drive.
And I kept asking him, is there anywhere I can look, And he just said, no, just keep your eye out.
This case reminding Holland of the search for 2-year-old Noah Tomlin. His body was found in Hampton's steam plant in 2019.
Well, it takes me back to baby Noah, because they were out here looking here too. I just been glued to the TV, because it kind of shocked me.
An extensive search of the steam plant Tuesday, revealing no sign of CODI, but neighbors remaining hopeful.
Yeah, there's always hope. And yeah, I'm sure they're doing everything they can.
I mean, it's been so cold. I really should hope so.
I hope that they find him alive.
Yes.
And police saying today that they're now using cadaver dogs in this search, stopping short of calling this a recovery effort. They say this search is still considered a rescue mission. And they say that while the main focus for the person of interest is CODI's father, they're not ruling out his mother. But it is important to note that no charges have been filed against the parents. Live in Hampton, Antoinette Delbel, News 3.
There is a person of interest.
Breaking news in the search for 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY. Hampton Police Chief Mark Talbot saying they are closely looking at CODI's parents in connection with his disappearance. Chief Talbot just updated us on developments in this case, and 13 News Now has live team coverage as police are asking volunteers for help in searching for the child. We start with Allison Basil. Allison, a lot of brand new telling information from the chief here.
Yes, Dan, when it comes to the possibility of a person of interest, the chief says they are most interested in CODI's parents. He says they have also ruled out the possibility that CODI was abducted. Now, Chief Talbot says they don't believe CODI wandered off on his own. He says the family is still searching for answers, and he believes they are the key to finding CODI. Police have said CODI's father, Corey BIGSBY, told them he was last seen his son around 2 a.m. on Monday. But Chief Talbot now tells us they don't believe the father's timeline is reliable, so investigators are expanding their own. They want to hear from anyone in the community in Hampton and even farther if they have seen CODI, and they're particularly focused on information and sightings between the hours of noon on Sunday, January 30th, and Monday at 9 a.m. when they first got the call that CODI was missing.
Evidence that we have does not completely match the stories that we have received at this point. So we are opening up our focus in terms of the time that we are interested in.
And police say it is likely that they'll find CODI here in Hampton and even here by the Buckrow Apartments where he lived with his father. And coming up at 12:30, I'll share the different resources and agencies that are now helping in the search. You can see some of them behind us. I almost kind of see more each day here helping with the search. So we'll bring that to you shortly. Dan.
Okay, Allison, we will talk to you very soon. Thank you. A lot of people are asking why they haven't gotten an Amber Alert yet in CODI's disappearance. It's a good question. And here's what we learned. In order to get an alert,
they didn't say how old the other kids were. I'm thinking because they're juveniles, so for their protection, but they're supposedly all little. They were named little kids, so I would think that maybe they weren't older than 20. Then I was going to say 20. My bad. Then 12, maybe. I don't know what they would figure was a little kid. I mean,
sent out. The Virginia State
preteen.
Police say
before preteen.
Each case must meet certain criteria. The child must be 17 or under.
That's what I'm saying. Like, hopefully they, not interrogated, but talk to the other children, question them with somebody that is, trained to do so with children, not to be leading or whatever, but to get down to it. And maybe they did, but they just don't want to come and say that the children have told them more information,
Under or enrolled in a secondary school. Well, that checks.
I would imagine the children that aren't, missing or whatever in that household are probably terrified because they know the truth. They know that man took their life, or maybe it was even the mom. We don't know, but we gonna find it out.
The case here. Law enforcement believes a missing child is in imminent danger. Also checks here. But an investigation verified an abduction took place. That's what's missing here. Also enough useful information to get out to the public. Again, Hampton Police tell us there's no indication that CODI was abducted. Several agencies are assisting Hampton Police, and now they are reaching out to neighbors for help. Our team coverage continues with Casey Baylor, who spoke to a neighbor on efforts to help find CODI, and now neighbors can actually help out police. Hey, Casey.
Hey, Dan. Well, right after Tisha Hunt dropped her daughter off at the school bus this morning, she gathered some parents in the neighborhood to start that search for CODI Bigsby. Now, she said she will not stop until she and many others are able to find him.
It's heartbreaking to see when, police knock on your door and then they show you a picture of one of the kids that play with your children.
Tisha Hunt lives in Buckrow Point apartment townhomes.
We got 10 more news clips about CODI, and then we go into, because I just got the doubles out of there. We had some doubles, that's why, because I wasn't really paying attention when I was moving them over. I do apologize. I was trying to just hurry up so that I could get the show started or whatever, and I messed up. So I just got the doubles out of there. So.
And is a neighbor of CODI Bigsby and his family. In fact, she says her daughter Dream is a friend of CODI's and they play together often.
I think it is too crazy. I think it's the dad. Hey, Nicolette, how you doing?
All the kids in the neighborhood plays together.
Oh, 5 and under? Okay.
They play outside in the yard, games.
And sharing the news of CODI's disappearance with her daughter broke her heart.
And she started crying, so no kids wanted to come outside yesterday.
So she's taking matters into her own hands. Hunt is gathering parents from the neighborhood to search for CODI.
The area around, we're going to go down to Buckrow Beach. We're going to go all the way down to, if I have to, I'm going to go all the way down to the other end of Mallory. I'm just going to go around.
She says the goal is to inform those who don't know about the situation and get answers on where...
My bad, it's a little more than 10 clips, my bad.
Some last saw CODI.
We don't have this type of stuff in our community, and as a concerned parent, we just out here trying to help.
Hunt says whatever she finds, she'll share that information with police.
If this was my 5-year-old, I would want somebody to do this for my 5-year-old as well.
Definitely.
And Hampton police are also looking to start a neighborhood search team as well. In fact, they're looking for the first 50 volunteers to sign up and help.
Have you been following this story, Nicolette? Okay. Yeah, I guess we gonna, just keep up with it and watch as it unfolds. I do wonder what happened to him too. Like, again, I don't think that he left though. And from when I did see an angle of the sliding back glass door, I just don't see little homie just reaching up there and grabbing it on his own like that. I don't know, those doors can be kind of heavy to a 4-year-old. I think that it was the dad. It's something.
And go around in the neighborhood to look for CODI. And interesting enough, as soon as we got on the air, Hampton Police just tweeted that they filled up that 50-person volunteer, and they will alert us again if they're looking for additional members. For now, we're live in Hampton. I'm Casey Baylor for 13 News Now.
Hey, Casey, just goes to show how people in the community really wanting to help bring CODI home safe. Thank you for that update. We are constantly keeping an eye on any new developments, and we'll update you as we learn more. You can also get updates sent straight to your phone with the 13 News Now app. To download it, just point your cell phone camera at the QR code on your screen, and a link to our website will pop up.
Continuing coverage from Hampton, the search for missing 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY continues. I'm Lex Gray. Search parties are out for the 4th day looking for CODI. Police named his father, Corey, as a person of interest in his disappearance earlier this week. 10 on your side's John Dowding joins us now live from Hampton. So, John, what's the latest on the search?
Yeah, Lex, look, it's a 4th day here with searching for CODI BIGSBY with more and more hands on deck. Behind me here today, it's the newest thing that rolled up earlier today. This is a mobile communication center from Suffolk, which is aiding here in the search and rescue communications. It's mainly an area for everybody to be able to come together and have more space for them to sit down and coordinate their search and rescue efforts. Now, again, they've been searching the area since Monday. They expanded their search yesterday, and they're hoping to comb through more areas today. Hampton Police actually told us they already have enough volunteers for the day today. They have 50 volunteers that they're taking every single day to help them with search efforts on the ground. They're actually going to start searching at an area just up the road at 12:30, so we'll be heading over there quickly after we're done here today, updating everybody at home. But again, if anybody wants to help with the search efforts, you can sign up through the links from Hampton Police on their social media, and there are some local groups though as well who are doing their own search efforts too. They're combing through the different neighborhoods here, combing through different areas as well. And the newest thing today that they're handing out, they have new flyers right here. We have a copy of one right here. This flyer went out on Twitter earlier today, and they're handing them out again here today. The biggest thing on the flyer here is one of the new questions they have on here. Have you seen CODI, his father, his siblings since Christmas? So we talked with Hampton Police and asked them, are they expanding their timeline into this investigation? Are they pushing it back to Christmas? Are they trying to figure out if this timeline, if he may have gone missing sooner? They did not have an answer to that question for us just yet, though. Now, we will be following some of the different local search crews today as they're continuing their search for CODI, and we'll have the latest updates starting tonight on WAVY News 10 at 4. And again, if you have any information that can help in this investigation, you can call the FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can also submit an anonymous tip through the P3 Tips app. Again, we'll have more updates coming up starting on WAVY News 10 at 4. That's the latest in Hampton today. I'm John Dowding, 10 on your side.
I'm at the intersection of Standish and Fairfax, which is...
Why is this coming up? This is not supposed to be coming up. We supposed to be way down here. 30. My bad. It's not even in here like that. That was at the top. I don't know why it just ran us through. All right, this is...
At 13 News Now.
It don't sound right at all.
Noon is back. We are following the latest in the investigation into missing 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY. Just before noon, Hampton Police gave their latest update in the search for the little boy. Let's toss things over to Dan Kennedy now. So Dan, what do we know so far?
Well, Ashley, we're seeing new details in this case every day. You know, parts of the investigation that you need to know about here. Of course, 4-year-old CODI was reported missing at 9 Monday morning by his father, Corey, who's becoming a key character in all this. Now, when police started investigating the 4-year-old's disappearance, they said that Corey's timeline was not adding up. So then that led police to describe CODI BIGSBY as a person of interest on Wednesday. Important to note here, BIGSBY had been at police headquarters voluntarily all week answering questions, and we just heard from the police chief not too long ago saying he was aware of his rights and never asked for an attorney. Now, as part of this investigation, Hampton Police started ramping up searches, and we're not just talking about on the ground, we're talking about by air, by water, and they also needed background info on CODI BIGSBY, and they asked the public to come forward with any of that information. Corey confessed to leaving his children alone on 2 separate occasions, and that led police to arrest him last night on 7 felony child neglect charges. He made this virtual court appearance this morning. And Casey Baylor is joining us live now. So Casey, what have we learned about these charges that he is facing, not necessarily in regards to the son's disappearance?
Right, Dan, you mentioned those 2 instances in which Corey is accused of leaving his children alone. These court documents show that those 2 instances happened within the last 2 months, one recently within the last week. Now, it also states police interviewed Corey BIGSBY the day he reported his son, 4-year-old CODI BIGSBY, missing, and then that's where these court documents say he confessed to leaving his children unsupervised. Now, according to this criminal complaint, BIGSBY told police he left his his 4-year-old and twin 2-year-olds alone for more than...
So is it that he allegedly left at 2 a.m. and that's when he seen his son? You know what I mean? I don't believe that that was the last time that he's seen his son. I think that, you know, he kind of concocted some fake ass, you know, alibi or what. I don't know. Like,
3 hours on December 13th, so that he could buy a vehicle in Norfolk. Police also say he left them home again alone with his 5-year-old on January 25th for about 2 hours to visit several locations. Now, both times the children were without any adult supervision. He told police the children were, quote, too much of a burden to take with him when he leaves his home. Now, this morning we spoke with Bigsby's lawyer, Jeffrey Ambrose, and Ambrose says he is still waiting to speak with Bigsby.
I was told that he was not going to be provided my card when I gave it to officers. I was advised that he would not be told that counsel was present to speak with him, and he would not be told that an attorney had been retained by his family on his behalf.
So somebody had gotten an attorney? Oh, okay.
Ambrose also told us he plans to sit down with Bigsby this afternoon.
For the dad, because they, what, don't care about the child that's missing that is also related to them, or what?
Now, Bigsby is expected to appear in court again on Tuesday. We're live in Hampton. I'm Casey Baylor for 13 News Now.
Okay, Casey, thank you. And not too long ago, Hampton Police Chief Mark Talbot provided an update on the investigation into Cody's disappearance. Allison Basil continues our team coverage. So, Allison, what did the chief say?
Ashley, Chief Mark Talbot tells us this is easily one of the most comprehensive investigations that he has ever been a part of, and he tells us the investigation will only get more intense from this point. Now, yesterday, he says police arrested Corey Bigsby, Cody's father, and charged him with 7
Oh, his sister did? Wow.
counts of felony child neglect. And like Casey mentioned, those incidents do not
I heard them say that.
pertain to the search for Cody. Chief Talbot says police became more and more concerned, and
it could have been maybe he came home and his son was like dead. I said like maybe that the child had gotten into like, you know, some bathroom cleaner or some type of chemicals or something, and he went in there. Like, I'm not saying that he necessarily just beat this child to death, but I do feel like he disposed of the body in the garbage. I don't know why that just keeps popping up. Maybe it's because of the other cases or whatever. I'm just getting that feeling. But I'm not saying, you know, at this time that I think like he just beat the child to death or whatever. Maybe obviously because he did leave them, you know, in a house by themselves. Maybe when he came back, you know, his son was very sick and he was scared to call the police or whatever. I'm not saying that to minimize it, because the best thing would have been to do was to, you know what I mean, get his son help, no matter what consequences would have faced, you know, come up at the end or whatever in the situation. Maybe, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, this shit is sad. Something ain't right, though.
Lose a little bit of hope each day that passes without a sign of Cody. Corey's attorney, Jeffrey Ambrose, tells me and Casey that police denied him the chance to see Corey Thursday afternoon, and once his family retained Ambrose as an attorney. Chief Talbot says Corey is a 43-year-old man who is aware of his rights and at no time asked for a lawyer when he was at police headquarters voluntarily. Police say the search will continue.
We have many interviews to conduct. We still have areas to search, and we have many leads to follow. We will not stop here with this arrest.
And Chief Talbot also tells us that all the partner agencies that are helping them out are going to stay on and have agreed to keep looking for Cody. For now, live in Hampton, Allison Basil, 13 News Now.
Allison, thanks. Yesterday, forensic teams with the Hampton Police Division entered the apartment where Cody Bigsby lived with his father and siblings. A police spokesperson said this is just part of the overall investigation.
Now, police say they're exhausting all resources as the search for Cody continues into day 5. Hampton police called Suffolk for backup yesterday to help better communications while out in the field. Investigators are focusing their efforts at the Buckrow Point apartments where Cody and his father live. Now, the search radius spans about a mile from their home. We're keeping a close eye on new developments. We'll let you know the moment we learn more.
But again, what about the other home that the father has not too far away? They need to check, you know, is there a wooded area behind there? They need to check in that house, around that house. I'm pretty sure they did. I'm just saying, because the news never talking about it, but they told us that he had another house.
You can also get updates on your phone with the 13 News Now app. To download it, scan the QR code on your screen. A link to our website will pop up.
And Barbara, you know, probably the two big takeaways for today is that the father is now the sole focus of this investigation. They say they're not ruling out the mom, but that the dad is now a person of interest. And yesterday they were saying both parents were persons of interest. And then the other big nugget was, for the first time today, they had dive teams in the water within this 1 mile radius. They did not find anything. The dive teams are out of the water. Now, you had a map up a moment ago kind of showing this area, but I kind of wanted to, this is the command center behind me, and I just wanted to take a short little walk to kind of give you some perspective on how close the command center is to the apartment complex where Cody lives. So this right here is the Buckrow Point apartments. Where Cody lives is kind of on the far end of this apartment complex. And I walked over there when I first got out here. That area is all taped off with crime scene tape. But that was really the only activity that I saw outside of where Cody lives with his father and his other siblings. And we have been told that the siblings are now safe. They're not saying where, but that Cody's siblings are safe. Well, our team coverage continues now with News 3's Ellen Ice, who has been out here all day. And Ellen, what's the latest that you have?
So, Kurt, as you mentioned, Hampton police say Cody's father, Corey Bigsby, is the main person of interest in this case, and we are learning new information about him today, including that he's an Army veteran of 20 years. And according to an Army spokesperson, Bigsby served from 1997 to 2017 and retired as a sergeant first class. He deployed twice to Iraq and twice to Afghanistan. Documents show in 2018, Corey Bigsby was charged with assault on a family member. Those charges were later dismissed.
I'm wondering if the assaults and all that have something to do with the fact that he fought in the, you know, for this country or whatever, and he probably seen some shit. Maybe that played a toll on his mental health. Just wondering.
For the search today, police say
trying to minimize it. Just wondering.
They expanded their search. It's in the same mile radius around the apartment complex as it was yesterday, but today they are.
Yeah, that is weird though. That is very weird. That because they don't have the right to just deny people attorneys.
Checking new areas within that grid. And earlier we saw search parties going door to door in nearby neighborhoods. Police say they're relying on volunteers as well to help with the search. They also recommend residents in the area check their own property to see if anything is out of place. They also say they're still seeking information on Cody's last known whereabouts as well as Corey's whereabouts, to include where he shops, who he was with, and what he does.
We're going to continue today using volunteers. We're going to be working with our partners at the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. And you're going to continue to see a wide variety of resources being used out here, to include canines and UAVs.
And we do know that Corey Bigsby is at the police station and has been there since Monday and is talking to investigators. Kurt, back to you.
I'm at the intersection of Standard.
Why does this keep coming up, bro? Like, that's not even how this playlist goes. Also, when I told y'all how many clips we had, I didn't refresh it. So I think we would have been... Hold on, let me look at my history. Alright. I think we would have been right here.
We love him. We love him. That's like loving your own kid. He's a kid. He's a 4-year-old kid. Look at this. You see this? How you cannot love a kid? Huh? This is terrible. It really is. It breaks your heart.
Parents, neighbors, and the community compelled to scour the area in and around Buckrow Point Apartments, searching for any signs of CODI BIGSBY.
It is now day 4 of the search for the 4-year-old little boy. News 3 was at the family's apartment on Rondelay Drive at noon today. The first to bring you this video of officers carrying back.
All right, so the next clip we get into Kennedy HOYLE, actually, because after I refreshed it, after I took out the extras, obviously it minimized the list. So that's what's up.
Of evidence out of the Bigsby home.
The boy's father is still being questioned as a person of interest in this case.
News 3 has never left the scene, day and night, bringing you each new development in this heartbreaking case. And right now, Kurt Williams is live in Hampton, leading our coverage with a team of News 3 reporters.
So Kurt, brings up to speed. What is the very latest out there in Hampton?
Todd and Barbara, a lot of activity out here, new developments. You mentioned some of them. Those bags of evidence seen coming from CODI's apartment. Our cameras were rolling and caught that. There is also an expanded timeline of when investigators want to hear from you as far as the last time you believe you may have seen CODI. And then there's also just a lot more activity out here as well. And we have what we call a mast cam. It's a camera attached to our mast. And if we can take that now, we can show you the big picture view. So we now also have more vehicles out here, more emergency response vehicles, more tents. So we have the Hampton Roads Communications Response Unit out here, the Hampton Roads Incident Management Team, the Chesapeake Fire Marshals.
Man, I thought we was doing pretty good. We had gotten to 4 hours and 20-something minutes with none of them Russian bots.
The Chesapeake
that I had
Community
anyway.
Emergency Response Team. And I asked the folks from Chesapeake, were y'all asked to come out here? They said, no, we volunteered. So a lot to unpack of what's going out here. And of course, we have been bringing you team coverage. And once again, on this 4th day of searching for CODI, we have team coverage. We have News 3's Chelsea Donovan and News 3's Ellen Ice out here. We first want to go to Chelsea Donovan. And Chelsea, I walked back there and saw all the activity that was going on in front of CODI's apartments. And you were there when those bags of evidence started being hauled out of the house.
Yeah, Kurt, that happened just about 4 hours ago, and they're still doing that now. Actually, forensics teams just a few minutes ago left the scene with collection kits and bags of evidence. But take a look behind me. This is Corey and CODI's home. You can see the Hampton police officers have been posted up here now for about 4 hours as folks have been going in and out and collecting evidence all afternoon. Other things that they've been doing, though, here from the police department, they've been canvassing the neighborhood. Take a look at this flyer. This is really at pretty much every apartment here in the Buckrow Point community. You can see, do you know CODI, his father or his siblings? Have you seen CODI or his father since Christmas? So that's that expanded timeline you were talking about, Kurt. Do you live in Buckrow Point Apartments and have Ring doorbell or other surveillance cameras? Of course, they're asking now the FBI to get involved in this, along with Hampton Police and all of these other agencies. Let's take you back to about noon when we were first on the scene, showing you that video of those teams coming in. Also, these police going door to door, asking these residents for help. Of course, what we saw is these forensic teams, they suited up with collection kits and paper bags in hand, searching inside the home that CODI shares with his siblings. Now, Hampton police would not confirm, they wouldn't tell me if a search warrant had been executed for probable cause or if Corey Bigsby gave his consent. Now, Corey, still voluntarily at the Hampton Police Department, he's answering those questions.
Salute observant staff.
His sister did tell me today, though, that he did retain a lawyer. She was actually out here just a few minutes ago. We caught up with her. I asked her several questions as where she thinks CODI is and if she thinks her brother is innocent. Take a listen to this interview.
There's nothing I can really say at this point. We've retained counsel, and if you want, you can direct your questions to him.
But do you believe that your brother is innocent? What can we say to have you defend him?
There's nothing I can say about that at this time. I think CODI is.
Why is she being so fucking confrontational? This is a sister then that got him an attorney. Why does she seem like she don't really, you know what I mean? She care more about her brother than she does her nephew in this situation. I've seen this before. I know some of the royal family has too.
Is alive and well. We just need to find him.
How you know that, ma'am? How do you know that?
When is the last time you saw Cody?
That is irrelevant, and I just...
No, it's not. It is very important. When the father called and reported his son missing one day, however, they going all the way back to Christmas? Ma'am.
Told you. I don't want to speak on that. If I knew where he is, I...
Okay, this is the sister that got the attorney. Wow.
Would have found him by now.
Shout out to Nicolette, who's been following along with this case. Much love to her.
So I don't know. Why would I not think he's alive? Why would anybody rule out the fact that he's alive?
I mean, no family member wants to say that he's dead, but just the way that her demeanor was in here, she caping more for her brother than she is for her missing nephew. And at the end of the day, your brother already has a criminal history far as domestic abuse. It's not far-fetched that he put his hands on this child, but maybe a mistake was made because he neglected the children. Like maybe the child, you know what I mean?
I also asked her when is the last time she spoke or even saw Cody, and she refused to answer that. One of the things that she was very emphatic on,
because it probably ain't been for a long time,
though, is where is Cody's mother and why isn't she here searching the ground and scouring this area like she is, or all of these other agencies? She says that she resides in DC, but said she had no idea where she was at this point. We'll continue to monitor things going here at the Bigsby home. For now, we're live in Hampton. Back to you.
Chelsea, thank you so much. Our team coverage now continues with news.
That's strange too, that the mother, like, come on, that's your son, bro. Does the mother have the child?
3's Ellen Ice. And Ellen, you have the community response, and what have they been telling you as we are now in day 4 in the search for Cody?
I mean, I'm sure they made sure that she didn't allegedly or something. I don't know.
Well, Kurt, they've told me that they're tired. They're wanting answers.
Oh, you did? Okay, Nicolette. I would love to see that and go over that. I probably got to just search harder, huh?
As to where Cody is and what possibly could have happened.
I'm delayed in bringing this case, though. I was supposed to bring it a long time ago. Got distracted, y'all. So we're going to be doubling back and looking at into more information on these cases.
Let's take a look at some video from earlier today. The command center has been busy today. Suffolk Fire and Rescue brought their mobile command center out. Police have also added more tents. They tell me they're preparing for the rain that's supposed to be moving in. And we've heard no official update from police today, no press conference, except a tweet that asked for Cody and Corey Bigsby's whereabouts going back to Christmas. And we saw search crews out by Belle Isle Marina going through the marsh and checking the surrounding area. People who are searching tell us they are tired and they want answers.
This boy have not been found. Now I want to keep my cool. This boy have not been found. And I hate to think the worst. That means we got to press the father more.
And we do know that the father is still at the police station and is answering questions, and he has retained counsel. Kurt, back to you.
All right, Ellen, thank you so much. Now, a moment ago, we showed you these new flyers. We told you that these were coming out today. What I want to do now is if you have your cell phone with you, grab your cell phone because there is a QR code. And we're going to hold this up because what this will allow you to do is scan this. I'm going to try to hold it really still. And then what happens is a link opens up and it has all of the pertinent information regarding Cody. And this will allow you to kind of just have it in case you don't have one of these flyers. This will allow you to have this. And this is why Hampton Police put that QR code on there so that you could have this with you at all time. And so that's just one of the other layers in this investigation.
I like that. I like that they started doing that.
How they're trying to enlist the support of the community. Again, tremendous amount of activity taking place behind me. You saw the images we had earlier of the bags of evidence that were being retrieved from Cody's home. And then also when I went back there just to scope out to see what was going on, I talked to a resident who lived a few doors down from Cody. And she was just telling me that it's just sad and it's frustrating that there are no answers. And she also said that it was sad because it used to be that the kids would play out in this neighborhood after school until it got dark. And she said since all of this is unfolded, the kids aren't coming outside to play anymore. Back to you in the studio.
All right, there are new developments tonight in the search for...
All right, oh, we're not done. Day 5, a big, okay. I don't know where this is playing from right now, but let's watch it. So right now, Porter, we're looking at a situation that we're kind of late on. It's CODI BIGSBY. CODI's been missing for a long time, and he's 4 years old. So we're kind of just listening to the case a little bit and stuff like that. The father's been arrested on 7 counts of neglect of children. So, the father's been working. It's just crazy. The father got an attorney from the sister. The sister got her brother an attorney. The mom don't seem to really be active in this case, but she does live, I think, in another state or another area. It's just a lot. So it's just really sad. But allegedly, this child has been missing for quite a while. They're going back all the way to Christmas and things like that. So I think this is one of the last. I don't know what is playing right now in reality. Like, I'm kind of lost. Wait, no, I think this is the last clip.
CODI BIGSBY. The boy's father, Corey Bigsby, was in court today.
The last clip on this case. Then we got Kennedy HOYLE case. So here's some information on the case, Porter.
Charged with 7 counts of felony child endangerment. Police say he left his kids, who are 5 and younger, home alone. Hampton police say these charges are not directly related to CODI's disappearance. Bigsby reported his 4-year-old son missing on Monday. Crews and volunteers jumped into action to try and find him. Now it is day 5 of the search. Today, Hampton Police Chief Mark Talbot confirmed there is no reason to believe CODI is not in Hampton somewhere. But he acknowledged that time is a big factor in these types of cases.
With each day that passes, we become more and more concerned, and we lose a little bit more hope. Obviously, the longer we go, the more tragic it feels.
Hampton police also told us today they are shifting resources toward finding and examining evidence in the case.
Meanwhile, community members are doing their part to try and help find the missing 4-year-old. Sarah Hammond is live in Hampton now with the latest for us. Sarah.
Guys, 5 days after CODI BIGSBY was reported missing by his father, there is still no sign of the 4-year-old. And up until this afternoon, this parking lot's been filled with Hampton Police, Hampton Fire, the FBI, VDIM, dogs, helicopters, drones. The list goes on, but you can see it is a very different scene here tonight. And earlier today, Hampton Police told us the search for CODI is not over. They're moving their focus to a more evidence and intelligence-based operation. And although you won't see crowds of police here, community volunteers are still on foot searching for the missing 4-year-old. Ugana Jones with the Black Lives Matter 757 search team says they will still have boots on the ground until CODI is found. She says they've been searching through the woods and checking different areas today. And Jones also says they've run into some people who say they still didn't even know CODI was missing. So she says continuing to get the word out is key.
We will be out here until we find baby CODI. We have too many dedicated people, and we're not going to stop. Regardless of what the investigation or the police do, we're still going to be out here.
And during a news conference earlier today, Police Chief Mark Talbot says his officers will continue to search for CODI until he is found. Live in Hampton, Sarah Hammond, 13 News Now.
And Chief Talbot also said investigators still have a lot of forensic data to review, many interviews to conduct, and other areas to search. 13 News Now is closely following this investigation. You can download our app to get news alerts about any updates from police, the efforts to find CODI, and new information on his father's court case. We will also bring you updates on air and on 13newsnow.com.
I'm at the intersection.
Why does it keep doing this? Oh my goodness, child. Okay, we down here in the Kennedy situation now. Okay.
All right, right now.
So this situation is kind of not new to me or whatever, but I did look into it. So basically, a newborn child was reported missing or whatever at 2 days old. They found the mother dead. The father's been charged with murder. By now, the child is, about 2 weeks. The child would have been about 2 weeks old. So this is another situation that unfolded. We have about like maybe under about 10 clips on this. Again, we'll be doubling back to look at the other information. This one broke my heart though, like all of them did. But this one was really fucked up though. Like, imagine being thrown into a Mississippi River, which is what they claimed that this father did. But you're 2 days old. Like, it's fucked up. So this is from now on until I, stop it again and say that it's another situation. Because I did pull up the YouTubers that found a woman's car into which her body was also in there. This woman had been missing for a while. That's one of the ones. I'm just going to show you a short news clip on it after we're done with the Kennedy situation. Kennedy HOYLE was the child's name. Let's get into it.
All right now, an Amber Alert issued earlier today for a baby girl. The Memphis Police Department says the father of missing newborn Kennedy HOYLE has been charged in her and her mother's death. Brandon Isabel has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Police say the 2-day-old has not been found, but evidence suggests she's dead. Her mother, Danielle HOYLE, was found shot to death last night.
And in other news tonight, we're learning
same case.
New information about 25-year-old Brandon Isabel. The young father, Memphis police say, admitted to throwing his 2-day-old baby into the Mississippi River after killing her mother. Our WREG's Bria Jones joins us live with the latest in this investigation. Bria?
Stephanie, the TBI says the Amber Alert for 2-day-old Kennedy HOYLE is still active, despite her father now being charged in her murder. A gut-wrenching crime breaking hearts across the country. 25-year-old Brandon Isabel charged.
It be tripping me out that the newscasters talk like that. Like, it's weird.
In the murders of his 2-day-old baby girl Kennedy HOYLE and her mother, 27-year-old Danielle HOYLE.
Why would somebody want to hurt a baby? She precious.
According to this affidavit, Isabel admitted to Memphis police that on February 1st, the night of his birthday, he lured the child's mother to White
in Memphis, Tennessee,
Haven and shot her in the head. He then told officers he took Kennedy to Mud Island and tossed her into the water. Investigators say Isabel also admitted to throwing the murder weapon in the Mississippi River in Wolf River Delta. Memphis police say the search for the baby has been suspended, telling WREG the department will monitor the weather and continue the search when we are able. We dropped by a Cordova address where the victim's family and a police source says Isabel lives, but no one answered. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation background shows Isabel has no prior criminal history in the state. He's now facing multiple charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder, especially aggravated kidnapping and tampering with evidence. The victim's family says they don't have answers, but believe this tragedy could be a result of a now fatal love triangle. Memphis police say they've interviewed other people, but no additional
Look at this baby. Aww.
Charges have been filed.
You didn't want to take care of your child. You didn't want to be in her life. You should have left her alone.
Facts.
Isabel is being held without bond. He's due in court tomorrow. For now, reporting live in downtown Memphis, Bria Jones, WREG News, Channel 3.
And we'll be there to cover it as well. Bria, thanks. A breaking news update now on a missing 2-day-old girl. She was reported missing shortly after police say her mother was found shot to death in Whitehaven.
Tonight, there's a new clue in Kennedy Dole's disappearance. WREG's Bria Jones has been following the search all day long, and she joins us live now from Mud Island with the latest. Bria?
Well, Stephanie and Greg, this has been both an exhausting and emotional day for the family as they search from Whitehaven to Cordova and back out here to Mud Island, where you can see the MPD command post. Tonight, they tell me they're not losing hope.
That's my baby. That's my grandbaby. I only had my baby 10 minutes, and I haven't seen her since.
April Campbell is experiencing the unimaginable. She says her 27-year-old daughter, Danielle HOYLE, was shot and killed last night in Whitehaven. Now her daughter's 2-day-old baby girl, Kennedy HOYLE, is at the center of an Amber Alert investigation.
They got the divers looking, helicopters looking, red tape around certain areas. They won't tell us nothing until they know something.
Wednesday, Memphis police said they were searching Mud Island with local and state partners looking for baby Kennedy.
I just want my grandbaby. That's all I want. My sister wanted to come home. She keeps calling, asking where she is. I can't tell her.
Family confirms to WREG photos of a car seat seen next to a dumpster behind a white.
And when I seen this image, I knew that baby girl was not here with us no more.
Whitehaven Walmart belongs to the baby. The location is less than 5 miles.
I'm saying when I had looked into the case originally.
From the area of Sedgwick and Levi, where police say the child's mother was found.
Why would you somebody want to hurt a baby? She precious. She didn't do anything to you. Y'all could have took her to a fire department, police station, dropped off somebody's porch.
With one man.
And then imagine what that woman right there, was feeling. She just found out that her daughter was killed and that her grandchild, that is 2 days at the time of this, right? This was brought out February 2nd, is missing at the same time. Like, I know that my heart just breaks for her.
Detained who police say is known to the victims. Family says they want justice.
You been right in hell or something. You deserve to die.
Police are not releasing the name of the person they have detained. If that changes, I'll be sure to let you know. For now,
some of these clips aren't in order again.
Reporting live from Mud Island, Bria Jones, WREG News, Channel 3.
A Memphis man tonight charged with murder of his 2-day-old daughter and the mother of the child. This case triggered a statewide Amber Alert this morning, and now Brandon Isabel is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, especially aggravated kidnapping and tampering with evidence in connection with the deaths of 27-year-old Danielle and her 2-day-old baby Kennedy HOYLE. The search for Danielle and Kennedy began this morning in Memphis. That Amber Alert issued for Kennedy after the child's mother was found dead of a gunshot wound. And then around 4:30 this afternoon, police said they found an abandoned car seat at a Walmart in the area, and family confirmed the car seat belonged to Kennedy. Although the baby has not been found tonight, police say evidence strongly suggests the child is dead. The Amber Alert for Kennedy HOYLE is still active tonight in Tennessee.
A breaking news update. While the search continues for a missing newborn baby in Memphis, a man has been detained. 2-day-old Kennedy HOYLE was last seen with her mother, who was killed overnight. Police say the man being held is known to the victims.
Very sad story. WREG's Kwamitra Wilburn spoke to family members who say they are desperate for answers.
They said they got like 50 police looking for. My thing is everybody should be looking for.
Family members of 27-year-old Danielle HOYLE are looking for answers after she was killed and her baby was reported missing.
And she's just 2 days old. I just want her to come home. They can't find her. They're looking for her. She needs her medicine. She needs a mirror. It's cold out here. I just need her to come home. I just want my grandbaby.
HOYLE's mother says her daughter left home around 6 o'clock Tuesday evening. She says her daughter told her she was taking her baby to the hospital for more testing. She last spoke to HOYLE around 7:30 and asked her if she made it to her destination.
She was like, "Yeah, Mom, I'm trying to get the baby out the car. You get her in the hospital."
April Campbell says she called and messaged her daughter multiple times, but didn't get a response. Around 11:30, Campbell says police officers knocked on her door asking what car her daughter drives and if she knows where HOYLE is.
They say it was an active crime scene.
Memphis police say they found a body in an abandoned vehicle confirmed as being
like that. They did her bogus.
HOYLE's in the area of Sedgwick Street and Levi Road. Police confirm HOYLE was found shot and killed, but her daughter, 2-day-old Kennedy HOYLE, was nowhere to be found. An Amber Alert was issued for Kennedy at 8:29 a.m. Family members say HOYLE was a hardworking mother who did her best to provide for her family. They say she also leaves behind a 10-year-old daughter.
And Gerard keeps asking what's going on, where her sister is, where her mama is, and I can't tell her.
Facts, so innocent, 2 days old, and then she was thrown in the Mississippi River. Like, that's crazy.
Been crying. She been crying since she saw the police.
Reporting in Whitehaven, Kwamitra Wilborn, WREG, News Channel 3.
And 2-day-old Kennedy is still reported missing. If you know anything about where she may be, contact Crime Stoppers at 528-CASH or 1-800-TBI-FIND.
But we are following a breaking news at our neighboring state in Tennessee, where an Amber Alert is out for a 2-day-old baby. Her mom found shot to death over in Memphis. Kennedy HOYLE was last seen wearing a black and white polka.
And then whatever they was going through, it couldn't have been this serious for him to just kill his baby mama and then throw the baby into the Mississippi River.
Dot onesie with pink pants. Again, she's only 2 days old. Her mom already shot and killed. We are working with the TBI to get more information on this Amber Alert, but it is a statewide Amber Alert. If you know anything about this, you should call 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Right now, police are looking for a missing newborn from Memphis. Officials say her father, Brandon Isbell, took the 2-day-old baby, Kennedy HOYLE, to the Mississippi River and tossed her into the water. Police say he also threw the gun used to kill her mother in the river. Isbell is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Police arrested him after they found the child's mother shot to death near an abandoned car in Memphis.
We do have some breaking news to get.
No, you gotta be a fucking asshole to throw your. Look, I can understand being mad at somebody and shooting them, but your 2-day-old baby, fam, like, I'm not, and the statement I said does not justify him, shooting his baby mother. I'm not with that at all. Don't get that, mistaken. But, like, he had to have taken her out of the car seat and threw her in the river. Like, what kind of motherfucking drugs or what mental capacity was this dude going through at that moment? Like, what?
Get to here this morning. We know
you couldn't let the baby live. It's not like the baby gonna testify like I seen what you did.
Father is in custody due to that Amber Alert that is out of Memphis.
And right now, News Channel 5's Amelia Young has the latest from TBI.
Yeah, that was interesting too, though. Maybe she was cheating on him or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? But I don't think I heard anything more about Love Triangle. But I also, like I said, I want to go back and see if I can find any more information on this.
Headquarters. Amelia, can you tell us what the latest is? We understand the child may be dead.
Yeah, Ben and Amy, it's something we've been following all night. Memphis police released more information just hours after that Amber Alert was sent out. They say evidence does suggest that little baby girl is dead. Now, officers say the baby's father, Brandon Isbell, killed the mother, Danielle HOYLE, then left her body in a car. He's been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and numerous other charges, along with tampering with evidence in connection with the deaths of the baby and Danielle. Now, Kennedy HOYLE is the 2-day-old baby. Again, she has not been found, but Memphis police say, sadly, evidence does suggest she is likely dead. Yesterday.
And then I'm like thinking, like, I hope that, like, when she was thrown in there, like, an animal didn't get a hold of her and just do whatever, because she was very small. Think of a 2-day-old baby. They're small.
Police were searching for Kennedy by the Mississippi River. Officers say the search will...
Yeah, maybe he thought the baby wasn't his. Maybe the baby ain't his, and he's just on the birth certificate because the mom said that it was, and he believed her, and then he found out that it's not, and maybe he bought a whole bunch of, like, stuff for the baby and was getting ready to change his life. You know what I mean?
Will continue until
Yeah, I can't either, Amari, at all. Shout out to Amari.
Recover her remains. She was last seen with her mother, who was shot and killed in the Whitehaven area. Again, we'll continue to follow updates to this case. Make sure you're following along on our website or our app.
But still, even if she did cheat on him, like, okay, you know what I mean? You ain't got to kill her, though. Like, that's crazy.
For those latest ones that come about. Send it back to you all in the studio.
Appreciate it, Mike. Well, this morning, a tragic update
All right,
about
same case.
An Amber Alert out of Memphis. The police department suspects a 2-day-old baby at the center of that alert is dead. Officers say the baby's mother was found Tuesday night, shot to death. And while the baby is still missing, evidence suggests she's dead. The father of the child, Brandon Isabel, is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Officers say they will continue to recover the remains of the child.
All right, a heartbreaking update tonight.
Same case. We have, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then just the extra one that I was going to throw in that I thought was interesting about another YouTuber. It's something positive, though. It ain't nothing negative. Anyway, yeah, let's get back into it. So we got 4 left after this, and these are all involving Kennedy Hoyle in this case.
All right, a heartbreaking update tonight. A Memphis man is charged this evening with the murder of his 2-day-old daughter and the mother of the child.
Yes, truly a heartbreaker, and a heartbreaking ending also to a search that began early this morning for the missing newborn. WREG's Melissa Moon, she joins us now live with more on why this is now, Melissa, a recovery effort.
Well, the father, Brandon Isabel, is locked up tonight. He is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, especially aggravated kidnapping and tampering with evidence. Police say evidence suggests the baby is dead. Relatives of little Kennedy Hoyle were holding out hope the newborn would be found alive.
I'm just praying that she ain't hurt. I just want her to come home. That's all I want. I just want my...
And it seemed like this grandmother would have done a wonderful job, you know, given the situation that she had just lost her daughter. But it seems like this grandmother would have taken care of that little baby as far as her best to her ability or whatever. It's just really sad that he had to go and do that. But, like, maybe think about it. And this is just me throwing, you know, things out there, right? Maybe she, and I'm not trying to, like, demonize the mother that was shot, you know what I mean, and died, right? Because we don't know what happened. But maybe, right, she was, you know, messing with the dude that had killed her and then messing with, like, a dude he didn't get along with, right? And then, like I said, he found out that that ain't his baby after the birth. Like, maybe she just told him or somebody told him and that sparked up the conversation. And then knowing that that wasn't his baby, maybe that's why he just didn't give a fuck about throwing the baby over. But still, like, just any baby, like, you didn't just look at the baby. I don't give a fuck how angry you is. All of it is ridiculous. The fact that this woman had to lose her life, you know what I'm saying, whether she cheated or not or whatever, it would be fucked up to lie to somebody and tell them that, you know, it's their baby and then they find out other words, but killing them and the baby, like, that's crazy. I just can't. But it seems like, in my opinion, this grandmother would have done a great job of taking care of this child given the circumstances that her daughter just lost her life. Again, my heart goes out to this woman because watching her and listening to her cry, which is understandable, I just felt her pain. I was like, wow.
Baby to come home.
A statewide Amber Alert was issued for the 2-day-old baby after her mother, 27-year-old Danielle Hoyle, was found shot to death beside her car at Sedgwick Street and Levi Road in Whitehaven. This morning, police began searching along the Mississippi River on Mud Island.
That part, women, please do not mess with these low-level dudes.
But haven't said
a lot of women are drawn to the bad boy type, and is this worth it? Like, I don't know. We really don't know at this time what happened, but I'm just saying with the information that we have, you know, it's not worth it to me. You know what I mean? I ain't saying you gotta go get a lame or something, but somebody that has more, you know what I mean, mental capacity than this, but you know.
Then late this afternoon, they discovered a pink and...
Again, this, every time I see this scenery right here, excuse me for having to clear my throat, but I just be like, ooh, it get like runs chills up my spine, because that is probably was scary for them to see, like, because where's the baby? If the mother, or obviously not the mother, the grandmother, anybody had identified this as the possible car seat, how many other children are missing? So okay, none, this got to be hers. And just with that, it's just sad that this happened. Like,
gray car seat near a dumpster at the Walmart in Whitehaven. Family members confirming it belonged to Kennedy. Police say they have evidence suggesting Kennedy is dead, but have not found her body.
You deserve to die.
And I'm wondering if that's because the current of the Mississippi River.
That's Kennedy. You didn't have to hurt her.
Early on, Danielle's loved ones, including her mother, believed the baby's father, Brandon Isabel, was responsible for Danielle's death and the infant's disappearance.
You didn't want to take care of your child. You didn't want to be in her life. You should have left her alone.
Now, police just released new information. They say that Brandon Isabel confessed to shooting and killing Danielle Hoyle. He told investigators he threw the baby in the water off the Mud Island boat ramp and threw the weapon used to shoot Hoyle into the Mississippi River. Police are still investigating a motive. Live in the studio, Melissa Moon, WREG, News Channel 3.
Investigators have arrested a man after a newborn baby girl disappeared and her mother was found shot to death. Memphis police say that they are still looking for Kennedy Hoyle, but evidence has led them to believe that her father, Brandon Isabel, killed her. Police found her mother's body late Tuesday night near an abandoned car. Isabel has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder as well as several other kidnapping charges.
Continuing coverage this midday, a West Tennessee father is accused of killing his 2-day-old daughter and the child's mother as well. This case was the center of a statewide Amber Alert yesterday. A Memphis arrest report says Brandon Isabel admitted to luring Danielle Hoyle to an area and then shooting her. Police also say he admitted to taking the newborn, Kennedy Hoyle, out of the car and tossing her and a gun into the Mississippi River. Memphis police say Danielle was found shot to death near an abandoned car late Tuesday night. Kennedy was later reported missing. Memphis police say evidence suggests that she is not alive and the search to recover the newborn continues. Relatives of Kennedy were holding out hope the newborn would be found alive.
I'm just praying that she ain't hurt. I just want her to come home. You didn't want to take care of your child. You didn't want to be in her life. You should have left her alone.
Police are still investigating a motive.
You can cross her.
I think this is the last one.
The tears don't even come down your eyes anymore. I ain't slept since it later. No, I haven't slept.
It's been 24 hours after April Campbell's daughter was killed and granddaughter disappeared.
Danielle, she missed by everybody. Like I say, young folks make mistakes. But that wasn't a mistake. There wasn't a reason to kill my daughter.
27-year-old Danielle
or your grandchild
Hoyle was found shot to death near her car in Whitehaven around 11:15 Tuesday night. Police soon realized her newborn daughter wasn't with her. The search lasted all day Wednesday and into the night on Mud Island for 2-day-old Kennedy Hoyle.
I just wish I could just hold my grandbaby. I just want to tell them, I love them. I miss them.
After 6 p.m. Wednesday, police arrested Kennedy Hoyle's father, Brandon Isabel, on 2 counts of first-degree murder, murder in the perpetration of aggravated kidnapping, especially aggravated kidnapping, and tampering and fabricating evidence. This is what Campbell had to say about the man accused of killing her daughter and grandchild.
I want him to suffer like he made my baby suffer. I want him to hurt. I don't want it to be easy for him. I want him to suffer. He needs to suffer. Why would you hurt a baby?
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel.
All right, let me...
Few businesses have had a year quite like the family-owned company that makes Purell. Russ...
All right. No, it's not even acting right. Because now I imagine I have to go find that clip because it's covered all up in all of this other shit. Let me see. Let me go find this other clip if I can. Oh no, it's not here. Great. Hold on. I found it. Alright, so this, let me I think I remember this lady too. That is missing. So this is the last one. Allegedly, some YouTubers had found a car in Florida Pond with a missing woman's body in it. And I wanted to highlight this because I think that this is pretty cool that they were able to, use their expertise to find the woman's body because the police department has been looking for this woman for a long time. I also think, excuse me, I don't know what's going on. Probably been talking too long. Anyway, I also think that it's crazy. Like, it would be tight if they could use these same people's resources to find maybe Kennedy Hoyle, but that might be different because the Mississippi River's water and how the current runs. I don't know. There might be things to it, but I think that it's cool that, these people get to do something that they like on YouTube, and it also is, helping people's cases of, people that are missing and things like that. So let's just watch this before we get out of here.
All right, listen to this. A dive team with almost 2 million YouTube followers may have solved a Florida missing persons case. The group Adventures with Purpose travels the country searching bodies of water. And this time, the team may have cracked a case that had gone cold after nearly a year. NewsNation correspondent Brian Enton is live. So, Brian, this team uses sonar equipment in their searches.
Yeah, Nicole, it's specialized sonar that they use, and it's so amazing what they do. The team is from Oregon, but they travel the entire country looking for missing people's cars, hoping that it will lead to police finding the missing people. Police had been searching for this woman for 10 months. They came up with nothing, and then this group, Adventures with a Purpose, shows up. They searched for 2 days in Lakeland, Florida, went to several different bodies of water looking for the woman. Her name is 59-year-old Jan Smith. They were about to be done, and they decided, let's search one final body of water. And that is when they discovered the woman's Kia SUV. It was just 18 inches below the surface of the water. Sadly, that woman was inside the SUV, but still her family says at least this brings them some closure.
Personally, for me today with this experience, I had just massive chills. It was like we worked so hard, we exhausted all our resources, we looked in every single location, and then sure enough, it was the very last one and we found her.
We're just in shock that they found her. Like the adventure people, I was going to turn them down because Polk County had no leads, no videotape, only that she had the wreck at Markham and Circle Loop. And I didn't want to waste their time because they've been looking for her for 10 months.
And that woman's family believes that she got into some kind of car wreck, may have been disoriented afterwards, driving around and ended up in that pond. You can imagine how grateful they are to this volunteer group that literally after 10 months, the group comes in, after 2 days, they find the car. And what's so interesting, Nicole, is they continue on. They basically do this all over the country. We're told they're moving to a different part of the state now to look for a different person's missing car.
Wow, Brian, amazing work by that group. So glad the family has closure in spite of that bad news. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for watching. Click the...
So again, I thought that was kind of cool that, excuse me, again, I apologize. I don't know what's going on, but I think that is awesome that they were able to give that family some closure on their loved one, and also retrieve a car from, help retrieve a car from a body of water. I hope that, these people continue to do what they're doing and helping assist in these missing person cases. I think that technology is cool. I know that they have divers a lot of the times and stuff like that, but and I've even seen them like drain the whole like lake or pond or area of water or whatever. I've seen them do that before too, but it seems like this technology that they have is more like cost effective, because think about having to drain like a whole lake or river or whatever. But I do want to say thank you to Unseen Soldier. He had donated, as well as Senorita Flowers and Ken Porter. Shout out to y'all. I appreciate you guys. So we're going to continue to, do this type of thing. Again, if I have to comment or whatever on something, I'm gonna just do so and get back on it. We will be following up with the Brother Polite situation as that more unfolds and stuff like that. But I'm interested in these cases, so we will also look into them. Plus, I have ones that I haven't even, that didn't make it in this folder today. But I do appreciate Naomi as well for telling me about the cases, and Miss Ray Moody for, her work in, getting the updates together and things like that. I do appreciate that. I also appreciate all my moderators and those that just watch. I appreciate you. Please hit the like button if you have not. You already knew that was coming, right? Let me get the little sound bite, y'all.
Please hit the like button when you come up in here so that my shit don't get knocked off.
I think some of these sound bites are just classic and they never will just get old. But I'm gonna continue, child. I had this blunt. This the blunt I started the live with. You see how, right? And I had a backup blunt. Why I could barely even hit this because this is Gumbo Shark. Bro, that's the strand. Bro, it is not a fucking joke at all. Period. Like, I promise you, period. It's one of the best strands. But it like be fucking me up if I have to talk and stuff like that. I ain't want to be just back here choking. But much love, y'all. We will continue to do what we do. And I'm back. So some of the content might come from this channel that we're on now. Some might come from Queen's Throne Live. I'm just gonna be, if I gotta address somebody, I probably go over there to address it, like in the YouTube streets or whatever. But mainly we gonna be over here on this going forward. So much love to everybody that came up in here, depending, doesn't matter how long you was in here. I appreciate you. Thank you for everybody, just riding with me and stuff like that. I'm not tonight. I'll do one tomorrow. I'll make tomorrow's list kind of shorter, and then we'll do an open panel tomorrow as well. So we'll do the open panel over here, and then maybe I'll just do a shorter live over there. When I mean shorter, under, maybe 3 hours or something, then I could go over to this channel and do a whatchamacall. But the way that I'm going live right now, it doesn't, you can't have a panel. So I got to figure out how to do that. I know that somebody does. I think Dice do. But shout out to Preach. Make sure you check out his channel. He was standing on business yesterday. He had me dying laughing, period. Because that's just what Preach does. Shout out to Observing Stuff as well. He was up in there. We enjoyed ourselves for a little while. And all my other mods, make sure that you check out Observing Stuff's channel. Preach's channel, Observing Stuff and Preach do game, but Preach comes up here and talks about some other things. Miss Ray Moody's channel. Ooh, I didn't see Behind the Bar. I gave him a wrench because I got a wrench over there. Shout out to him. Check out his channel. I know there's probably gonna be somebody. The Information Man. Check out his channel. He should probably have a wrench too. I wasn't really looking up here. But shout out to everybody. Naomi has a channel. She's covering cases like this, and so is the Information Man. So, if you're interested in crime, there are 2 channels that you can go and check out. And things like that. If you're interested in gaming, check out Observing Stuff and Preach, because they do game. So, yeah. Much love. I'm not even going to play a song today because my heart's kind of heavy over these cases or whatever, but because I just don't feel like it'd be appropriate. I like to listen to some very violent music. That doesn't mean that I'm a violent person, but I do. And I just don't feel like it's appropriate to play any music really right now on that. You know what I mean? Not with the way I'm feeling. But anyway, so we'll be back tomorrow. Like I said again, I'll do a shorter live on a topic over on Queen's Throne Live. And then we'll come over here after that to do an open panel. We could talk about anything, whatever y'all want. Come and holla at me, hit my link, So I'll see you guys not tomorrow, later on today. Enjoy your day. Be productive. Stay motivated. Protect each other. People that are around you, your family, your children, and things like that. Also, stay you, stay royal, stay uncompromisable, and please stay woke, because you will see me in another live stream or hear my voice in another video. Much love.